We are live. Satisfactory. All right. So I just need a second here because once again, I'm dealing with a strange noise. What can it be? Probably something not plugged in all the way. I have no idea. My live stream computer is making strange noises. And that's how I hear the, like when somebody does a follow and stuff. I can actually hear. Check it out. Watch this. I think I can share the noise. All right, let me pause the music. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can hear it. Can you guys hear that? It doesn't look like it. Oh, that's good, actually. Oh, that you can't hear it? It's definitely a cord that's not plugged in. All right. We are playing Satisfactory today. Let me load in. Did it go away? Mysterious sound that only I can hear. Losing control. Okay, Sooner. Korthal. Hey guys, how's it going? Brent. And happy birthday, Okie Sooner. Yeah, it's like this little like bomb, bomb, bomb. Yeah, it's like a buzzing. I don't think it was coming through for you guys though. I'll be let's look at my city here, and I'll be right back. I'm just going to see if I can. I'm gonna check the plugins. Is this worse than watching you bounce between jump pads? Nothing is as good as that. You shut your birthday mouth. I have no idea. I tried the plugs. I'll have to diagnose later. I may miss anything from Twitch today, because it's the sound that alerts me from the live stream computer. That feed is all fudged up. Okay, guys, we're playing Satisfactory today. I've been going a little crazy in Factorio all week. And I'm enjoying it. But I'm also gonna enjoy Satisfactory tonight. So, what is the plan? And we're gonna be playing a game apparently today. Guess Oki Senior's age. I'll start. 35. Here's what we're working on. Here's the shard. If you don't know what the shard is a building in London. And it looks like this. Now, I'm playing Satisfactory vanilla. I don't really have any construction mods. And so it's difficult to make this. And it's not perfect. But we'll you know, I'm happy. I'm satisfied with what's been going on so far. 12 viewers, 3 likes on the video. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Also, I mean, I've been enjoying Factorio. I will probably one day do a second playthrough. But I do have to really concentrate because it's so new for me. So I don't get to chat as much with you guys, like, and tell random stories and shit. So Satisfactory is a little bit more chill. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's see if we can remember. I do have an inventory mod, but I don't have anything that makes me build things differently. All right, here's a hint. A lot of people got a lot of things they may have never had when I was born. It's a riddle. Ugh. I'll think about it. So we do have glass in here. This is the structure that I'm gonna go with. This does slowly lean back. Right, this is a tilted wall. Yeah, and I've got glass in a tilted wall. Each individual piece of glass is straight, but they're offset barely from each other as we go up. A lot of people got a lot of things they may have never had when I was born. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see if we can remember. Not telling us what blueprints those were. There we go, blueprint 72. And then do we do any other ones? I think it's just that one. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I'm trying to think of something specific though. Okay, so we started this. All right, we got to go up and we got to count that distance there. and then we'll do the same thing down below so that we can establish the plane. Hey, how's it going? And Sammy Viking on Twitch. Welcome, guys. Looks like 2 out, right in the middle. Okay. And this, basically, this guy, he's not here, right? He's there. All right. All right, let's try. I'm trying to make an informed guess rather than spamming the guesses. Oh, let's see how far in this one goes too. Bust out the 3D model. This one here. Yeah, it's this side right here. This is the pane we have in. This is the pane I'm trying to put in next. Right, this distance. And we'll go in just a hair. Maybe 2. Probably the width of this thickness here. So right there. Right in the center of that. Let's get a height on the floor. I gotta get my fingers back to satisfactory fingers. I have Factorio fingers right now. Okay, it's exactly 40. Looks that way. Okay, so next guess. Let's try. Try 60. 60. All right, let's get this height here. Okay, now we're gonna go in freeform mode, and we're gonna go right on the center. All right, this gives us our base. Wait, I got it right? 2 guesses? Jimmy Hoist, how's it going? XA. Doing better now that I see you're live. Did I really get it? Lucifer, Prince of Darkness, was gifted a membership by Okie Sooner News. Weird that was first. Kevin Jaspers. Shunsui, there's no way. Jesse123. Nafut. Coffee. Pale Owl. Surprise MF. Jarno and Plague Dr. Johnson. Wow, we have Lucifer, Plague Dr. Johnson. Thank you for the membership gifts, Okie Sooner. I really appreciate it. But seriously though, like I guessed it. So I was thinking, that wasn't a random guess. I thought about it. I was thinking about it. Oh, Jezzy's here live. Cool. It's the right one? Yeah. So what got me thinking, I can barely remember what we were doing. Oh, I think we're gonna have to what got me thinking was a couple things. I figured it was a big birthday. The biggest hint was well, it was a hint. It was just me thinking that it must be a big birthday because I better line this up. Because you're having somebody guess about it. You know what I mean? And so I figured it was probably a big one. It's probably not, 54 or something. You know what I mean? And then definitely the older. I agree with Control that more 70s, but then I was thinking it's probably earlier than that. I was thinking maybe 50 in the 50s, but I was like, oh, screw it, 60s, a big day, we'll go with that one. And I got it in 2. Turn on the light here. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Now let's kill these. So I very much am enjoying my Factorio playthrough, and I think for the first time I made something interesting that I didn't see somewhere else, or that somebody had suggested. To me in the chat. I'm pretty happy with it, actually. My new ship that I made. I got some of that, the ideas for the new ship from a video that I watched, and a lot of help from chat. There's been a lot of help from chat. But it is cool, like if you go back and watch the VOD, like the early VODs, I don't know anything. Because I started that game fresh, and I'm starting to get to the point where I feel pretty comfortable playing it, I'm finally starting to feel comfortable playing it. I've got like 160 hours in it. So, and I probably will stream it tomorrow night. So we're doing Satisfactory tonight. I slept today. I probably didn't sleep enough. But what are you gonna do? That looks good. Oh, actually, all that work, and I probably have to one of these. Ooh, not even one of those either. Needs one of these. And I have a couple more things planned. I was at the point where I was kind of rushing it to get it done. And somewhere between sort of like rushing it and I was like started to be like, ooh, I'm really enjoying this. And I still want to wrap it up, and I'm probably not gonna do like get everything legendary and rebuild everything, you know. I'm probably not gonna do that. Yeah, you do so much more ships too. I know, I built like this really kind of like right, I haven't even tried. No, there's so much depth to Factorio. I just mean like, and when I say I'm just starting to feel comfortable with it, I mean like comfortable with the basics. Like, you know what I mean? I don't mean like, I just mean a little bit comfortable live streaming in front of people and not feeling so freaking, you know, out of my depth. All right, so that side is in. Bum, bum, bum. I think what we did in the middle, question is, where exactly do we? I think that notched in a little bit. Here, can we just... No, can't do that. You don't like it. And I did build my first circuit thing that I came up with and solved. The little, bum, bum. See, where should I? That's probably close. Basically, I made a fuel gauge on my ship with lights and circuitry. I thought it looked cool. I thought it turned out. Pretty happy with it. For my first thing, you know. I'm not trying to... One of the things that I feel like with Factorio, and I don't feel this way with Satisfactory, really, is that... Here, let's hit T so I can see. Is that I feel like with Factorio, everything really interesting has already been done. You know? And I know intellectually, like I know in my brain that that's not true. Hold on, I'm hot again. Again, having hot flashes. I didn't think that was supposed to happen to. Here, hold on, I'll be right back. The reality is I'm hot because I have two beastly computers running right now. I'm recording, I'm live streaming, 2 renderings, and playing Satisfactory on max settings with Lumen on my 3080 Ti, which is like a furnace. So yes, but yeah, I feel like with Factorio, and again, I know it's not true, that like everything cool and interesting has been done. So in that sense, it's kind of a little bit like, you know, maybe frustrating. Not frustrating, but like, I don't know. I don't feel like I can contribute to the game, because I like doing that. I like my favorite thing that I've done in Satisfactory, besides doing things nobody else has done, you know, like this thing we're building right now, was the remote item delivery system, right? I feel like I legitimately made something new, and that's really cool. That's really cool to me. What if we and I feel like I don't know if I would ever be able to really do something like that in Factorio. And I know that's like a super selfish sort of way to look at it, but I'm a super selfish guy. What can I say? But anyway, I know it's not true. I'm sure there's also more than that, maybe in addition to that, I feel like I don't have the skills required to do something new and interesting in Factorio like I do in Satisfactory. That's probably, actually, now that I say it out loud, that is actually almost assuredly 100% of the problem. I legitimately don't feel like I have the chops programming wise to make something in Factorio that somebody else hasn't already done. Because Factorio is definitely more programming. Yeah, the 3080 Ti computer is running Satisfactory as well as recording. So I'm recording footage that hopefully I can find an editor for to help me edit later. The old train set up with the stone blocking the outputs on switches. Yeah, that was the first version. The second version I used water packagers, and I used empty canisters to block. Get your cat to sleep on top of your computer and it'll absorb all the heat. I don't think that's how that works, my man. Floating factories, you don't have to see that way because you don't have to look at what others have done to see what can be done. No, it's true. 100%. Like, I know that it's a stupid way to feel about it. Like, I'm self-aware enough to know that it's stupid. But yet I still feel more excited to get into Satisfactory because I feel like I have a chance of kind of adding to the conversation or adding to the library of you know, like the sphere of influence of the game, you know, to the universe of it. Canuck Wild, it's been fun watching you going through Factorio. Your frustrations with the biters and spitters is reminding me of my past frustrations with them. Now I barely even acknowledge the alarms anymore. It is getting to that point, and I know that my defenses in that game are very like really what I should be doing is like flamethrowers and stuff, because then they wouldn't be an issue. But I'm just lazy, and I decided to just stick with the laser turrets, you know? Yeah, this is wild. I was about to address your on-demand mechanic you came up with. I don't know how to do it, so I went smoking. And you mentioned, oh, Thomas, man, this is wild. I was about to address your on-demand mechanic you came up with, but I was thinking of how to do it, so I went smoking and you mentioned it. Nice. Well, listen, I am very much an open book, perhaps to my detriment. So I will talk about anything, anytime, anywhere. Don't feel like, you know, it's bothering me or whatever. Like, if you want to talk about something, or if you ask me about something and I don't feel like I'm in a position to talk about it, I'll just tell you, and it's all good. So like, if you and more importantly than all of what I just said, I love talking about myself. So, you know, definitely don't hesitate. Since the Mercers are capped, not everyone is playing the same game. I believe you can combine the on-demand stuff with the array depots. Oh, you think, Thomas? You think I can demand? You think so, Thomas? Have you seen? I'm asking legitimately. I'm not shitting on you. Have you seen what I have built right about there, inside that building? I will wait. I await your answer, sir. Korthal. So do you have your sound voice on the other computer? I've been thinking about Discord on the computer and the game on the other. Yeah, so I've got everything on the main computer, and then I just send a capture card, including the audio, over to the other one. Over to the live stream. All right, so Thomas, we're gonna take a little break from this because I just jumped right in on the stream. I kind of sometimes wait until more people come in before I do a little bit of touring, or before I give context. Hey, Ken, how did you tilt the windows in the blueprint? I didn't tilt the windows. I'm cheating. The blueprint is tilted, as you can see, right? So that's definitely a tilt. If we take a wall and run it up, okay, you can see it's tilted, right? The windows here are not tilted. They're just very tinily offset over and over again. What's going on? Over and over again on the way up. So they're straight, but they're just offset so that in aggregate they look tilted. Thomas says, haha, I did not. I just hopped in. I just realized you guys didn't only do VODs. You guys only didn't do it, only VODs. Yeah, well, so let me do a little bit of a tour. I'm not going to do a full thing. Usually I reserve like full-on tours of what I'm doing for when there's like a big raid on Twitch, because I get them when I play Satisfactory, and I tend to take that moment to show the new people what's going on. So I won't do a full thing right now, but if you wait around long enough, you'll probably see one tonight. But I do want to show, because I had a specific question from Thomas about... he specifically said, since the Mercers are capped and not everyone is playing the same game, I believe that you can combine the on-demand stuff with the array depots. So check this out. We're gonna head up to the drone bay. Anthony, nice, had me fooled. Good. So yes, the Mercer are capped, but the interesting thing about the Mercer spheres, I'm less concerned about the Mercer spheres being capped, and I'm more concerned about the upload rate of the Mercer spheres being capped. Okay, and so what I've done in that floor that I just passed and this floor is now I have not tested this. And the most intelligent among you may, there's a big downside to this system that I already know about, and you guys will probably see it too, as I talk about it. But basically, what I want to do here is take 20 items, the 20 items that are most commonly used in construction: iron plates, engines, concrete, wire. Okay, we're talking the big items. The ones that we run out the most often. The ones where if you're building a big long line of blueprints that are large, that you will probably blow through the amount of the item that's stored in the dimensional storage, and then the upload speed can't keep up with your construction, especially if you're like me and you build giant blueprints. And so what I wanted to do is come up with this situation where we can bring online additional dimensional depots in an on-demand way remotely to help boost the upload speed when we need more items more quickly available to us. And I want to be able to switch those out, because maybe I start by building a bunch of concrete and plastic, coated concrete foundations, right? So then what do I need? I need concrete and plastic. And then when I'm done, maybe I need to build a bunch of, what are they? Fuel generators, right? And they have a different set of materials. And so I'd want to switch off the plastic and concrete and maybe switch on the other ones, right? So my idea is take these 20 items, and these 20 items are the ones that are possible to be boosted. And then we have big storages here from top to bottom, so that even when we're doing something like, doing architecture work, the factories will be storing these for when we need them, right? They'll eventually overflow and sink, but just a ton of storage. All right, and then here's my system. This switch, this one's tested, item 1 concrete. We can turn this on anywhere on the map, and when we turn it on, it unblocks this belt that is currently blocked. So if there's concrete in here, it comes out, it gets stuck there, it's blocked by these. Okay, when we turn on the switch, it turns on the pumps and the packagers, and it starts using the empty canisters, gets them out of the way so that the concrete can flow through. Okay, and this is unlike the initial one I did with iron ore, this is a system that's self-contained and doesn't use a burner, right? Doesn't use an item sink, right? The water gets packaged and then unpackaged and packaged and unpackaged, and it's a closed loop. All right, and so let's say we turn on the concrete. Well, then what I have down here is a very large 20 by 20 splitter. And it's not just a splitter, it is basically a shuffler. Okay, and it takes, if we turn on all 20 items at the same time, it's 20 belts in and 20 belts out. But if they're going in where each belt has its own item, on the way out, all items are on each belt. Okay, so it splits it into 20, 1 to 20, that's this vertical piece. And then out here, it merges each of the 20s back into one. So it's 1 to 20 times. And then that 20 times 20 is remerged back into a new 20 that each have 1/20th of the original 20 belts. And I think that made sense. And I didn't purposely try to say 20 that many times, and yet here we are. Once they're re-merged, I'm gonna have up here 20 more dimensional depots. And so what we'll be able to do is pick, like, oh, I want concrete and plastic, and then that concrete and plastic will be spread across evenly all 20 of these. And so we'll get the full force of the 240 per minute times 20. And, you know, if we have 5 up, then it's 5 evenly split into 20. Now say it 20 times fast. Okay, so that's basically the idea. Now the big downside is clogging. All right, if I'm using one item more than the others, then, you know, like let's say I have concrete turned on, but I'm not using concrete as fast as the other one. Well, the concrete's gonna clog up all 20 of them. And so really what I'll have to do is manage it where I'm in here and I turn it off. I turn off the concrete and then I pull a stack of concrete out, free up some space in the dimensional depot for concrete, and then whatever's left in the belts will flow into the dimensional depot and allow everything else to flow. So that is the downside to this idea. But yeah, because, you know, I think that, and I don't have them all yet, but I think that it's been pretty well discussed that there are more Mercer spheres than item uploads that you need in the game. So we'll see. Now, real quick, since we're here, yeah, 20 of them full of plastic. Yeah, but then you just pull out. Then you go like this. I hit control and hit one button, and look, now there's space for 200 plastic to empty into the lines. And oh no, I just have an extra stack of plastic here. Big deal. I was using a lot anyway. I probably don't have any in my inventory. So I turn it off. Maybe I turn it off, completely empty this out, so we have the full amount. I have some in my inventory, and then whatever's left. I mean, that's the procedure right there, right? Is I turn off the switch, I turn off plastic, and then I completely empty out the dimensional depot, and then whatever is left in the lines gets freed up. I think as long as I do that, everything's fine. But again, it's not tested, so I don't know for sure. This is the final remote storage. Not remote storage. This is the final central storage. So everything's gonna go into this building. This is kind of the hero floor of the building. And then each item that needs it will get its own dimensional depot upstairs. Right now I have a bunch of them here for Fixmas items, but obviously long term we won't keep the Fixmas items on the dimensional depot, except for maybe like snowballs or something. It would drive me mad by having all that and not testing it. Well, so I mean, I want to test it and we're close to testing it, but we have to build the next factory, really. So I've tested the individual components, but I haven't tested it at scale, right? I haven't tested it with a ton of material. Like it needs to be tested, you know? And we can't until we start, until we start sending a bunch of items in here. You know? But I've tested each individual component, right? And in theory it works. I just don't know how effective it is. I feel like what I've built works the way I have envisioned it, the shard will have a lot of those basic items, correct? But I don't know if what I have envisioned works. Does that make sense? Like, do you get the difference that I'm trying to make, like, that I'm trying to say? I believe that the system that I designed has been constructed in a way that will work. What I don't know is that if the system that I designed will function in the way that I hope it does. Does that make sense? I don't know. I think it'll work, right? I just don't know if it will be as useful as I hope it will be. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's continue on the shard. So there you go, Thomas. You asked, and turns out I had already built the thing. But I agree with you that something like that could be useful. So much so, I spent a bunch of time making it, and we haven't even turned it on. You think this is bad, Korathal? In my Star Wars playthrough, I made a factory in September of 2023 that I didn't really turn on until probably May or June of 2024. It just sat there because I had to build a bunch of other factories that it worked with. Do we want to build? Maybe we make a thinner. Did I make one already? What is up with this sorting? I don't like how this is sorted. Why is Z at the beginning and then tutorial? And the tutorial blueprint. I don't like this. Is there a patch? I don't like any of this. I'm very disappointed. 72. Did I make a 73? Should I name my blueprints? Yes. Do I often? I do. Do I every time? No, I don't. Look at that. 69, 72. Doesn't look like there's a 73. What about a 71? Little baby. Let's make a, I need a thinner version of what I've been making. Wait. I forgot. We need to be deleting these. All right, that'll help. I knew something was up. Why does it go Z to T? Is it reverse alphabetical? A P, Q, P, Q, R, S, T. Yeah, I guess it is. What's up with the numbers then? New blueprint. I guess 9. Okay. That's so weird. It's really throwing me off. Yeah. I gotcha. Oh no, that. I needed that one. Oh no. Oh God. I really screwed the pooch here. I need the Factorio undo. I'm already... used to it. Hope this will work. Crap. Mistakes were made. I don't have to redo all that. It's a little off. It's a little off. All right, well, I will do this one here just in case we need to reset that. Leave that here as an emergency, but we'll keep going from there. The reason that's there is to provide me a starting point for the next row. And then I deleted the starting point. All right, let's make a blueprint. The autosaves were like, yeah, they were like 15 minutes. I had to, I got him, I spread the autosaves out to 45 minutes. I think maybe we're doing an hour at the end. But yeah, we would have like polls and games and tournaments and stuff. While the autosave was happening, basically. So I could go back to this point. It's not that far. Let's see how bad this is. I left that one accidentally, luckily. I didn't delete that one, so we could go back to that point. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I think it looks okay. I can fix this little gap. Let's just... By the time I spend the time making it look okay, I could have done it right, and then dumb. And then we got to make a new blueprint. Well, a smaller version of this. I just want a smaller version that I can slide in where it needs to go. And so what we'll do is we'll delete everything but the first one. So we can get a feel for what it looks like. And we have a emergency. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Oops, wrong button. I definitely have a Factorio itch right now. I want to be traveling to Gleba like right now. But there's always tomorrow, and we can't. One more. We can't slack on Satisfactory Saturdays. All right, let's clean this up. The itch will still be there. You miss those days? Star Wars, the Star Wars factories. Surprise, yeah. So how that worked, surprise. So when I read the gift memberships, I just said surprise MF. But now that I say out loud, I see that you're saying surprise, mother. I totally said that deadpan and didn't catch what you're doing. God, that's funny. And then I read your name and I say it and realize what I'm saying. Man, Gleba is pretty cool. Unique plant mechanically. Very pretty too. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. Papu of the Hut. Papu of the Hut is, all right, so here you go. This is what is happening to me in real time. You guys ready? Making a meme in real time. This is happening in the Twitch chat right now. You won't get me. It's Satisfactory Saturdays. But just anybody who is feeling like I'm not doing satisfactory content, I want you to know what I'm doing right now with Factorio. Once I finish Factorio, okay, as well as I have to finish editing a video. Once I finish those two things, this city is gonna get that Factorio treatment, okay? Where I play it 4 to 8 hours every day, okay? So I'm gonna get into it, and I'm gonna, because I do better, guys, when I get obsessive over things. Like, that's the best kin is obsessed kin, okay? Where like I think about it all the time, and I can't, like, I stay up, like, I go to bed thinking about it, I wake up thinking about it, and I don't get enough sleep because I'm thinking about it. All right, that's when the good shit happens, you know? And so I'm kind of, and because Factorio I'll be done much sooner, I decided to sort of focus that one down. And then I'm not gonna be starting, I was gonna play Civ 7, I decided not to. and I'm gonna focus on this Satisfactory playthrough. I've pretty much ended my edited episodes on this playthrough. That was really holding me back because I didn't want to get too far ahead, but no matter how much I tried, I'm so far ahead right now. I mean, the edited playthrough right now is me building this factory right now. Like that's where we are with the edited episodes, and I don't really have an editor the way that I am looking for to help me with that kind of content, because I have to sacrifice. I have to make a choice. I have to not stream, which is what I love doing, right? And everybody here who's listening to me and who's listening to the VOD, you guys want more streams because you are a part of this content, right? And so I have to make a choice. Do I sacrifice this content so that I can spend time editing, which I don't like doing, and it burns me out? And so I'm more tired, I'm more burned out, I'm not as happy Ken, and you guys want happy Ken, because if I have to edit those videos. And honestly, I think that the way that I was editing them, I was over editing. They're very highly edited, okay? And I just can't do that at scale. And so I've been doing a lot of research, and I am looking for 1 or 2 editors to help me, you know. You can clip it, Papu, can't you? I actually don't know how to clip on Twitch. I'm a Twitch noob. To change how I bring content from the live stream in a shorter form. I'm looking for somebody that has some time. Hey, I can see dimensional depots from here. Look, there's 4 of them right there that has time to help me, and then I want to pay a split of my profit. I don't want to pay like an hourly, because there's not much hourly. There's not much right now, but I want to pay a split, so when there is more, you know, people can get paid more. And I really do want to grow my channel, and I think I can, but I can't do it if I'm stuck doing these edited episodes that the people that watch them really love them, and I feel bad, but they take so much of my time, at least the way that I was doing them, you know. Actually, yeah, so I don't know how do we do a clip that, copy to clipboard. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea, Papu. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Maybe I can do it later. Maybe we can do it. Maybe I can do it after the VOD posts. We can probably do it then. Electo, that looks cool. Thanks. Yeah, I'm building a city. Cyberpunk purple and teal themed city. And this is the building we're working on. Okay, we have to build this. I keep getting distracted. Dude, I know, Anthony. I have no idea why the drones sweep, like, whoop, it's crazy. They're like dive bombing the street below. It all adds to the feel. All right, let's build. I gotta load. Bum, bum, bum. But yes, I am working on my channel over the next year is really gonna be a killer. I made a joke. I made a meme about 5-10 minutes ago. You know, my channel is gonna be going through a lot of changes, and both in the way that I provide content as well as the content that I'm providing. I'll still be me, you know, but yeah, I'm looking forward to those changes. Let's chop out let's leave. Oh, first of all, let's save this. Let's do shard, window side, large. Save. And then small. Save. And then we'll make it small and resave. Yeah, Kermit the Frog Dark Side meme. All right, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you guys feel this way, and you know, if not, I mean, you always tell me what you think. Always. But like, I kind of think I could do this. Maybe that's just delusional. But like, I mean, like, do it. Like do it. You know? I don't think I can. There's some other things happening too that if you know, you know, and I don't really like talking about it, so I'm not gonna say, which I know is kind of a dick thing to do, but deal with it. There's some other things happening too, kind of in my life, that may affect my ability to live stream this stuff full time. Like, we may actually see that, guys. That may happen. Like, when I was talking about doing that full time a year ago, it seemed like a pipe dream. You know? But there's some things happening that this may actually happen. And you know, so I want to prepare. And no matter what, I hate doing stuff half-assed. I mean, look at what I'm building. Like, when I said I wanted to build a city, we're doing a city, right? And I do the same thing in my life. Logistically, you would have to host the footage. Isn't it way too much to be moving around a lot? I make proxies, Josh. So I'll talk about that in a second. But basically, if I want to do something like this, I go all the way at it. And the reason is, and I came up, this happened to me in high school. I just started wrestling, and my school was very good at wrestling and has been historically good at wrestling. My high school was. And I saw, as a freshman, I saw these seniors graduating that had regrets about not putting everything in to their wrestling in high school, because very, very small percentage of high school athletes move on to play college sports in that sport. I mean, we know that, right? It's very small, right? And well, so Thomas, my first minute of this channel is streaming. I've always been a streamer. I just use the videos as a funnel to try to bring more people into the stream. Hey, Ruin. So I saw these guys wrestling, right? And I knew that I probably wasn't going to wrestle in college. And so I made a decision that I would do absolutely every single thing that I possibly could throughout the remaining 3 years of my high school career to be good at wrestling. I stopped playing baseball. I still ran cross country in the fall, except for as a senior, because as a senior I got invited to work out with the local college, and so I wrestled college kids as a senior in the fall, and then I went into the wrestling year as my senior. I actually got in a car accident as a senior, and I still wrestled. It was right before the tournaments that lead to the state tournament. I made it to the tournament before state. I got beat. I needed to win 2 more times, and I would have made it to the state tournament. My weight that year was stacked, and I feel good about what I did. But here's the key: I know that I could not have done anything better, and so I'm at peace with how far I made it as a wrestler. Like, I have no regrets because I went to every camp, I went to every practice, I did everything I possibly could. Okay, everything. I sacrificed, I did everything I could. Now when I look back, I know that I got as far as I could, and I don't have any regrets. Okay, and so I basically started doing that with everything in my life. That's one of the reasons why I get so obsessed about shit, right? But it served me well as long as the thing that I'm going after is a good thing. That can not, sometimes I choose the wrong thing. But I think it's going to be like that with streaming in general. Okay, maybe I can't do this. Maybe I can't make a living doing this, but maybe I can. And the only way I'm going to know is if I do what I did with wrestling and put everything into it. Take my best strengths, try to go for it 100%. You know, and so that's generally what I am thinking about doing with my channel. And maybe it doesn't work, and that's okay, right? Then I'll know. Like, it's okay that I didn't place at state. It's okay, right? But I know. And the reason I know is because I put in everything that I could. And so maybe the time comes where I pull back and I chill because I have realized that I can't make it. But today is not that day. Josh, so what I do is I make proxies. So I'll actually show you this. And I'm gonna be doing an editing stream pretty soon. Although I may finish Factorio before I do that. Let me find this file I want to show you. All right, so here's my working files. I have big files. Oh, it won't zoom in. I can do a lot. Yeah, sorry, you're not gonna be able to see. But these are big files, right? So let's take VOD 6 part 1. VOD 6 is when I streamed. VOD 6 part 1, I know you can't see. I don't know how to zoom this in. It's almost 14 hours. It's a 14-hour recording. It is 500 million, no. Yeah, 500 million kilobytes. All right, but I made a proxy of it. All right, and we go to the proxy. The proxy is only, it's 1/10. So it's 56 gigs. All right, the proxy of that is 56 gigs. But the high detailed version is, well, it's 500 gigs. I think. Sorry, I'm not mathing very well today. So I make proxies, and what I can do with the editor is share the proxy. And so they have the proxy, and oh, you can see it fine, good. So they have the proxy and they can do all the work, and then they send me the work file. I use DaVinci Resolve. They send me the work file, and then when I hit edit, when I hit render, it renders out the high detailed footage. But honestly, I wouldn't probably continue that system. I would probably do something where the advantage of that system is that the recording that I have breaks out the audio into different tracks, right? It's a 3-track audio file, or there's 3 audio tracks in that movie file. But what I will probably do, and what needs to be done, is that I need somebody, let's take shorts for an example, okay? I need somebody to basically watch my stream, and when something funny happens, like Papu of the Hut, I made that quick meme that they can clip it basically and turn it into a short, and then upload it to my channel, right? And the best way to do that is to probably either screen record my stream for onto their own computer, or there's some tools that you can download. Like you can download the entire VOD, like when the VOD's over, like the next day, you go through, pull it out. Now the downside to that is that all of the audio is already mixed down, right? So we can't pull out the music, we can't pull out my voice, right? So it would be as is, but you can still chop it up. But that's what I need, you know, and because I want to focus on streaming and get better at streaming and get better at like chatting with you guys, and I like doing this stuff, like talking about what I just talked about. You know, this is stuff I like to do. I don't want to be an editor. I've done it because I've had to, right? But that's not the same as, you know, I want to scale. Basically, I want to scale. And to scale, I have to get better at streaming. You know, I have to focus on that. And playing the game. You know, and whatever content that I'm making. That the content can't be an afterthought after the editing. You know? But anyway, that's the strategy that I would use, is either proxies or just have somebody do like, you know, and there are people out there. I'm going to say some names of people that, of streamers that have, oh no, I don't want this one. That's a big one. That have controversy. And so don't think of them as their content. Their content is immaterial. What I'm talking about is the method by which they make the content. And so I'm gonna say some names, and you may not like them, or you might, I don't know. But there are two people whose content strategy I think can't do that. Don't make the same mistake twice, stupid. Whose content strategy I think would really work for me. More streams but shorter, but I can't do short streams. I got on this evening, or this week, to play Factorio for 4 hours, and it turned into 8. I had work the next day. Like, I do best when I don't fight my inner nature. I wish I could do that. Come on, bro. But anyway, so the two streamers that I see do this, where they focus 100% on streaming, like 100% on streaming, okay? And then they have help, basically. Boop. To get their videos out. And again, these guys are established, right? And I'm not, and so that's why I've been doing my own editing. But I want to scale, and I think to scale, I'm gonna need to try to replicate with the way that these guys do it. One of them is Pirate Software. Hey, Thomas. Yeah, definitely. One of them is Pirate Software, and what he does is he does shorts. His shorts of what blew him up. Right? He has very good shorts, and I think that he was doing them himself initially, but now, I mean, he's so busy. He streams 12 hours. I'll check out Ko. I've seen him on my timeline. I haven't really dove into how he does what he does. Losing control. But doesn't Ko put 100% of his footage in short form? Like he just like if there's an 8-hour video, he chops them into 8 pieces, an hour long, and every single episode is up there, and he doesn't do it, like he doesn't do the editing like I did, which I know why people don't do it. It's horrifying. Isn't that how he does it? I'm thinking of something slightly different. I'm thinking of a much more targeted approach. you know? And again, right? So Pirate Software may have a 12-hour stream and maybe only 2 shorts came out of that. 2 1-minute pieces of content, you know? But he has so many shorts. So that's one example. And I'm not sure that would necessarily be the best for me, but it's one example. But the other one, and again, you know, hold on to your hats, everybody. But the other one's Asmongold. All right. And so what he does is he does his streams, and then he has teams of people, okay, editors that take his content that he created, and they pick out what they want. Maybe it's 15 minutes where he was, you know, talking shit about something or whatever, or you know, an hour watching a press conference, okay, whatever it is, they take just that piece, a self-contained idea that happened during his live stream, and they edit it down, very little editing typically, and upload it onto his YouTube channel. And then what he does is he pays them a split, a share. I don't know what that share is, but he gets a portion of whatever they make on that channel. You know? And so I like that, because then, you know, it's much more targeted. Again, it's not a strange world when Asmon is an aspirational character. When did I say that he was aspirational? I said that I like the strategy, and I think that strategy of his content creation would work on my channel. You have to be very, like, I knew this would happen. He's not an aspirational character at all, and I didn't say that. What I'm specifically saying is I'm using his content as an example of a way that I could take what I live stream with little editing and get it out there. I do hear what you're saying about the many episode strategy. I know YouTube loves lots and lots of episodes. And so I would love to try that too. That's a little bit more, right? Because you're taking the entire thing and every minute of the live stream is getting onto YouTube in a short form. The other method is taking, you know, 20 minutes here, an hour there, 2 hours there, that are self-contained pieces of content, and only they go on there, right? So I'm not sure which one will work better for me. I'm not sure, like, when I go to Ashes of Creation, that, you know, if I stream for 10 hours grinding my character, that somebody wants to watch 10 episodes of that. Does that make sense? But maybe somebody wants to watch the hour that I did a dungeon. Maybe somebody wants to watch the 30 minutes that we did a giant PvP fight. Right? And so that's why I'm thinking that 15 minutes to 30 minutes, those clips within the larger live stream might make sense. I mean, in fact, Satisfactory is the same way. Like, I don't know if, like, everybody wants to watch every single of these things that I put in. You know what I mean? I mean, we are now because we're hanging out, right? So that makes sense. But, like, I don't know. I mean, consider what we're doing right now. I'm going to be working on this for 10 hours tonight. Okay? Do you think somebody wants to watch 10 1-hour footage? 10 1-hour episodes of footage of me building out all of this stuff? I don't think so. Which is why I was editing them down. I was taking those 10-hour... not lined up, you know, 10-hour live streams and maybe cutting them down to 2 episodes. But again, that just wasn't sustainable. That's all I did. All those episodes, you know, and I had help for a while too. But it just became, and honestly, I do think that those are what caused me to blow up, relatively speaking, and get to the point where I became monetized. Because you have to remember, I am in the top 0.5% for all YouTubers. I really am. Already. you know? And so let's do it over here. And I think part of that is because I did put in that massive amount of time to get those edited episodes, and YouTube took that and, you know, ran with it. No, yeah, not piece by piece. The chunks of progress are still engaging. Right, exactly. Right, so that's what I'm thinking. Like, so let's say tonight's stream. Let's say if I had somebody doing that for me, they would maybe pick out this story that we've been talking about, right? And maybe they'd name it, you know, I don't know, you know, editing, but I don't know what they name it. I'm also really bad at YouTube titles. But maybe I'm talking about this for 45 minutes, and maybe this is a video all on its own, right? And while I'm talking about it, I'm building this stuff up. Okay, and so, and they can see some progress, but while I'm talking about something else. And then maybe I talk about something else interesting 3 hours from now, and that person thinks, oh, that's good content. And then I'm working, you know, it's not a series. They're sort of, everything's, you know, they're all one-offs. But again, I'm mostly just brainstorming here. I don't know exactly how it's going to work out. And I've been talking to quite a few people in my personal life, people that I've known for years, people that have artistic, you know, tendencies, or have experience editing videos. Because, you know, really what it comes down to is I don't want an employee, I want a partner. Now that's really what it is. I need a partner. Oh my God, what I need is some more power. That's what I'm looking for anyway. Now, if I can't do it, that's fine. I'll keep streaming. But I think there is some value or something to be said for finding a way to get my content to more people besides those willing to watch a 10-hour VOD or that can't be there during the live. I mean, I think we can all agree to that. And like I said, those are two examples of people that have done just that in their various types of content. You know? But that's all I'm thinking. So it's a work in progress. I'm thinking about it. I'm talking about it. I've tried some different people out these last few months. I don't quite have it dialed in yet. But that's what I'm sort of working towards. All right, I think we can get rid of this stuff now. Super Wagyu Satisfactory builds. Right, well, I don't like... I really don't like... See, I just am not good at picking YouTube titles because I feel like everything that... Like, I don't want to do clickbaity stuff. But I also want to do titles that are... Like, there's a fine line. Like, what exactly is the definition of clickbait? When should we... Just do one. Let's get rid of one. Like, I think as long as... Oh, let's do two, because they... right, one more. I think as long as the content is what you said it isn't clickbait. I'm not very good at finding that line. And I know I need to be better at it. Like I accept that I need to do a better job. Just haven't. When I was working just after college, Brent, I did a heavily edited MMO podcast for years and years, and the editing grind is tough. Yeah. All right, here, let's watch it. Let me pause the music so we don't have overlapping music. Let's watch it again. It was fast. This is happening in the Twitch chat right now. Thanks, Killer Rain. It was so quiet we couldn't hear their music anyway. Josh Rutledge. Dude, Ken. F them all. Clickbait is king. Get them clicks. Pay them bills. Upgrade your life. Ella, I've always wanted to get into content creation or editing and stuff like that, but I'm not sure if I have the skills for it. My Satisfactory videos aren't exactly very high effort. Well, see, that's the crazy thing. I'm not actually talking about crazy editing, but it does take time, and we need to get rid of, I don't want to see the double walls. Well, what we need to do before we get rid of that is we need to put in the connection wall between these. Let's go ahead and do that right now. But I'm just talking about, it's really, I don't see the challenge as editing. I don't think that's the challenge. I think the challenge is the grind, and it is having to listen to my voice, maybe at 2 times speed, but still I'm listening to my voice hours and hours and hours a day to try to find the clips. Yeah, sorry, Josh. That's what here, let's try that. Let's try it again. I gotta turn it up. This is happening in the Twitch chat right now. It's just a clip of what I did earlier. This is happening in the Twitch chat right now. There you go. All right, let me see if I can get my, let me reload my sound settings so I get my levels back to where I like them. So really, Ella, send me a DM. Let's talk. I'm not kidding. But yeah, so let's see if we can get this wall in. How are we gonna do this? How did they do it? Oh, I gotta turn the music back on. Okay, so they bring it in a step. Like they go up for a while and then they foundation over, and they go up straight for a while and they foundation over. All right. So what's it look like? Probably needs to be flat. Yeah, no, it was me laughing. Then we go up. And then we move over. I don't know if we can fit a full foundation. No, a halfy though. Ooh, Billy. No worries, Ella. Yeah, it would be a grind, right? Because think about this. How often have I been streaming this week, you guys? I mean, look at my... Oh, stop it. Stop it, YouTube. So this is my... These are all my live streams. One every day. I did 3 videos. I posted 3 videos that day. We actually edited these 2, my plans for 2025 and my 2025 plans. The short. See, those are my YouTube titling skills right there. And then getting ready to start our power plant. That's one of the edited episodes. And then a bunch of editing, 2 editing VODs. The Satisfactory one from last week or 2 weeks ago. And then Factorio, editing VOD. Okay, Factorio, Satisfactory, editing, Factorio, Satisfactory, editing, Factorio, you know what I'm saying? So, and then this week I went all Factorio like a mad lad. So, there you go. Oops. But yeah, I think this is gonna work right here that we're doing. Apu, or Papa the Hut Construction, you know I will watch whatever game you put in front of me. I came for the entertainment and seeing builds I could never in my life accomplish in this game. Well, cool, yeah. I appreciate that. And I do try to be, you know, somewhat entertaining. Sometimes, honestly, I just try to hang out. The entertaining I don't really do like on purpose. You know, I just, it is what it is kind of a deal. Ooh, that's not all she wrote. What about if we do 5 and then a notch? How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 and then a notch. Is that what I did? Yeah, 3 and then a notch. 3 and then a notch. And then we'll notch this too. One, 2, 3, and then boop. 1, 2, 3. And then we notch this too. One, 2, 3. Boop. 1, 2, 3. How we doing? We doing okay? We gotta do. We're off. 3. That was fine. And then. Oh no! I just screwed it up. Needs to be in the front of it. 3. Boop. 1, 2, 3. There you go. That'll work. No, I know. Or for suggestions for titles, like for thumbnails. Yeah, it's true. I do sometimes, but I have tried to get better at it. Especially if I'm gonna edit the video where you guys can see. I definitely want to ask you guys about it. All right, so we're starting to show our here. Let's break the, apparently we need to go 6 a couple of times and then 5 once. Yeah, that looks good. The biggest thing is all of this takes an incredible amount of diverse skills. It's pretty crazy, but I do enjoy that. You know, think of all the people on like a movie set. I'm all those people, and my own publicist, my own writer, like all this stuff. Like, it's pretty crazy if you think about it like that. But that's one of the reasons I like it. I like doing challenging things. I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but I like doing challenging things. I like doing things that people think that I can't do. Right? The channel, this is just a microcosm of what the channel is. Right? The fact that, like, you know, 40-year-old man trying to get essentially a live streaming thing going. Oh, we're back down to new and 5. Looks like we have to do 6 and 5, 6 and 5. I'll probably change the colors of these, by the way. These colors aren't final. Looking really nice. Funballer, hi Ken and chat, how's it going? It's going good. We're playing Satisfactory and we're loving life. I mean, at least I am. Ooh. Now I have to switch back. Change tax here. I don't like this. Bothers me. Oh, you suck. so on the edge. All right, so got a question for you guys. In chat, give me... Thank you, Flem. In chat, give me the saddest show or movie that you've watched. Like, what's your... Like... I like messing with my family members and making them watch sad stuff and not telling them it's going to be sad. Losing control, you need to finish this one so you can revisit Star Wars and build the Death Star. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. That sounds like a... that sounds like a task that may be too Herculean for me. What's your saddest go-to, like, episodes of TV, whatever? I want to hear, like, something that you've watched you'll never watch again because it, like, destroyed you. And I want to hear some good stuff. I have a story for it, and I may be the source of many years of therapy to my children. Old Yeller? Oh, can't go wrong with Old Yeller. It's a classic. Do we just let that go? Do I let that go and stop worrying about it? I don't like it. It's the one where the dude slowly turns into a lobster. District 9. Is that District 9? The dude slowly turns into a lobster. He's slowly turning into a lobster. Yeah, if you haven't seen this movie, it's pretty ridiculous. It is a really good movie. This is a really good movie. It's dark, though. I wouldn't necessarily call that sad. Flemballer, I was pretty sad about watching the new Joker sequel, Hours of My Life, I'll never get back. No. I don't mean sad in like a meme sad. Is this, can I let this go? Can you let this go? All right, I'm gonna let it go. Reality can't touch me that way. Reality can touch me that way. Fiction cannot. I got you. I like a good sad story. It reminds, and I think, okay, let's be honest. My children, I've worked really, there's a combination, and I don't know what the percentages is. It's a combination of me working my ass off my entire life and also getting lucky. Which, I mean, obviously, okay? I don't know what that percentage is, and I do like the Wayne Gretzky quote, the harder I work, the luckier I get. I believe that. But also, what that has meant is that my children, like, my kids have never been hungry, and they never will be hungry. It's just the way it is. You know what I mean? Like, my kids have it good, and I want them to. Like, that's mission accomplished, right? It's seriously mission accomplished, and I'm happy that's the case. Having said that, you know, it's not a terrible thing when, you know, you're, I don't know, I think a good sad, you know, thing for your kids, keep them, you know, keep them grounded. Give you an example. The Last of Us, huh? You mean the TV show? Give you an example. You can go to Disney Plus. It might be somewhere other than that, but I know it's there. There's a Hans Christian Andersen story, and I remember because I read the actual story when I was a kid. Okay, called The Little Matchstick Girl. It's a good one. It's very good. The short story, the Disney short story, it's very good. There is no dialogue. It's music only. It's very pretty music. I really like the music. The visuals are great. Everything is really good. And hey Jay Marshall, I haven't seen you forever. I bet you've been busy. We have some things to chat about. I see that wink, and I know what that wink means. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is pretty rough. You know, I've never seen that movie. An anime called Silent Voice. Oh, I'm writing that one down. And maybe it's because I showed my kids, especially my oldest, growing up, things like The Little Matchstick Girl that I just mentioned, or things like Jurassic Park, the episode of Futurama that if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? Best episode of Futurama. Just if you don't know, if you don't know what that is, just watch Jurassic Park sometime. Just do it. All that stuff, right? Yeah, the TV show, the oral story is very emotional. There's one episode in particular that I was bawling at. Oh, I know which episode you're talking about. It's a good episode. It's a good one. Ooh, we're kind of poking out over there. You stop poking? Boop. All Dogs Go to Heaven. Dude, I love that. I loved that one. I watched that one when I was a kid too. That's a good one. Survivor of the Paradise Fire affected me less than some of my family. Southern fires right now suck, but so this is sadness or reality. I hear you, Josh. I hear you. I do. Well, that's the nice thing about fictional sadness, is because it's over, because it's not real. And of course, sadness being a relative term, but yeah, I started this evening with my oldest daughter, who had been wanting to watch this independently of me talking about it. She talked about wanting to watch it for a while. I started it with her, my wife, and then my middle daughter, who I don't know, this is hard to The Secret of Nim. I watched that when I was a kid. I don't remember it though. But yes, if you're not a parent, this may sound really bad to you, but let's just say one of my children needs a reality check. Like she thinks that she is yes. And so I don't mind, you know, hitting her with both barrels of you know, life. You know, she has no idea. I mean, when I was growing up, there were times we didn't have food. Enough food. Or when we had food, it was oatmeal. Right? And it was like I don't think I ever actually went hungry. But to this day, I don't really like eating spaghetti. You know, it is what it is. Like, it's life. You know? Nicodemus the Rat, kind of. Anime Violent Evergarden is really good and sad. Anime Violet Evergarden. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. A Beginning of Up? Well, so Beginning of Up, I went and saw that with my wife. We were on, ooh, what year did that come out? Was I on my honeymoon? Yep, I was on my honeymoon. I saw that with my wife on our honeymoon. And, we saw it at one of my favorite movie theaters. We were in, San Francisco. They have a really, really cool movie theater there. And, yeah. Well, and we had no idea it was in theaters, and we were just like, oh, it's Disney Pixar. And then, you know, you're watching that and you're like 3 minutes in, you're like, what is this? This isn't what I bought tickets for. So yeah, that's a perfect example. But oh, my middle daughter, okay, she's a little big for her britches at you know, the ripe age of 11. She needs a little reality check from every now and then. So we started I was wondering if anybody was gonna say it. Violent Evergarden. Oh, Twitch agrees, Rex. Killer Rain agrees with you on Twitch. It's definitely a reality check. Good if you care about the innocence and trauma that changed your life. There's nothing wrong with wanting to make sure your kids never want for anything, but it's really hard to do without occasionally introducing an entitled brat. She's not exactly an entitled brat in that sense. It's more of an overall attitude that she knows what life is about, right? She's extremely polite, she's awesome, she's bubbly, but there's just this attitude that she knows already, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, girl. and so I use media to help me to show that, like, hey, there's a lot out there to just a little bit of, and it's not really humbleness, but it is. It's kind of hard to describe. That, like, you know, there's another one that I'm not happy with. Can I just delete that? Yeah. Nope. That one, that's bad. Bad, okay. Do one less. So I was hoping that somebody would bring it up, but we started Grave of the Fireflies tonight in as a sub, not a dub. Oh, you sooner. I have people in real life who could not guess my age, but you did it in 2 tries without ever meeting me. I got lucky. Okay, sooner. I got lucky. And you did give me a couple of good hints. And losing control helped. Right. Well, and right now at 11, it's not that big of a deal, but one of the things that I feel like I have a strength in, or it's not even a strength. I wouldn't even call it a strength. It happens, and sometimes I wish it didn't. But I feel like that I can look down the road, you know, and see the consequences or the potential consequences of things, and I can't help but see them, right? And so I'll give you an example. My son, he lies. He's 5, okay? And so it's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it is what it is, right? But he freaking lies. He tries to get out of, he gets in trouble. He's a boy, and he's got all sisters, and he lies. And so to me, that is such a huge deal, because that is one of the worst things that you can do as you're growing up, is being dishonest instead of taking responsibility. Because it's not just that he's going to be dishonest with the people around him and not take responsibility, he's going to be dishonest with himself, and that's way worse. Now, he's 5, we're working on it. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint, it's all good. But there's an example, right? And now my daughter's 11, you know, and you know, I will say, and my mother, it drives my mother up the wall, she corrects adults. She doesn't really correct me, but like, although sometimes she does. And so I look for opportunities to help provide her context with life, we'll say. Asphalt City is about the life of a teen who joins to be a paramedic. Sees the reality of how cruel the world can be and how you think the decision being made will help the individual, but when you think you're helping, you're not in the victim's eyes. Interesting. Brent, I recall both daughters going through a bit of that around 11. Yeah, well, and here's the problem. My middle daughter is extremely intelligent. In a lot of cases, she does know what's going on, right? And that's the difficult part. You know, and I see a lot of myself in her, and I guarantee you, I needed, you know, there were some reality checks that happened to me that I hope that I can do for her in a more gentle way than they happened to me. That's really what it comes down to. I don't want them, you know, I don't want my kids to have to go through the things that happened to me, so that I could, you know, I want them to learn in a more gentle way. And I think watching something or exposing them to different kinds of media that can help give them a better context for, like, you know, maybe something as simple as how good their life is, right? I think it's important. I think, you know, anyway, your daughter needs to work drive-through fast food. Yeah. I remember a big eye-opening for me was taking public transportation. When I was in college, I didn't have a car for a while, and I lived, I had to take public transportation to get to school, and that really opens your eyes, man. Let me tell you. That's just in your city, right? What about another country or another time? I think that looks really good. So now let's go through and let's trim out the pieces that we don't need off the backside here. And we'll do it in chunks. Like right here is perfect. We don't need this. All the way up. We don't need this. So yes, we started Grave of the Fireflies. I'd never seen it. My oldest daughter, who I think probably due to me, has become a bit of a glutton for punishment when it comes to watching sad stuff. And she was like, oh, I wanted to see that. And I think part of it too is because in her writing, she wants to be a writer. She loves sort of the emotional, you know, making her reader, you know, feel the emotions. And so for her, it's a little bit of a study in how to make people feel things in your writing, you know. But yes, we're about 45 minutes into Grave of the Fireflies right now. We were watching it before I started the stream. I mean, it is very good. It's visually amazing, you know? I mean, there's a reason that it's talked about so much. And you know what's going to happen. They tell you at the beginning. You know, and then it's a tragedy watching it play out. You know, it's so far it's very good. You know, and my oldest is over there loving it. I don't know how my middle daughter is taking things currently. I wonder if we go in and then come back. Probably we can get rid of ooh, let's keep that. Get rid of the glass. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, see if you can get your hands on the little matchstick girl. It's about 7-8 minutes. The music is really, really good. It's a solid piece. I actually really like watching it. But again, you know, I have, you know, issues. What I want to make sure that we don't do here is be distracting. I want a nice clean pane in the front, and so we have to clip these square edges in a way that will look good from the other side. Ooh, there's a thing we can fix, I think. Yeah, from a behavior psychology standpoint, they say parenting is done in the margins. 5% of the total of the person will be is because of the parents. Rough fact to take in, maybe, but it, you know, doesn't change the nature of my responsibility. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't matter to me. Even if it's 1%. You know what I mean? Then it's still, I have a job to do the best that I can. I have a responsibility to do the best I can. The young rarely appreciate what they have. I'm 60 and have it good. Sadly, I recently lost a friend that was only 26 to brain cancer. We never know how long we have. I agree. Let's see. Are we done here? Well, where was I gonna go? Oh, I was gonna fix this. This one right here. All right, do we have one side of this thing done finally? I think so. I mean, not the lights, right? But the architecture. Let's clean up these. So yes, Grave of the Fireflies. We've been going through and watching quite a few of those Studio Ghibli, or however you say it, various movies. My kids enjoy them, and I haven't really seen any of them. My wife had seen some, and so she always wanted to kind of watch them with me, but we never really got around to it, and so now we're watching them with the kids. Seen Spirited Away? That's one we watched. Yeah, we watched that a few months ago. So we watched Spirited Away, we watched Kiki's Delivery Service, we watched The Flying Castle. There's two of them. Castle in the Sky. There's two castle ones. There's one where the girl gets old. We haven't watched that one yet. We watched the Flying Castle one, but I fell asleep. I don't remember how it ends. I don't usually fall asleep during movies, but I was really tired. Probably one of these 12-hour streams. Are we good? I think we're good. How's Moving Castle? Yeah. And then the other one's called Castle in the Sky, right? We started Princess Mononoke, or however you say that, but like after like the third decapitation, I was like, well, maybe I shouldn't be watching this with my younger children, and we haven't gotten back to it. But I do want to finish that one. You're not trying to change me? No. And I am not implying that you were. I just am saying how I look at things. That's all. And it was not meant as a discouragement. Yeah. No worries. I wasn't taking it as such. So there's our height. Just completed the quartz tree and the MAM. Nice. I tend to think that, at least for me, you never heard of it? The princess one that I was talking about? This one. HBO Max has all of the, like a lot of the Studio Ghibli stuff. I mean, I should have known I probably shouldn't be watching it with my like 8 and 5-year-olds, because there's like blood all over her face. Like it's kind of from a in retrospective, it makes a lot of sense. It was rough. It was a little intense there for a while. I'm sure it's really good, but I don't want to. I was like, maybe we should hold off on this. But yeah, the other thing is too, kids are so different. You know? Oh, what was I was talking about? So I feel like for me, my I think often we will this suck. Let's move it a little more. We will often either copy the trait type our parents have or the way they look at things, or we'll do the opposite. Like for me, there's certain things that I do pretty much exactly like my parents did, and then there's other things that I do pretty much exactly the opposite because I watched what happens when my parents did them. And I don't know, maybe I think about this stuff more than the average person does. You suck. Okay, so we're gonna have to put in the 3-way thing anyway. So why don't I not worry about this? Let's just lock this in. had before. It goes right there. But I don't know. I feel like like I said, I feel like my parents had a pretty big influence on who I became. Besides, I don't know if you know this. I don't think I've said it today, but all of my kids, the only child of mine that is not currently homeschooled is my oldest daughter. And she only recently, she went to 8th grade. And then she is, oh, we have to put the 3 depth in. And she, there. Went to high school. She's going to high school, public high school. So she went to public 8th grade and public high school. But she was homeschooled up until that point. So I tend to think you were playing Halo at 8 years. Well, I mean, Halo didn't exactly have, you know, 4K graphics of blood and gore. Let's be honest. Mostly, I don't have a problem with them seeing stuff like that. I just hadn't seen it. Every kid, and that's the other thing, every kid is different. So I know that some of my kids need, you know, it's okay for them to see certain things, or that I may even want them to see certain things. And other kids, they aren't ready for stuff, you know? But if I haven't seen it, then it's hard for me to... Wait, am I doing this? We have to do it this way. 85-inch TV and ultra high def. Yeah, so you can see that blood and guts even better. That's why I got my TV. I mean, I don't know about you guys. Spin up some Saving Private Ryan and go to town. But yeah, I do tend to think that maybe we have more influence over our kids in general, since my wife teaches them. I mean, they don't, you know, they don't go to public school yet. But I also have a daughter between my oldest and my middle, who is special needs, and she probably will not be able to go to public school. My daughter has something pretty rare, actually. Called Williams syndrome, and most people have never heard of that. We're looking here. Ooh, I like it. I think I want to push it to the right. Well, Schindler's List may be on the I will watch Schindler's List with my oldest and probably my middle child at some point. How do we want to handle this? where we place this now will help or hurt us in the future. The glass, I think. But yeah, I'm not against it. And again, humble isn't exactly the right word, but I think I know what you're saying. She needs context for life. Yes. I did watch Band of Brothers with my oldest daughter last year at some point. God, I love that show. It's so good. You guys ever hear the joke that when men over 30 have to we have to choose you have to choose one of three things. Choosing all three is acceptable, but at minimum all men at the age of 30 and any I'll tell you AI smoke in a sec. And if any ladies are listening, you know, keep this in mind for context. All men at the age of 30, we are contractually obligated by life to choose at least one of three hobbies. We either have to get and get way too into it. We either have to get way too into smoking meat, World War II history, or the history of the Roman Empire. Okay? One of, at least, minimum, one of those. All three are acceptable. Gorthal says 2 out of 3. I chose World War II and smoking meats. But the Roman Empire's been growing on me lately. I actually was also really interested in ancient Japan. I think that time is just awesome. Like, it's super, super interesting. History in general. Yeah, I mean, that's really that's the joke. I mean, not the joke, that's the underlying truth to it, right? It's history in general. I don't know what it is. It's definitely a guy thing at a certain point where, like, it's just way more important to me than it was before, trying to learn about the things that have come before. You know what I mean? World War II and Roman history. So no smoking meats for you, Korthal, huh? Oh, my window bugged out, you guys. My chat window. I have a backup chat window because this first one tends to bug out. And I just checked the backup, and so the last message that I saw was Josh saying, not meant as a discouragement, just a reality. And I hadn't seen any chat after that. So up next, Game of Thrones. Ready, kids? So my oldest daughter, from the perspective of wanting to become a writer and writing, at some point, I will probably watch Game of Thrones with her, but we will be skipping scenes. Okay? Many scenes will be skipped. But yes, I like that. Yeah, the Red Wedding made me shaking mad for a couple of weeks. Yeah, I more or less threw my book across the room at the end of the season 1 when Boromir met his fate. I read it first. That's good to hear. You see what they're trying to do to kids in the school. So I'm in California. You know, I talk about politics adjacent items, but I do try to not talk directly about them, if you know what I'm saying. And so I don't think it's a matter of what is specifically happening. In general, I think that it's important for me to know that my kids know who they are before people who I don't know are allowed to have undue influence on them or unrestricted influence on them. You know, and that's just what I believe. And you know, and I've worked hard to be able to make sure that my family can survive off of one income. My wife has never worked, though she did just start teaching at an art school. That isn't really about making like a bunch more money for us or anything like that, of course, because she wanted to teach art. So she recently just started, and so we make jokes now that I'm gonna become a full-time streamer and she has to pay the bills. You know, it's been 15 years. It's you know, it's your turn. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree. But that isn't the main reason for it. Josh. Jay Marshall, gonna have to run for 2 to 3 hours. We'll be back. All right, Jay, we need to chat. There's things, you're probably not here because I didn't see your chat when you first said it. Hi, it's me from Belgium. Hey, Karlami, welcome back. 40, you failed this test. Josh, you're not into smoking meats or Roman history or World War II history. Sad. My dad's way too into a hobby as Lego, but he was doing that way before 30. Yeah. But a general knowledge of all history, I guess, includes war and Romans. Yeah, I don't know. I was just really into it. I was into some of that stuff early as well. Good night, construction. I need to try to get back to daytime schedule. All right, Papu. Sorry if I missed. Sorry if you're already gone, but have a good night. We're logical creatures. When we see issues, we look for solutions. The solutions require us to know more in history. There's a lot more to know. Well, and I think that is true too as we get older. So for me, I can say for me, as I've gotten older, I've realized that the knowledge that I have of myself, of my own experiences getting older, would have been amazing to have when I was younger. And then I think that subconsciously drives me to like learn more about other things, and maybe I can, like you said, you know, maybe there's something to learn. We have really high up to go still. I did a history of warfare and architecture in high school. I read encyclopedias and Jane's catalog for you read encyclopedias and Jane's catalog for fun. Yeah. I remember I was watching so I watched Star Trek: The Next Generation. By the way, AI smoking. I'm gonna follow up on that question and conversation. I haven't forgot. But when I was growing up young, I was watching Star Trek: Next Generation. I was born in 1984, and so I remember I was in the old house. We moved in 92, so we're talking 90, 91. And I remember watching new episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation, you know, and then having to go to bed. And they were on Saturday night. I remember because, you know, had to get up, go to church the next day. So, you know, I remember. And I was very into them. And then when I was in high school, I never really got into Deep Space Nine. I don't know. I know they're good. I was never into them. When I was in high school, Voyager was coming out. They were new episodes. And they were doing syndicated reruns at 10 o'clock at night. And I did manage to finally convince my parents that I could stay up till 11 watching them and get up and go to school. Took me a while, but I did convince them. And I did, and I could. Even back then, I didn't really sleep all that much. I had zero period too, by the way. We're slowly losing battle. Those angles are very close, but they're slowly but surely getting out of whack. Don't call me Shirley. But there was an episode of Voyager. It's probably really bad. If I went back and watched it now, I'd probably be like, ugh. But where they run into this race of hunters, and they've sort of hunted out all of the, and they hunt people, right? They hunt sentient. They don't hunt animals, right? They hunt people. And they had sort of run out of people to hunt, and so the Voyager episode, it starts off and all of the characters don't know who they are, and they are World War II characters. No, I don't want a photo. World War II characters. Turns out they're in the holodeck, and they have to be the resistance, like Janeway, I think, is the French resistance, and the hunters have made themselves be the Nazis, and they're in the holodeck, and they've removed their memories, and so the crew think that they are those people, and we don't see the setup. We just see that they're already, you know, in World War II. And I just remember seeing that and being super interested even then about it, and knowing like what happened, and remember there still is, I don't know, are there any World War II vets still alive? Are there any World War II veterans still alive? Yep, some World War II veterans are still alive, but their numbers are declining rapidly. In 2024, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs estimated that fewer than 66,000 World War II veterans are still alive. Well, that's actually a lot. This is less than, wow. This is less than 0.5% of the 16.4 million Americans who served in the war. Crazy. Yeah, tens of thousands. You're right, 66,000. You remember that episode? Part 2 episode? Yeah. So that one kind of like, I don't know. And then not Game of Thrones. Funny, both HBO series. Band of Brothers hit. And that, dude, like very, very core memory for me. I love that show. Absolutely ridiculously amazing. But yeah, that one in particular, that Voyager episode. Voyager is not a great series in general, I would say. You know, there's a trick for figuring out if the Voyager episode that you're gonna watch is gonna be any good or not. The trick is what the captain's hair looks like. If the captain's hair is long and in a ponytail, it's not gonna be a good one. If it's shorter and like cut above her shoulders, and not in a ponytail, then it's gonna be a better episode. When they changed the writing, and they changed her hair at the same time. So that's how I tell. Is like, oh, this is a later episode, when they knew what kind of show they had. Flem, it was all happening at the same time, my friend. Talk about core memories. I'm not gonna repeat that. Flem, that's a handful of things. Are you gonna be the guy that I can't read out loud? Are you gonna be that Twitch viewer for me? The one that I can't read out loud? Yeah, good times. Deep Space Nine Voyager, my favorite. Deep Space Nine in particular is more 7-year story thread than any other Star Trek series. Yeah, Eddie, I hear you, and I've met a lot of people and talked to a lot of people like you that are absolute hardcore Deep Space Nine fanatics. I just haven't been able to get into it myself. It's close enough you might make it to the top without the angle messing it up. I know, we're almost there. It is I mean, it's based on the same angle, so it should be right on the money. Maybe it's not moving and I just think it is. I know, Flem. I've been trying to get in the habit of reading comments to myself first. Really what it comes down to is, like, if I don't recognize your guys' names, or if I don't know you, I try to read it myself first. Because I gotten maybe in trouble a little bit a couple times. Not in trouble, but I feel like there were some times I should have maybe read it first. Flem, finishing off that concept, the big one for me. Do you remember the movie version of Lost in Space with Gary Oldman as the bad guy? Do you remember that? That one was yeah, that was the one that you know, talking about core memories. Yeah. What are we getting rid of right here? We gotta get rid of all that stuff all the way down. Cut this stuff out around the outside. Yes, Lacey Chabert was in that. Who is one of the mean girls in which is another great movie, by the way. And I quote, probably way too much. Gretchen Wieners. Do you know also that Lacey Chabert was the original voice of Meg in Family Guy until they replaced her in like season 2 with Mila Kunis. And that's the second person who's asked me that, Billy. So they're actually not angled. I'm just faking it. So they're all straight, but I've made a blueprint where they brush back in the exact amount that is in the degree, well, maybe exact or very close to exact, that is in the angle that we've moved these back. And so and then I worked out a way to place the next one on top of the last one so that they all line up. So you can see the little pieces sticking out, and then it moves up and the next one sticks out even more. So, we can see the gap between them right here. And it's less than a half a meter. That is not a half meter nudge. It's custom to the angle that we picked, the 12:1 ratio. My window bugged again. What is the deal? Let me reload. Part 2 episode, I think. Yeah, that's the last thing I saw. Yes, tens of thousands. Yeah, I vaguely remember that episode. I remember it kind of jarring. It is jarring. Josh, it's super jarring. I think it hard cuts to like 7 of 9 without her Borg implants in like a ball gown singing on a piano in like a French like bar in the 40s. Like hard cuts to that, like out of nowhere. It is super jarring. Yes, it was Dr. Smith. Danger Will Robbins. I think kids really need a social. Okie Sooner, have you been drinking and smoking on your birthday today? AI Smoking, did you win the contest? I have no idea. Let's look. Was there an announcement? Let's try their YouTube. Did they put a YouTube video out today? Or yesterday? Nope. So I don't know if they've made any announcements about the Vixmas contest, guys. I don't know. Oh, that looks great. My bag of building tricks is deep. That's what she said. A lot of the stuff I just make up on the fly. I think I'll double that one up, all the way up. Not get rid of the glass. But yeah, I don't know what's up with the contest. Okay, so I mentioned it in passing like 30 minutes ago that one of my children is special needs, and I don't mind talking about it at all. Because you never know what other parent is going through stuff like that, so it doesn't bother me to talk about or anything like that. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I gotta delete all these. Look, I got off. Crap. It's a bunch of them. It's 4 of them, and then a bunch of these stupid fixes I did. So my daughter has something called Williams syndrome, and it is so as human beings, or I think maybe all life on Earth, I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I'm certainly not a biologist. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, see how did we get off? Right here. We have 2 copies of each chromosome. Right, so they're doubled up. What Williams syndrome is... Oh, and when the dice is rolled that determines our genetic makeup, whenever you want to say that happens, or whatever name you want to call that. No, of course I haven't been drinking on my birthday. Our genes, our DNA, our chromosomes are zipped up. Okay, they're zipped together. Okay. In Williams syndrome, on one copy, not both copies, but on one copy of one chromosome, the zipper breaks on the way up. And there is a loss of genetic information. On one end. You know how chromosomes look like maybe like X's or K's, right? Or Y's. One of the little legs on the X or K or Y is missing. And so different severities of Williams syndrome, a lot depends on where exactly the zipper broke. And so some people are missing more genetic material than others. And my daughter's is actually fairly mild. We've met some people whose aren't, and it can be very, very rough. So we're thankful for that. She's my second daughter. She is about 18 months younger than my oldest daughter. And we found out very early that she had it. One of the big chromosome, the big gene that is missing is called elastin. And what that does is provide elasticity to your blood vessels and tendons. But also where your tendons and how your tendons connect to your bones. And she's missing that gene. And what is very, very common in people / kids with it is a narrowing of the of your blood vessels, of basically your aortic and pulmonary valves. And so that's and heart murmurs too early. And so that's let's skip that one. And so that's how we found out initially. That's how the initial diagnosis. There's some really kind of interesting things also that are very common with it. Kids with it have similar characteristics, like they look similar. We used to do well, this was before the dark times of 2020. There used to be a event, a fundraiser that we would be a part of, and all of the families of kids that had it would go in California. It was a baseball game. We went to the River Cats game, and they'd all kind of line up, and that's so much cleaner being moved over. I don't have to do that second line. That looks really nice, actually. Really nice. Lot better solution. They all look like brothers and sisters. There's some personality things for sure. My daughter has never had any sort of stranger danger. We had to get special locks and alarms on our front door when she was little. I've had the cops called on me once or twice, once for sure, maybe twice, because she left the house and just started walking down the street. Like, we turn away and she's literally just, you know, and this was like, she was very young, and is literally just walking down the street by herself, you know, talks to anybody. Everybody's, you know, we've had to, I mean, obviously she's 13 now, right? So it's, a lot of these problems are, we're having different problems now. A lot of these problems are old problems, but she would give people hugs without asking, that she'd never met, which some people are fine with, other people's not so much. So, you know, things like that. So very little to no stranger danger whatsoever. Not shy. Definitely some learning issues as well. But yeah, that's we homeschooled before 2020. So in fact, my wife was kind of, by then she was, you know, because everybody had to homeschool during 2020, at least for a year. My wife was sort of the expert, right? Because she'd already been doing it. And by the way, like, just for context here, Coffee Stain Studios said they announced the winner during the next dev stream, and that was about 6 days ago. Good to know. Good to know. Crap, I broke my train of thought. I can't remember precisely what I was going to say. But anyway, for the most part, we've, you know, we've learned to, you know, live with it. Oh, context. So context, my, when I say homeschool, it isn't like, I'm gonna have to break this out here. It isn't like my wife is like writing the curriculum, right? There are programs that you can buy, and what we started doing just a couple of years in is there are at-home charter schools. So it's still homeschooling, but it's a public charter school. And so there's public funding, there's, you know, public money. I have to line this up. You know, and there's check-ins. You know, my kids have Zoom classes almost every day, if not every day. You know, and there are teachers that you know, review their work and stuff like that. So that's the kind of homeschooling that we're talking about, that I'm talking about. But yeah, we had to definitely do the homeschooling for her. And we may end up for probably all through high school. My second oldest child with Williams, we will have to do. After that, I think we're good. So most people haven't heard of it, professionals. There was really only one person. Our anesthesia, she had, when her teeth started coming in, like her baby teeth, they came in decayed. They were already, and they were bad. They had to be removed. And it's not like she did anything wrong. She was, you know, a teething baby. They came in bad. And so she had to have surgery to have them, oral surgery to have them removed. Basically the only person that I've ever, as a professional, the anesthesiologist knew exactly what she had, which is who you want to know, you know? So yeah, there we go. Another wall done. 3 down, 3 panels down, 5 to go, and this thing is starting to come together. I want to get 2 sides in, 2 full sides, and then we'll go out and we'll take a look when we can see kind of one outside corner and see what this is really gonna look like. Plus, we got to put the neon on it as well. Yeah, my wife was the expert in 2020. Yeah, a lot of people came to her like, "How do you do this? How do you do that?" Like, you know, how do you solve this problem? Or like, not like school problem, but like teaching problem, you know? But yeah. My middle child, the one that I was talking about earlier, she wants to go to middle school next year. She'll be in 6th grade next year. And so I'm like, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, you gotta get your crap together. You know, stop being such a smart ass. Sometimes, smart assery is fine. You just it has to be under control. You know, ask me how I know. I'm an expert. But yeah, yeah, the lower one just under, I think, will be fine. You know, mostly school stuff, just making sure that she, has good habits, and she wants to go to middle school. So, it's like 80% chance she'll start next year. We might go 1 or 2 more years. Well, probably not 2. We might go 1 more year of homeschool. Perhaps. Both of these sides are going to have the triple run up here. They make more money because they are only those not practicing medicine. Oh, anesthesiologists? Oh, because they're not okay. I put together your line there. Yeah, anesthesiologists seem to me like very elite. There is... I don't think that's straight. Yeah, no, there's a problem. We're gonna have to redo this. It's off by a meter. It needs to be, this one needs to be flat. But I guess before we do that, let's lock in this wall here. Mycito, good morning yourself. Remind me, Mycito, where are you from? Being that you're saying good morning. For me, although, I mean, I guess technically it is in the morning, barely. It's 12:04, it's just after midnight, my time. Where are we supposed to be here? One more? Wow. I've had a rare arthritis disease since 9. I was 65 in 3 weeks. Last time I walked was 1979 at 19 years old. That's crazy. Austria? I've been to Austria. Have I told that story? I know I've told that story. Let me rephrase. Have you heard me tell that story? Nine a.m. Yeah, I smoke it, and that's crazy, man. I don't really have, I mean, I guess, you know, what my daughter's going through is the closest thing, but other than that, you know, I don't really have a point of reference to really know anything about a situation like that. That is crazy. There are other things too that I haven't talked about with my daughter. Musically inclined. There was an episode of Law and Order where one of the people in it, I don't know if it was a victim or it wasn't like the perp, but like an episode of Law and Order where somebody had Williams syndrome, which was interesting. Eye in the Sky, welcome, man. Porthal, good night, folks. Got to snooze. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Yeah, man. I'll see ya. So Corthal, who just left, he's on YouTube and Twitch usually watches. He there's a handful of my viewers that have started playing Ashes of Creation, and we got a guild going. I'm not doing it. I've got a buddy who's gonna be kind of helping me lead things. He set up the guild, and we do have a this set up in the Discord. Where should we go? Should we go? We'll make this easier. Phlegm. You're gonna be the death of me. Eye in the Sky, welcome, man. But yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun when I get there. What are we gonna do here? Okay, probably bring that in so that it starts, so we get the best head start possible. A little more. That looks good. Mycito, when I was in college, I traveled with an adult choir group. I mean, in a way, I guess you could say professionals, but not professional in the sense that, you know, we got paid, right? It's not like we did it for a living. But we traveled, adults. This guy mentioned your daughter. I hate we were so about to catch up, but what about the original wife? How are things with that? Oh, the wife's good. We're still waiting for, well, it's probably been enough time now. We were waiting. Everything should be good. We were trying to get her hearing aid when this whole thing started with my wife, where she had to have surgery. The surgery happened in August. And she like couldn't lift anything heavier than 20 pounds for like 2 months. All that's good. She doesn't even feel it anymore. It's like it never happened. And she had a cyst on the inside of her ear, like on her eardrum. And so she got rid of that. Her hearing hasn't really improved, but now that that's handled, she should be able to get the hearing aids that she has. She can't really hear out of one ear, which is actually kind of helpful in the sense she sleeps on that side and therefore can't hear me when I live stream. No, she's asleep. She just went to bed. But all of this talking, I'm maybe, I don't know, 10 feet from her, and I never wake her up, ever. I wonder if we go this. Yeah, so she's good. Wish all the best for you and your family. Nightkin. All right, Billy, have a good one. What is this shenanigans? It's not gonna work. That one's not flat either. That's what that means. This really needs to be flat, or we are cruising for asking for trouble. Better start it over. If we don't get the beginning of this right, we're gonna have a big problem. All right, let's see if we can figure this out. But yes, I in college I toured with a adult choir. We sang like the old school, like Handel, you know, Hallelujah chorus, big choir on production stuff. The first trip was to Europe, and so I went to funny, this guy just showed up. I went to oh yeah, see, look, see how it's about halfway on that side, but I went too low on this side. Went to Munich, Vienna, Prague, and Budapest. Sang in some ridiculous churches. Dang it, I keep screwing that up. Oh my god, please stop. Including, and you'll probably know this, there's a very big, very famous church in Vienna that we sang at. Apparently they hold like state funerals there. In fact, there was one while we were there. Let me see if there's any chance I can figure out who that was. What year was that? 2004, maybe. I bet you it was the state funeral of Federal President Thomas Klestel of Austria, July 10th, 2004. I know that I know Arnold went. I think he was the governor of California at the time. I think. Can't remember. But Thomas Klestel. Then let's see. Let me say 2004. World Cup. Is there a World Cup in 2004? What years are the World Cup? Let's see, World Cup. Sorry, I'm getting on a tangent here. Oh, it must have been 2000. It must have been 2006. Who won in 2006? Yeah, the host country was Germany. I was in Germany when the World Cup was there. That's how I can remember when I went. Yeah, the host company was Germany. I was in Germany in 2006. Okay, so it was 2006. It was in 2004, which makes sense. Could have been Otto von Habsburg. Could have been Otto von Habsburg. It was a big deal because we were supposed to sing at the place where the state funeral was. And so stuff got shuffled around and changed. We didn't sing for the state funeral. All right, that should work. Stefan Stom. Let me look that up. I think I'll recognize it if I saw it. Yep. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, this is where we sang. It's ridiculous. I can't. Everywhere we sang on that trip was absolutely unbelievable. I showed a picture a while ago of one of the places in Germany, but this is, I mean, I should do this in Satisfactory. Like, it's ridiculous. This is what the inside here. Yeah, this is what the inside looks like. There's a handful of places. I think I clicked the wrong thing. There's a handful of places that I sort of forgot to actually sing what I was supposed to sing, and I just was looking around, like at the architecture and like how was this built? You know, I love that. I love that shit. Yeah, it's ridiculous. This was definitely it. I've sung in this with them. The one it was like Autobohren, I think, in Germany. That one I've shown that one in the before as well. That was utterly ridiculous as well. I freaking I knew Eye in the Sky. I knew I could count on you to make that sort of comparison, shall we say. We have nice stuff too. All right, I think I finally got it flat. No. Yeah, I know, it's tough. It may not be. It's so close. Here, let's see. The best way to see really quickly. Oop, that is not the button I wanted. Yeah, it is. So we're good. We're good. There's some optical illusion stuff for sure happening, but if it wasn't even, the blueprint gets based on where you point this point, and if this point was lower than where I placed the middle point on there, then these edges here would not line up, and they are off a tiny bit, but for all intents and purposes they line up, and it's good enough for me. You were a developer for 28 years, retired 2021. Oh, nice. Like software developer or real estate developer? Tier 5. With your space elevator in the tower. Oh, with your space elevator in the tower. I would love to see cyberpunk spin on that architecture. Yeah, no, well, so, because I mean, here's the deal. Satisfactory lends itself well to modern building. I mean, look how difficult I'm having to go through to even put things on an angle, right? But I mean, relatively speaking, like, this was not that difficult to build in Satisfactory, right? It's all pretty square. I mean, there's diagonals and stuff, but like, they're square. They're not, you know, basilica, you know, architecture. So it would be tough. Like if we were in a fantasy game, right, where there was more curves and like if this is Valheim or something, then and I had smaller pieces to you know, to work with, then you know, I could possibly do that. Will these buildings kill your memory? Probably, but my memory these days isn't as good as it used to be, so I'm not really as worried about it. All right, I'm sorry. So I will say that this is nowhere going to be near as bad as my Star Wars playthrough was, and that was way worse. And I have reloaded my Star Wars save in update 8, and it plays much better. What's worse than the buildings themselves is a lot of signs, and so I'm actually more worried about the streets with all of these signs than I am about the buildings. But obviously I'm not that worried about it because I designed them with them in there, and because I want to, right? So, well, that looks good. That looks like the shard. I'm happy with that. We have some stuff to clean up, of course, and it'll look better on the whole when it's all done. Okay, so pretty happy with that. You'll be fine, great parents. You lost me on that one. You're talking about, just talking about my daughter? Looks shardy to you? You never go full shard. We was meant as a all non-New World countries, a collective we. I never elevate Germany above other countries. No, just mine. I like how I had this guy. I would never elevate Germany above other countries. Yeah, just mine. I guess we don't count. Hey. We've invented, I mean, you know, we've invented things that we invented something that we're using right now. Eye in the sky. You and I would not be talking if it wasn't for my country. Having said that, those churches are ridiculously sick. And as I said earlier, we were talking about history and World War II and stuff earlier in the VOD. You know, you don't get better history than Europe. I can, you know, I call a spade a spade. I mean, yeah, let me see if I can, I hate making statements that may not be true. Oldest churches. You see, the relevance of this story that I'm going to tell. Yeah, I can't get a date that it was built, but basically when I was growing up, I went to a very, very old church. Like, not like record breaking in terms of like how old it was, but like, and very, very old to me is not, I mean the building. Like, I don't mean the organization, I mean like the structure. It's not very old to you. Like, I get it. What's the saying? Isn't there a saying, old things. Yeah, okay, here it is. This stupid little saying. We've talked about it here before. Americans think 100 years is a long time, and Europeans think 100 miles is a long way. We've talked about that one. And I apologize, guys. I don't know why my YouTube chat keeps bugging. I keep missing stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and I went to the little one. I went to a little guy. Really, really tiny one. That's exactly the kind of thing I was talking about. I better delete this one right now before I cover it up. Oh, ouch. Better not build it there at all, actually. No, not just looks. It's so that I can hide the windows in there. If I don't do that, then I get windows that either I get windows that poke out the side, or I get empty spaces, right? Imagine that these two outer ones aren't there. If I wanted, all of this would have to be no windows. Only about right there does the first pillar block it in. Every window above here, all of these would have to be empty all the way up, right? So if I want to get this glass in here, unless they give me half walls, but they're not. I had somebody ask me, I was streaming Factorio last night, and somebody asked, what is the #1 thing that you wish that you could see in Satisfactory? And that would be it, half walls, including the glass ones. You know, and I don't mean like lengthwise, I mean like widthwise, half walls. Just like we have the half foundation. Like I have a foundation, right? This right here, and I can't put a wall on it. I have nothing to go, like I have nothing to go with this. And I don't have a quarter foundation either. The closest thing I have is whatever the hell this is. Like why don't we have that? It's easy. Like I get there's a whole thing about why we don't have circular foundations. I get that. I understand completely, because this isn't a circular foundation, right? Like an actual curved foundation. I get that we don't have that, and I know why, and I understand. We should have quarter foundations and half walls. I just don't see I don't see any reason not why we don't have them, and if I did, I would have a lot more versatility. But still, I think that this is still looks sick as hell. But that's why we had to go three wide. And I do get that it changes the feel. It actually substantially, I think, changes the feel. I mean, because look how clean this is. Right, well, that's the 3D render. Right, look how clean that is. Right, just the pure glass edge. Right, and that's part of what makes the shard. I can't do that though with the tools that I have. So this is the closest I can get. And to be honest with you, I'm gonna put neon signs on these edges anyway. I think we decided we were gonna go with this. Right, so the neon, just like we did here. Right? We're gonna get that here on these edges. So I'll hide it a little bit, but yeah. Well, yeah, AI smoke, Al smoking. Is that Al? That's Al. I've been saying AI. Al smoking. So Al smoking, do you smoke food? Or do you smoke other things? Oh, let's continue this. Yeah, this was really the only solution that I could think of to still make this work. And I think it's an acceptable sacrifice to make. It doesn't bother me. You know, it does, like I said, it does kind of change the feel. And like I said, we can hide it a little bit by putting a light on it. Not hide it, but make it more about the light and less about the fact that I had to do that. Having said that, I don't really like how this looks as we get to the top. I can't really see any ways around it. It'll look even weirder if I remove them. So we're just gonna go with it. And the lights will still be there, so it's gonna be really hard to tell really what this looks like until we get kind of it all done, because I think buildings in general, but the shard specifically, a lot of it has to do with kind of like the whole is greater than the sum of the pieces. You know, it's how everything fits and works together, I think. Yeah, see, we have this strange, but having said that, let's pull this out because we need to do this, I think. We'll hide that with the signs. I'll do something about this. Actually, we can probably get rid of some of this. I'm not gonna worry about that. The lights will cover up a lot of that. Oh, it's the twist. Twist is kind of throwing things off. I don't know if we change it, it'll be any better. No, it's just off in a different way. All right, I'm gonna let that go. We'll fine tune that when we get back up here with the paint, the glass pane. I mean, now I'm nervous that Twitch's chat is broken. Let me make sure. Nope, we're okay. All right, hold on. I need a drink of something. Iced tea tonight. Eye in the Sky. I haven't seen you in a while. I've been streaming every night. If you happen to see me on Factorio, you should pop in. I could show you around. I've been enjoying my time playing it. A little too much, some may say. Speaking of which, I do have a work trip that I have to go on Wednesday night of next week. I have to head down to the San Francisco Bay Area for a client. I'm giving a presentation in the evening for a school board. For my job. And I'm taking along a coworker, gonna do a little training. Not really training per se, but more just like You know, let's just say that person would be the one taking over for me if I were to ever full-time stream. I'm actually, you may be shocked to find this out, public speaking, at least at that scale, no nervousness from me, no problem at all. And I really know my material. I don't feel like anybody can ask me a question where I don't know the answer. The difficult part of it is the politics part, and knowing kind of like if there's any things that I should stay away from talking about. That's the if anything, that's the challenge. Yeah, I was streaming every day. I was. Yeah, here I showed this earlier. These are my streams. These are my the streams are the ones that have the, you know, the little dot with the two curves on each side. So yeah, every day I streamed every single day this week, and then I released two videos, well, two videos in a stream that day, and then a video and a stream that day, and then streams. So there you go. Out of the last 28 days, I've streamed most of them. You guys want to see a secret? I'm just gonna show it fast. Ready? Whoop. That was my other stats on my channel. I've actually shared that kind of stuff in the past. Now I messed my windows up though. Okay. We're all good. I was smoking. I was going to smoke food on YouTube back in 2012. Then my wheelchair broke, hence the name. I was smoking tea. I'm gonna change it soon. I was thinking about starting a survival channel. My survival, maybe surviving Albert. I've actually grown to hate Al smoking tea. A survival channel, huh? Interesting. Where do you live? Al smoking. What was I gonna build? I was going to delete this. Maybe build a little something like this. And this. And that. Oh, I gotta probably do... There we go. It's a little funky there. Maybe there. Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares about the money that I make. And that's actually it's down kind of a bit. That's not why I'm really streaming more. But I don't mind. I'm not really doing this for the money yet. But one day, if I do want to be full time, then money is obviously a factor, right? I do wish I made more so that I could pay somebody. You know, I wish I could. That's what I want to do. I want to pay somebody to help me edit. We talked about this already, so I don't want to talk about it again. But I want to pay somebody to help me edit. So that's why I'm I keep an eye on things. Plus, there's the that's just YouTube. There's Twitch money too, obviously, but it's a lot less. We're gonna try to remember to leave one of these. Leave one of these just in case, so I don't have a repeat of earlier tonight when I lose my reference points. All right. New Jersey. Nice. You got so what's up with the I mean, I'm gonna have to ask you. You know I am. So how's the drones up there in New Jersey? Starting to prep, canning, gardening, freeze drying, hydroponics. Yeah, I mean, those channels are really big. Like YouTube channels like that are big. Yeah, that is off a little bit, but alas. In the sky, I don't know Factorio, and it could be a great game. The greatest game, could you say? The greatest game. It's a great game. I played it. It's the greatest game. No, I can't do it. But what about the crust? Tried to watch someone else play, but no one is any interesting. Eye in the Sky, are you saying that you find my gameplay interesting? My playthroughs, even if all it is you just yelling at me about them. Start putting food away before it's too late. I don't rotate as well as I should. I also live with my father-in-law, and let's just say, Al, I believe that you and my father-in-law would get along very nicely. We bought back in 2020. Remember, like, for a month, everything crashed and went crazy. Like, oil was so cheap that you couldn't give it away. Silver had crashed, gold has crashed, crypto crashed insanely, the stock market. Like, March of 2020, everything was just insane, right? I went out with my father-in-law, and we basically bought all the silver. Not all the silver, okay? We're not, like, hideously wealthy or anything. We bought a lot of the silver in our area over a few months. So we picked up on silver, like not like bars, although we bought some not bars, but like, you know, in bar form, but mostly coins. A little bit of gold, but mostly silver. I don't do anything too crazy. I do so when I make barbecue, when I trim briskets, I got a really nice vacuum sealer. I vacuum seal everything up, and I make sausages later. So I have, you know, a lot of frozen stuff from that sense. I think we have two fridges, 2 freezers. I have 5 kids. Plus my father-in-law lives with me, so. Yeah, I did. I'll go back and clean it up. Mostly because, I didn't leave one over there, Cimmerian, when I was building, and then I had to go backwards, and I didn't have a point of reference to build on. And now I'm just kind of like nervous about it. Not nervous, but I just want to keep it there just in case. I'll clean it back up on, I'll clean it up on the way down. Would how else would I bear all your rambling if it wasn't interesting? We all have our strengths. Try that again. Go, better. That's not gonna work. See why I made these so wide? So I have to let these go up here, and it looks kind of crappy, but it is what it is. Backup power, yeah. No, it's a good point. I've only, you know, partially. Oh, I rent right now. Trust me, if certain things go certain ways over the next few years, I want nothing more than a big piece of land. You know, probably, well, I would prefer not to be in the state that I'm in for reasons. But I can't really move out of state anytime soon for other reasons. Not because I'm like a felon or anything, so don't, you know, don't start making assumptions. My mother, if I tried to take my mother's grandchildren farther than a couple hours away from her, you guys may never hear from me again. Okay, so I'm just saying, I can't really move to a state that I would maybe perhaps prefer to. Ooh, are we ready to overlap yet? One more should do it. But yeah, I'd like a big piece of land where that I own, that I can maybe not go full crazy prepper. Not that you're crazy, Al, but you know what I mean. You know, do something. A little bit is better than nothing. Right now, it's mostly just getting through the day-to-day, and you know, it's hard. We'll have to, you know, decide where we're gonna spend our limited 24 hours a day doing. And I can definitely say that, probably like most people that are hearing me right now, that I don't always pick the best things. I'm gonna get this down to where we can just do one, and it'll really speed up. Can we do it now? So close. Yeah, I think we're doing it. Hey, Texan 1995. Wasn't able to say hi when I got in, but good morning, Ken. Good morning yourself. Oh, I built the wrong one. How did that happen? I probably rotated it hitting E. Can we sneak a window in there? Are we already a half nudge? Ooh. I think that's the last one that we can do, though. I don't think we can do the next one up. Yeah, let's try. Can we push our luck? When are we gonna run out of luck? Yeah, it's not really worth it. But yeah, Eye of the Sky, I've been really enjoying Factorio. Kind of got the bug. And it's a more complete game than the Crust. You actually probably would enjoy it. Off-grid? Well, I mean, I'm not I'm not gonna keep saying that word, even as a joke. You know, I don't want to go. I like my internet, but I could absolutely see myself having like a really nice home studio where I could stream from. You know, my wife teaching. She wants to start teaching art lessons in the house, in the home, bringing people over. She's a very, very good teacher. And you know, like piano lessons, they pay very well. You know, and you get somebody who really wants to be good. My wife could, like, if you had a kid that really wanted to learn oil painting, like landscape oil painting, like my wife would be the one to teach that child. Like, absolutely, hands down, that kid is going to get better at it. You know, and it's really just a matter of starting the business and putting the time in. But, you know, I would love to do that, as well as, you know, doing what I do. There's some other things I want to do too. You know, besides, you know, if I got the opportunity to not have to do a 9 to 5, right? If I got to live my dream, you know, then I wouldn't only do this streaming, right? Although obviously that'd be a huge part of it. There's some other things I want to do too. I don't even really want to say them out loud, like they sound silly when I say them out loud. But let's just say there are some things that, some skills that I wish I had, and some things that I would like to do, you know, with machining and, you know, mechanical engineering, garage type hobbies. So I could definitely see a place where, you know, I got a big piece of property, a little bit far away from everybody, probably not off grid, but something that, you know, it would have a garden and, you know, again, maybe not big enough to be able to supply the food for all 7 people that live in my home. Oh, wait, no, there's 8 of us. But at least a little something, you know? Lots of homesteaders stream off-grid. Here's the problem with homesteading. That is a lot of work. I do like the idea. From a practical perspective, though. Oof. Oof. Hey, Sasha. But yeah, Eye in the Sky, if you're still around, I will get back to the crust at some point. They have had some really big updates since I last played, and so I'm looking forward to trying it out and seeing, you know, what it's like. And I enjoyed my time, similarly to how I've been enjoying my time playing Factorio this week. So, and Shapes 2, same thing. I want to hit up Shapes 2 again. Super Luke, first time chatter on Twitch. Hi yourself. Now, Eye in the Sky, did you play the crust, or are you just a viewer? If you're a first-time chatter, well, I guess I probably shouldn't, you know, make assumptions. Cake, fingers, icing, can't type. Wow. Color be shocked. Oh my gosh, that's also not what I wanted. All right, better. Super Luke, if you're a first-time chatter, have you seen the city? Or have you been here a while and not said anything? Or have you been here before and not said anything? This is the Satisfactory city that we are working on. And I am working on building the next building right now. And it's turning out. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. It's had 5 commercials. Yuck. Yeah. You haven't seen the city. So just real quick on the commercials. Twitch is forcing me to make a choice. Either I have to put pre-roll ads on meaning, and pre-roll ads are when you click on a channel, and before you even get to watch any content, you have to sit through like a minute or 2 minutes of ads. So either I have to do that, and that's really bad for the channel because I really need, like, like if you've been here before and you want to watch my channel, then you'll sit through the 2 minutes of ads. But a new person that's just trying somebody for the first time, they're not going to stay for a minute or 2 minutes of ads right when they click on the channel before they can say anything. They can't see anything and they have to watch a pre-roll ad. So I get to choose. Either I do pre-roll ads or I do 3 minutes of ads an hour. And so, you know, it sucks that you had to sit through 5 commercials, but unfortunately, I have to make that choice. And it is a close choice, but I decided to go ahead and go with the 3 minutes per hour so that I don't have pre-roll ads. So it sucks. It is, in that sense, a better viewing experience to watch on YouTube because I don't have commercials in the live in YouTube. Now, if you're listening to my voice not live, if you're watching a VOD, and I have a lot of VOD watchers, then you are getting commercials. But the big difference there is that you're not missing anything because the VOD is paused during the commercial. A commercial during live, you're gonna miss stuff because obviously during the commercial I'm still talking, right? So that's the biggest difference between. That's off a little bit. Here, let's look. Yeah, we can do better. So yeah, it sucks. I apologize. But like I said, I do have an alternate option. Especially if you have like YouTube Premium, which, by the way, I bought YouTube Premium probably almost 10 years ago. I have never, ever once regretted it. I watch so much YouTube. I watch more YouTube than any other thing combined. Like, if I had to get rid of something, I would probably get rid of HBO first, even though it's pretty cheap. And then I would get rid of Disney Plus. I mostly get that for the kids. Freaking Bluey. And then after that, I mean, we don't have Hulu. We don't have Apple. We don't have. Oh, my wife had BritBox for a while. She likes all the BBC, the old shows and stuff. All right, see you, Super. Oh, so Twitch gave me both Super Luke and or Super Lux and Al Smokin had the same color of chat, and I didn't read closely enough. So I thought, Al, when you were saying the 5 commercials, I thought you were the new guy. So, sorry. That actually makes more sense that you had to sit through 5 of them because, you know, you've been watching longer than somebody who maybe just joined and said hello for the first time. But yeah, YouTube Premium. I don't see any YouTube commercials at all. And like I said, I watch way more YouTube content than I do any other channel, any other single channel. Not even close. I watch more YouTube content than all the rest of them combined. Easily. Like, I would probably cancel everything else. Well, Amazon Prime is interesting because we actually don't have Amazon Prime because of the streaming service with 5 kids, and my wife with Amazon Prime does all the purchasing for like not just our family, but like her mother as well, and another person. They have her do all of their Amazon buying for them. because of she has the free shipping. So that one we probably wouldn't get rid of for a while, but that one's more expensive, obviously. Speaking of Amazon Prime, if anybody does have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free Twitch sub a month. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. To do with whatever you want. Oh, they pay you for the commercials? They do. They do. Yeah, yeah. I mean, people make tens of thousands of dollars off of Twitch commercials. I don't. Most of my income from Twitch comes from gifted subs, and you guys, some members of my audience gift a lot of subs. A lot. Very small amount get here, let's look. What did I get for Twitch commercial revenue in the most recent days? Bum 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 bum. Analytics. So I got a huge look at this spike. 171 hours streamed in the last 30 days. $238 in gifted subs. I mean, I'll just show you the whole thing. I don't care. This is more than double because of this one night streaming. This is when you guys were going crazy, and I think I was gifted like 150 subs in one night. So 8 hours of ad breaks. Oh my God, it's gross. I wonder if they break this out. Oh yeah. Ads, $50. $50 in ads for last month. So there you go. Yeah, look, 2 minutes, 54 seconds ad time per hour. So it's set to under 3 minutes. And the only reason it's this big this month is because of this crazy night of gifted subs, which is definitely not a normal thing. I'm the Amazon buyer for my house. I'm not asked super often. Yeah. You don't need to premium, just tape running a custom script you can probably get from that skips ads or play them. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that necessarily fits. But see, the Sky, I watch it on my TV. I watch it on my phone. I mean, that's not going to work on TV. I watch most of my YouTube on TV, on my TVs. So I go down and sit down in my living room. I don't turn on a movie. I don't watch any TV. I canceled my cable years ago. You know, I have no TV. I have no broadcast television service. I have a TV. Because speaking of which, my I have a fairly large television that I bought when I moved into the house over the summer. One of my big splurges. One of the biggest splurges I've ever done for myself. Well, that's not true. I bought myself a truck that I definitely didn't need. But other than the truck, I bought a TV that I definitely didn't need to spend that much money on because I wanted to, and I watch YouTube on that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to pay for 1 month of television, so that because the Super Bowl party is gonna be at my house. There. So I'll probably have to pay for like $30 for the month so that I can watch the Super Bowl. Because I've got the party house on purpose. My wife and I love hosting people, and that's when I usually do most of my barbecuing. But yeah, we can't even, because I don't have a TV. I don't have a TV service. Yeah. Well, my kids don't even know what like regular television is. Like they don't have to watch like regular TV commercials. Oh, you use the TV, but it's through your laptop HDMI? Yeah, that's a nice solution. And like I said, my YouTube Premium, it works on all my devices, and like I said, I've never regretted it. And by the way, in case you didn't know, content creators, myself, if you do have YouTube Premium, we do get paid off of that. It's actually a pretty interesting method of payment too, because there's no ads. Basically, so YouTube takes a cut of pretty much everything. I think they take 60%. They take 60% of the ad revenue. Like our split is 40, or maybe it's 45. I think it's a little bit less than 50. And so that's there for everything, membership, everything, right? Which is fine, because I wouldn't have my channel if it wasn't for YouTube. So it doesn't bother me. You guys, nobody who's hearing my voice right now would be hearing my voice if I didn't have YouTube's help to get there. So it doesn't bother me that I have to pay for that. And it's the same. It's also kind of the same thing with the YouTube Premium. But also, just think of all the time that I've saved. And I do understand that there are other methods, right, of avoiding ads besides YouTube Premium. But I look at it this way. If I were gonna go see a movie in a theater, which I love doing, it would cost me basically $15 a person. And that doesn't include the gas to get there. It doesn't include the food if I want to get popcorn or something, right? It basically costs $15 to go see a movie. 2 hours, 2.5 hours movie. I still think that there's value in that, depending on the movie. I'm not going to go see just anything, right? But there's value on that, right? And so, and I'll pay that. Is it expensive? Yeah, of course. It sucks, but I'm going to do that if the movie's good enough. So if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to spend $15 for 2 hours of entertainment, of course I'm going to spend $15 for the hours and hours and hours and hours of YouTube that I watch per month. Like, why wouldn't I? If a 2 hour or 3 hour movie has that value for me, having that experience, plus I don't go by myself, right? So it's not really $15 a month. Imagine taking, 7 kids to go see a movie, which I don't think I've ever done, but even just me and the wife, right? That's $30 minimum, right? YouTube Premium was like $15 a month. I think we do family now, so I don't know exactly how it pencils out these days, but assuming it's around $15 a month, like there's so much value in that, So I just don't like everybody's financial situation is their own, of course. Oh, there he goes. Mini Keg gifted 10 community subs. Blaze, well, you're awesome. Thanks for hanging out. But Mini Keg, you're even more awesome for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. YouTube. What's YouTube Premium? YouTube Premium is $14 per month for the individual plan, $23 for the family plan, $8 per month for a student plan. We might pay the annual because I think there's maybe yeah, so you can save 15% by purchasing the annual plan. So we pay for the whole year. And then how much is a movie ticket in California? $8 to $12. So I was maybe exaggerating with the $15. I was probably, yeah, I was exaggerating, you know, $12. Plus though, when I do go see a movie, I go to the really nice theaters, like the big ones with like the extra like seats and stuff. So those actually end up costing more. But I had the same argument, not argument, but I had the same conversation with people about paying for a $15 a month MMO, right? And I'm gonna have this conversation a lot on this channel, but basically, like, because I'm gonna be playing Ashes of Creation, and that's $15 a month. You know, it's like, oh, $15 a month for a game, that's $180 a year, and I'm like, yeah, but like, it depends. Like every situation, it depends. It depends on every person's individual own financial situation. It depends on every person's own like casualness or lack thereof, right? Like, are you a hardcore gamer? Are you gonna play 2, 3, 5 hours a day, right? Then $15 a month is nothing. Like, that's cheap entertainment. Like, imagine that you play an MMO for 2 hours a day on average, right? Some days less, some days more. Let's say 2 hours a day, you know, times 30 is 60 hours, right? So, and then let's take, they're $15 a month, and you divide by 60. Okay, that's 25 cents an hour. That's 25 cents an hour. That's like going to see a 2-hour movie for 50 cents for a ticket. That's cheap. You know, but if you don't have the money, that's a different story, right? We're talking about value, not people having to make financial decisions, right? That's a different conversation. Just from a value proposition place. Yeah, ooh, did I mess that up? I did. That one up too. You know, it's the value's there for me, right? That's all. And it may not be there for, like, my wife shouldn't pay $15 a month for an MMO because she doesn't want to. Everything looking good. Let's keep on keeping on. I wonder if no, we're gonna have to do this. I was trying to think of a way to maybe cheat or something, but my brother was talking about, he plays all the Call of Duty games. I used to play Call of Duty, but you know, then I grew up. But anyway, he was saying that, you know, Call of Duty's business model is you basically pay nearly $100 for a game, and then you get to play it for a year, and they stop supporting that game, and then you have to pay for the next game next year. Hey, Odium. And by the way, I would pay $15 a month over pay to win in an MMO any day of the week. Any day of the week. Pay to win sucks. And let's not forget, these like people that make these games, you know, it's just like the creator, they got to eat too. I understand being a little irritated at YouTube because they're the big corporation taking the small content creators' lunch, you know, but video games, yeah, the $15 a month doesn't bother me. And again, I've talked about this before, and I will again. It was $15 a month back when MMOs were first a thing, or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just exaggerating again. Let's see. How much was World of Warcraft per month at launch? When World of Warcraft first launched, the subscription cost was $15 per month. This price has remained mostly unchanged for over 20 years. Right, so it was $15 a month 20 years ago. Let's do value of $15 20 years ago. $15 in the year 2000, right? So that's 24 years ago. Is worth $27 today, almost double, right? So in college, while I was poor as shit, I still scraped up enough money to pay for Star Wars Galaxies and World of Warcraft subscriptions. Right? It'd be like $27 today. Right? So it's half price. Half price. So part of this is hard for me because, you know, I don't know, you know, I want to be careful because I'm doing better financially than I've ever done in my life. And so it's hard, you know, I want to try to not talk about how I feel or what it seems like to me, because I realize that my reality is going to be different. Well, that's the wrong thing. But objectively speaking, a monthly subscription to a game like World of Warcraft or Ashes of Creation, peanuts compared to back in my day when we had to pay monthly subscriptions worth $27 in today's dollars. You kids got it easy with your Steam Decks and your high-speed internet. We had to sit and wait for 56K dial-up, uphill both ways. My Game Boy ran on 4 AA batteries. Didn't even have a backlight. Game Pass. Is that like multi-pass? Yeah, Game Pass is a whole nother thing. Am I sponsored by Satisfactory? Does Satisfactory pay to play it? Definitely not. I wish. I wish. Ella, I definitely also played Call of Duty, but then I grew up. Yeah. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Ooh. Ooh, and the first Black Ops. Ooh. So good. Nuketown. Yeah, does Satisfactory pay to play it? No. But if you know somebody, or if, you know, if you're watching Satisfactory, gods, devs, you know, I'm not gonna say no. I actually don't think they do that. I just want the glass. I don't know if they do that. Maybe they do that. I don't do that. That's all I can say for sure. Oh my god, I used the wrong one. Oh my gosh. I got rid of the... this is why I was keeping them. Ugh. All right. Cimmerian. This is why I was keeping them. In case I did something stupid like this again. Maybe I can just fake it till I make it though. Not gonna work either. It'll kind of work, but yeah, B-dubs, you know, if you know somebody, I'm all ears. Ray, as an adult coming up with a little disposable income is easier now, I feel like. Anyways, yeah. No, it is, relatively speaking. Right? Relatively speaking. And I understand completely that not everybody is in that position. But I do have an audience that is older in general and has more money than the average gamer YouTube audience. I actually have a very high CPM for a gaming channel. And that is actually has a lot to do with you guys, your demographic, the people that are watching me, because the YouTube analytics knows that, you know, and advertisers are paying, basically advertisers are willing to pay more money for my viewers than they are for a Fortnite channel's viewers. Let me go back. Why can't I understand Satisfactory past the beginning tiers? B-dubs, you just gotta put the time in, you know? Eye in the sky, that what gives you entertainment and joy does not have a price tag. True. Its value is always subjective and consistent to mere numbers. True. But time has value. Time has value. And so you can measure its value because you can measure how much, you can measure the time. All right, Twitch. How do you feel about Project Zomboid? I don't know what that is. I can't say I have feelings about it. Let me quickly look. I don't really play zombie games. I don't really play survival games. My brother forced me to play 7 Days to Die with him for a little while, and I never left the base. I just built the base, and I was the base bum. I literally never left. MMOs are a great value. Yeah, Game Pass, and it would block your phone line. And true, it would block your phone line. So no comment on Zomboid. Yeah, sorry, no information available. You got a Samsung S25 Ultra ad. Why? Oh, that's an expensive phone. Yeah. You were looking to get that phone, actually. Well, there you go. It knows. Now, we'll see if it starts offering ads on TVs to you guys, since I was talking about TVs. Our life is getting to that point. We're gonna have, you know, ad agencies and companies, you know, working AI against us. And they already are. But it's only gonna get worse. Auto save. Also looking at TVs. Yeah, I bought a was it a G4? Yeah, G4 Series OLED. Yeah, I got a G4 Series OLED. I got the 75-inch. That's the one I sprung for that. Don't worry, I didn't spend your guys' ad money on that. I upgrade. I've spent all the money that I've spent from YouTube and Twitch from this channel has been to upgrade the channel. I got a better computer. I got a better microphone. I got a second live streaming computer to take some of the load off of my main computer, so that, you know, I can play at better graphics and I can record at higher detail. So all or I paid editors. Oh, that looks like crap. There we go. I paid for editing help on the channel. Not very much of that. Mostly it's equipment stuff, but for the most part, I got a new chair because you know, my ass needed it. So that's what I've spent. Any and all gifted subs and gifted memberships and ad money. I've saved most of it, and I've paid for equipment upgrades. Flemballer is always talking with a sarcastic bent. Odium, don't take him seriously. I mean, take him seriously, but, you know, just keep that in mind. Well, that's gonna look very good. Here, let's try to get a little bit further away. What made me build a shard? Well, so I wanted to build a city, as you can see here. And then I gave building the shard was actually a suggestion from my community, from the viewers. We can talk a little bit about my various plans, but that's gonna look really good. Eye in the Sky says Project Zomboid is a very fun game. I wonder if my brother plays it. I wonder if he plays, because he loves Call of Duty Zombies. All right, so the Basics Factory is, yeah, damn, looking sick so far. I think so. Oh, hold on, guys. My YouTube chat bugged again. Oh, it just updated. Right when I hit reload. Ray, I love survival games, but I get very caught up in building, farming, and crafting aspects more than the combat type. Yeah. Like I said, I was the base bitch when it came to, that's really bright. Is that really bright for you guys? Here, let's switch over to that. There's also a new game. It's like a cross of these waifu gacha games combined with satisfactory production automation out of the tree, but not because of all the yeah. Forgot the name. Arc Knight Enfield. All right, so you're telling me there's gonna be a factory building gacha game? Enfield is a real-time 3D RPG with strategic elements. Life will be much easier when my phone can tell me what to do than me having to tell it what to do. What do you get with YouTube Premium? Mostly ad-free. And yeah, you can download stuff. For me, one of the reasons that I got it is when I was driving Lyft, it allows you to not have to have your phone on YouTube for it to still play the music. So, and I was driving Lyft and I wanted to play music, and so from my phone, and so I got YouTube Music, and I got YouTube Premium, so that I, obviously could still run the app on the phone, and the music would play in the background. Yep, background music on mobile. Yep, that's actually why I got it. And then I was like, oh my God, I didn't realize how many ads I was having this, at the time. And remember, this was a while back, so the ad avoidance wasn't as good. Let's talk a little bit about what my various buildings are gonna be. So, I haven't done that yet this stream. So I've made a map in Google Docs where each square is a foundation in the game, and I've laid out the footprints of where these will go. All right, so the big cylindrical building in the middle, that's here. The Fixers Factory is done, it's here. And then I'm working on the Basics Factory. This is the shard, okay? Sorry, my jaw keeps popping. I'm falling apart, you guys. Those of you who are already there, you know what I'm talking about. So this is where the shard's gonna be. Also in this quadrant of the map, we're gonna have the computer factory, the aluminum factory, and the heavy modular frames factory. I've already planned and designed the size of those factories and the flow charts of them. We did that on the stream as well. So, the Basics Factory is here, and it's all planned out. I know how many machines I'm gonna build. I know how many per minute I'm gonna make. We know everything. It's all planned. We just have to execute. At least this quadrant. right? This quadrant. We have the, I'm gonna probably do fix it and the diamonds on the other side over there, and then we'll probably do like phase 4 space elevator parts, and then phase 5 space elevator parts. Okay. But we're rebuilding our factories down here. Hey, Mandrigal. Yeah, and yes, background playback is so useful for music and podcasts. Yeah, I agree, Mandrigal. It's like I said, we were talking earlier, I would get rid of everything else, my Disney Plus, the Amazon, and the Netflix before I got rid of YouTube Plus. Or YouTube Prime. It's so good. I've never regretted paying for that. If you watch, yeah, I mean, and there's other workarounds. Like, I get it, right? But we also get the revenue share on YouTube Premium is really interesting as well. But anyway, so that's the plan here. So as you saw, that's the shard. Okay, that's what we're making right now. That's the basics factory. And then not that one. This guy. This one here is a building in, what is it, Bagran? I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. This is going to be the heavy modular frames factory. And then, and that's going to go right here. And then the aluminum factory is going to be the Mercury building in Moscow. That's what looks like this. And by the way, these are all going to be trimmed out in teal and purple, which will look something like this. This is the overall. Here, let me fix my mic. This is the overall kind of view of the plan, right? I want the city to feel like this, but I'm going to use real world buildings to do so. Right, and so the last one is the computer factory, and it looks like this. That's a building in Chicago. So I've got a building from London, a building from the Middle East, a building from Moscow, and a building from Chicago, which I've never been. I've actually never been to Chicago. It's very far away. I haven't been very far east, up north. I did fly out to Atlanta, Georgia for Dragon Con once. But my parents have, my mom has family in, and there's your other two buildings right there, in Kansas City. And so I've been there a lot, but I haven't really gone farther east than that, except for that one flight. But like I said, I have been to Europe and China. I went to China, toured there. All right, I need to run to the restroom real quick, guys. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. If you have any more questions about the plan, type them out. I'll answer them when I get back. And I will be back shortly. And we're back. Bakron. Okay, thank you, Sushi. I think I can remember that. Thank you for your simile there so that I know how to say it. You were at the Atlanta airport too once? Well, right. Atlanta is a hub for Delta. So Atlanta's airport is insane. It's insane. All right, just taking a drink here. Taking a little break with my headset off. Rain. Bahrain. Bahrain. Got it. Even better. All right. Ready to keep going? We're at roughly the halfway mark for this stream. And which is good because we got roughly half of this these walls up. Although to be fair, I guess I got one of those walls up last stream, so gonna have to pick up the pace. Sushi Cat, anytime. Loving the shard, my dude. It looks so good. Are you still gonna do a few smaller buildings in between to make it more dense? So yeah, I'm gonna do something. Yeah, no worries, eye in the sky. I appreciate it. So between this building and this building, there's a little bit of extra open space here. I want to build some sort of a gas station, like a fuel station for the trucks in this quadrant that have to travel between each other to load up on fuel. The trucks, any other truck that goes to the central storage, they'll be able to load up on fuel when they drop off. But over here, I think it would be fun to make a smaller building, but in this gap, pull in, you know, get some gas, stop at the station, and then keep going, you know. Smaller buildings, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to build, so I can answer that a little bit, Sushi Cat. So I don't want to build a building just to build a building. Like, I want everything to have a function, right? And so if I need something like the gas station, because I need it, then, you know, that's one thing. You know, or if there's like, oh, there's this thing we have to build and I forgot and I don't really have space anywhere else. Ooh, let's make another building for that. Yes. You know, but it kind of goes back to, I think I got a suggestion to build a sand crawler back when I was doing my Star Wars save. And I'm like, well, that's fine, but like, what am I going to do with it? Because to me, what is really interesting about what I've built here isn't necessarily that this is the building, Nakatomi Plaza. It's that it's a factory. It's a working factory. That's what gets me. I wanted to build a Super Star Destroyer, but I didn't want to just build one. I wanted to make it so that was the factory. And so the same thing applies on a smaller scale to any other building that I build. I'm going to want to make sure that it is, you know, something that we need. You know, I don't want to build it just to build it so that, you know, but we'll have to see. And I don't know what the city's going to look like. You know, and it may feel a little bare. But at the same time, also, we're going for a cyberpunk, you know, cityscape. I mean, this is basically all towers. You know, it's a little bit, you know, dystopian, you know. all those towers, you know, assuming, you know, a lot of them have people living in them, not just like commercial building, but you know, everybody packed together. Very Judge Dredd. Was the new Judge Dredd? Wasn't there a building in the new Judge Dredd? Yeah. Like, this is pretty cool. That's a real building, the Pond City Apartments. Everybody packed in there, like Judge Dredd. The exterior looked like, oh, the peach trees. Now these are more spread out, and I do think that there's a difference between like a dystopian look like this versus what I'm going for, which is a more cyberpunk look. You know, this is like, ugh, right? And not to say that like a sort of cyberpunk look is all happy and sunshine and, you know what I mean, but like this has, I think, a different feel. I mean, obviously it does, than something like this. Now I'm going for something more like this and less grungy, but I do appreciate, like, I don't know, it's worse. Like, those buildings are just like, this is an interesting shot to me because like this is like a regular city down here, and then you have like horrifying, futuristic, like, you know, smack down in the middle of it. You know, and you know what they did. You know, they bought up or kicked out or stole all the land where the building is, right? That's what it feels like. And then they put those in, and they're spread out, and they're like menacing, and you can see them in the smog fading into the background, you know, all the while the old city is here, kind of underneath it, hiding, you know, from these things. Very cool. But I think this is Judge Dredd, the new one. I actually thought the new Judge Dredd was great. I need to watch it again. In fact, it's been a long time. The old one with Sylvester Stallone's obviously better. I'm not saying it's better than the old one, but it's still very watchable. Yeah, then I'm probably not gonna that's not necessarily a conversation I love having that conversation in real life. That's not a conversation that I want to have on the channel. But I will say that I disagree. And were you and I to meet in real life and talk about it at lunch, I can tell you why, but I won't do that here. Except to say that I disagree. Yeah, Dredd 2012, I think it's a great movie. Oh, maybe not a great movie, a good movie. But yeah, we're mostly going for this anyway. Except I will say, I think I want to make my Rocket Fuel Factory a little bit more of that Judge Dreddy feel, right? I want to have maybe some exposed pipes, you know. I want to have something like that. Let me Trade Center, huh? Let me look that up. Remember, guys, we have like 8 more buildings we have to build. Like, all I do is have the designs for this bottom half. we have all of these buildings we have to figure out. So there'll be plenty of time for your suggestions for other buildings. Plenty of time. But let's take a look at I'll do a couple of these. I don't want to spend too much time looking at these. Ooh, I looked at this one already. So I've talked about this before. There's a problem with this kind of building, right? And that problem is there's no factory space. There's very little factory space in a building like this. Although I will say, this one's not too bad. Looking at it again, I may have knee-jerk reactioned a little bit. This one's not that bad. Wow, that looks amazing. I like the double. We could perhaps do something like this. Although, I don't know, after the shard, I'm about done with buildings that look like this. I like it. It's very interesting. It may not necessarily work for what we're trying to do. Let's do the other one. I feel like I looked this one up too. Oh, wow. That is funky. I didn't look this one up. This is new to me. Do you know, I'm glad Pee-wee's not here. So did you guys hear that visceral reaction that I had when I saw this? It's not as bad now that I know what was causing it. I can control it better. Yeah, Phlegm taking up 2 city blocks with a bridge spanning the road. Yeah, that's what I was thinking on one of those. Do you know why? Did you guys hear in my voice the sort of visceral reaction? It set off my trypophobia. Not a lot, a little. A little. I could. You know what's funny? This shape actually looks a little bit like this, but we could maybe do another one. I bet you I could do something. I could do this. I absolutely could do this. I may do a double one. I don't know. It's so organic though. Here's the problem. I really like this. No, you're fine, Ray. You're fine. Mild. I have a mild case of trypophobia. Pee-wee has it really bad. Pee-wee has it really bad. This one, here's the problem with this one. I really like this one, but unfortunately, this one looks organic and setting off the trypophobia. And it doesn't really feel like this, right? Compare that to the shard, right? The shard here fits in to a futuristic, like straight lines. You know, sure you can have curves, but they're not like this. This obviously has curves, but this doesn't feel organic to me. You know what I mean? Evan. Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate you watching, and I will continue the content. But yeah, so that's the problem. I think this would be too far removed from what we've been doing so far. You know, like, where do I put the neon on this? It does look like a drill bit. That's why I'm making it the steel factory. And the heavy modular frame factory. Yeah, that is really cool. Right? But it's probably not the right fit. And unfortunately, it's probably the same. Yeah, it was this stuff right here that got me. By the way, I know that, let me do my disclaimer, okay? Yeah, and this also looks a little bit too organic, maybe. I don't know, this one's a little not as bad. Let me go through my quick disclaimer. I said a word a minute ago. If you don't know what it is, be careful. Maybe about 10 years ago, I read in a book the word trypophobia, and I didn't know what it was, and I Googled it, and turns out I have it. I know because it is a visceral reaction, like an uncontrollable disgust and anxiety. It makes me want to throw up, and it gives me a stomach ache for about 6 hours, like really bad. And I know that I have a mild case, and it's set up visually. It's a visual thing, right? And so some are worse than others. The problem is if people have created images to purposefully set it off, some things happen naturally, and that's not too bad for me. It bothers me a little bit, but it's not that bad. People have created images to specifically set it off, and those are really bad. So all I'm saying is it has to do with holes being, it has to do with holes and organic feelings, and people estimate that people sort of theorize that it kind of evolved out of being careful around insects and hives and stuff like that. But it's stuff like that that sets it off. Like the inside of a cantaloupe, when you cut open a cantaloupe and you look inside and it's weird. If that is weird to you, you might have it. And you may not even know you have it. So my disclaimer is be careful. All right, and don't say I didn't warn you. All right, if you go looking and you look that up and you see something that makes you want to barf, it's not my fault. I warned you. I had a coworker, I was talking about it with a coworker, and she said that she was going to surprise me with a one of those images so that she could like get me used to it so I could get over it. And I said, if you do that, I will report you to HR for harassment. Do not do that to me. And again, I know that I have a very mild case. Some people, it's really bad, right? It's debilitating even. So I get it. Anyway, I just want to make sure that if somebody's curious that you are, and you've never heard of that, like I hadn't when I read that book, that you are aware so that you can take appropriate precautions. Don't say I didn't warn you. But Ray, don't ever, you're fine. You don't have to apologize. It's not like you did it on purpose. And like I said, it wasn't really that bad. That was a mild. In fact, once I realized what was happening, it kind of stopped bothering me. If that makes sense. Like Pee-wee was talking about how he can't even, when he cooks pancakes, he can't look at the pancake. Like that's nuts to me. Like not nuts in like a bad way, but it's like crazy, right? It's like wow. So I know Pee-wee has a really bad one. He can't even talk about it because it makes him think about the pictures that set him off. He doesn't like it when I talk about it on the channel. Let's check this. So you have been warned. That's not good. That one's actually on the ground. All right, let's... Let's try again. All right, that's about half a meter up off the ground. And about half a meter up off the ground. See, I was off by 1 meter here on the first try, but this one looks good. Should be good to go. Let's see, light up the gap between the cover and the tower. Oh, on that other picture. Oh, I closed it. Sorry, Ray. I didn't see your message. The neon doesn't work too well at a distance, or the lumen at a distance like that. Like backlighting. Backlighting works really well up close in Satisfactory. But a lot of that backlighting kind of thing at distance, it kind of loses the effect a little bit. So. But yeah, I'm with you. It's a very cool building. And part of me wants to include it, but also at the same time, it's not exactly what we are going for. So my wife's making chili tomorrow. Well, let's be honest. She's gonna be up before my stream is over. She's gonna be up in 4 hours. I'll still be streaming. She's gonna be up in 4 hours, and she's gonna start making chili. And then I'll wake up, or I'll finish streaming. If she hasn't started it when I finish streaming, I'll help her make it. But yeah, let's take these all the way up before I start building. Or do we build as we go? We can build as we go. So that's gonna be my Sunday. I'll probably stream until probably 7 or 8 o'clock. What's this? I do a different angle. I tried to make every single angle the same for this very purpose, and we might be in trouble. I may have to make it. Why does this one seem steeper? Let's try, just to make sure, let's make sure that this is. See if we can figure this out. If I have to, I'll make another blueprint. I'd rather not. Yeah, no way that works. See, watch. See that? Damn. Construction, this part of the glass front is 100% vertical in the real tower. I don't think that's this part. We're here. We're on this one right here. We're not on that one. We're on this one. And it's not flat in the game either. Wikipedia says exposure therapy is the way to go. Yeah, no thanks. I will live the rest of my life with that. I'm not doing that. Yeah, no worry, my daughter just insisted I bring her into our office, so now she's on my lap. Well, it's very late for you. You have a similar schedule that I do. Although you have a way tougher job than me. Okay, so we have to figure out this scale so that I can make a blueprint that matches. Looks like 1x8 to me. What am I doing, you guys? Maybe that's why I had a problem with this. That is exactly what I had a problem with. Oh no, look. See how it gets skinnier as we go up? Oh, that's because it's tilted. It's an interesting side. I'm not redoing it. It is going to be what it's going to be. I wonder if I can make a 1/8. Well, you guys are gonna see. Here, let's load I used the whole place. Yeah, she's on your time schedule. That makes sense. It's supposed to be parallel to the edge of the panel next to it, which it is, and that's why it's its own angle. Yeah, that's probably what I did. No, that's exactly what I did. That's right. It's kind of coming back to me. That's what I did. I made sure it was parallel, and so it kind of caused its own angle. Let's test 1/8 over time. We'll do it with a blueprint. I won't put the glass in because that's going to be harder. But let's test 1/8. So that's going to be 2/16. Or can we go 48 high here? No. So 3. Oh, we can do 32. Okay, so that's 4. 4 times 8 is 32, right? Am I insane? Well, I might be. Okay. Anyway, to finish off my chili conversation, my chili story, I like chili. Oh, I gotta build this intermediate in there too. How am I gonna do this? Let me think for a second. Although it may be entirely possible. I'm too tired to think of something right now. And I have to think about this for a couple days. Or a week. Problem is I don't have an exact measurement of exactly what the slope is, like I do for the other sides. Hey, Christian. Exactly. The math works out, but you might still be insane. I don't think it's 1/9. I think it's probably more like something like, 17/2. You know what I'm saying? Probably not a full thing. I don't think doing it that way is going to work anyway, man, because no matter what, we're never going to be perfect. Right? So it's going to get off as we go. What I need is some way to use the angle that's already there to dictate where the window set is going to go. Right? So imagine that I tried that and there's problems with that. So what if it is a little bit off as we go? Or there's many problems with this. There's many problems. I can't think of any way to do this. That will solve the problems. Except for trying to reverse engineer the slope. A lot. I went 1 meter in that amount. That's how close this is. $24 plus 28 times 4. It's over 100. Was it 1 meter? It was that way, right? So it was 2 sloped. I gotta bring it back up a smidge. That was 2 to 17. I don't know. I'm close. I'm really close. So at 3 out of 17, it's a little too steeped. So what if we double and go 5? It's 2 times 17. 34. A little too steeped. We go 3. 3 out of 34. Let's try 3. Let's try 3 by 34. Oh wait, no, I did it wrong. Sorry. It's not. It's 4 by 34. Sorry, I'm getting tired. We were 2 by 17. I went 4. Let's go 4 by. $33. 4 by 33. I took the number off the wrong dimension. I took the number off of the run when I should have taken it off the rise. My toddler is awake. She's very happy. Let's see if she goes back to sleep. All right, so this won't line up perfectly, but we gotta see if it's parallel. Get rid of this one. I don't want to delete the wrong thing. And remember, it's only in the one dimension. The other dimension is fine. I can fix that. All right. It's there's a lot going on here. The fact that it's twisting in that way, I don't care about. I just care that it matches, relatively speaking, that way. And it's not. Oh, I did the 35. I subtracted. I needed to add. It's not 33, it's 35. I can do this. Probably. I made it a notch worse. I need to make a notch better. 3 by 26. Hey, Jay Marshall. Eye in the sky. I hope so. I hope it's mostly this panel. Bit steeper. 3 by 26. Well, I was at 2 out of 17. I was at 2 and 17. So that's 4. That's already 4 and 34. So, and then I did 33 and I think went the wrong way. Let's try 35. Okay, this is 4 and 35. Oh, it's so much better. It's still not there, but we may have to go with it. Oh, it's so close. Man, we could get it closer. It needs to be a little bit less steep. I mean, it has to be. We're only halfway there. But that is closer. All right, so let's double the run again and add 1. So I was at 4. That was 4 and 35. Now I'm gonna go 8. And 71. 8 and 71. $40. Gotta get that out of the way. I think my daughter went back to sleep. Maybe my eldest daughter took care of it. Well, we're almost there. And it is shockingly close. And I bet you if, like, 1 meter in here, like, this is 2 meters wide. And so it's, if we lose a meter all the way up, we can start, like, a little bit on the inside here, and we lose a meter. Well, actually, it'd be here, right? So we start there, and we lose a meter there all the way on the way up. I could live with that. We'll never get this perfect, right? But We could do one more. I'm game for it. It's a crazy exact angle. Right, we're at 8 and 71. We go 16. 71 times 2. And 143. 16 and 143. And then that's the last one we do. And we ride or die. Except how am I gonna do that in a blueprint? That's not gonna work. How do I get that angle into a blueprint, dude? I can do it. I can do it. I just thought of a way to do it. Okay, so let's try it. Let's do our test. 16. That's 8. We need another 8. Alright, what did I say? Oh. Actually, what if... Hold on. Retry that. We're at 8 and 71. Let's try 8 and 72. And 73. That looks bang in the middle. All right, hold on. I gotta go deal with my daughter. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, baby. Didn't even wake up my wife. Did you half nudge it back? Keep poking out on top. No, the nudges don't work the way. It's a good thought. I'll show you why when the time comes. Oh, I am. I got my targets. Well, and we've talked about this. But yeah. I'll talk to you next time, man. I can't remember where we at. 33, right? Didn't I? I better do it again. Yeah, that's 73 total. Oh, you turd. Let's bring it in parallel. Get it closer again. Look at how far we're off. That's how close we got it. So the difference between there and there over that distance. That's how close we got it. Okay, so the final numbers is gonna be eight over 73. Right, because it was 40 plus 33. Yeah, no, it's good. Gonna take me longer to delete it. All right, so 40 and 33, 73. And then I gotta find a way to do that in. I'm also gonna write that on my paper so I can see it. 8 is the run and 73 is the rise. Yeah, at this point, look how close they are. We're still very high up. I knew at this point, like I was gonna go with it. I just wanted to see what it was like at the end. All right, the problem is we have to redo the glass, and I can't remember what I did. How I got that to work. But I did it once. We'll do it again. So first thing we have to do is we have to establish the angle inside. So 8 And this should go up to exactly 40. And then 33. I'm gonna have an issue here. Okay. All right, so that's our angle. I was worried about this. Push out of the Mark III blueprint. Yes. Got it. Nailed it. All right, now how did I do this damn window? I looked at that and we got it in the center. That's how I did it. Okay. What's this thing look like? All right. I got this. And deal, baby. Ooh, do them 4 at a time so I can delete them easily. Or 8 at a time. I remember now. I remember. Apparently no nudging. Remember Star Wars? Apparently we do need to do some nudging. I see too. I've been using AI to get architectural ideas. Nice. Okay, so sorry guys. Here's my problem. Nukem raid 5 minutes ago. I had a sound issue earlier today, and it caused me to have to mute my notifications from Twitch. And I feel like shit that I just saw your raid. Very focused. I feel bad. This big raids is literally why I set that up, and I had to mute that thing. So I have a ton of viewers. Some of them already are gone. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a terrible streamer. I am working on fixing a problem, and I wish that I had my sound up. So hopefully you guys are still here. Some of you here. Nukem, hopefully you're here. Nuke-rium. What were you playing? You were playing Creo God Simulator, Orcs and Gods in game. I appreciate it, man. Let me do a shout out real quick. I've been working through a problem here. I'm trying to build the shard in Satisfactory, and I am working through this stuff. But let me take a second here, because I did reach a breakthrough, hence me looking up. Like I said, I have a sound notification set up, but something went wrong today, and so I had to mute it. But 125 still hanging out. Let me show you guys what I'm doing. Basically, what I'm doing is building a city in Satisfactory. And if you're not familiar with Satisfactory, this isn't really something Satisfactory is designed to do. Not exactly. Like, you know, we can build factories and everything, but at this scale, kind of buildings like this isn't very common. Some people do stuff like this. But yeah, I've been trying to build something and put all of my factories in cities. And one of the tools that I'm using to do that, I've got it planned out here in Google Docs. And this is a top down of what the city would end up being. Right now we're working on what is going to be the basics factory, and I'm shaping that into the shard. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do. And the problem that I was working on when you guys raided in is that we've got an angle here, but in Satisfactory, the glass walls only go straight up. And so I've got to try to get glass to tilt at a custom angle, or at least look like it's tilting in a custom angle. So that's kind of the task that I was working on. Now, I already did that for this side. The problem is the other side that I started working on a few minutes ago, this far side, right? This piece right here, it's a different tilt than this was. But what I'm doing is, oh, that's kind of off there. No, it's not off. What I'm doing is, here, right here. I'm not actually tilting the glass. Each piece of glass ends up being straight. What I'm doing is bumping it back slightly. And I'm trying to do it in the blueprint maker over there so that once I make the blueprint, I can spam it out and fill in the wall with the custom angle. And so the first thing we try to do is find that custom angle. And the closest we came up to was a rise of 73 over a run of 8. And so that's how we did this. There's our run of 8 right there. And then we went up 73. And you kind of connect the dots. You get this angle. And now I'm trying to build out the glass on that angle. That's essentially what I'm trying to do. And again, appreciate the raid. Hopefully nobody's really chatted with me. I know you guys are there though, so thanks for being here. And I don't know if Nukarim already left, so yeah, I apologize. I specifically set up the audio, an audio notification for me, because I use a live streaming computer, and so the sound that like Twitch and stuff like that, it's not on the computer that I'm listening to, and so I have a feed, you know, to let me know, but something's wrong with that cord or something, and it's been buzzing all night, and so I had to mute it, and then of course you guys show up. But either way, welcome guys, appreciate it. And let me know if you have any questions. If anybody wants, I can do a more thorough tour of the city. Hey, Jingle Knots, how's it going? We are trying to see if I can finish building the shard. You've been lurking the whole time, just studying for your mechanical engineering exam. Oh, nice, that's awesome. I bet you there's things that you're studying that would help me build this thing that I don't know. So, dude, I remember I was building in the my Star Wars save, and I was building the podium, sort of the pedestal in the center of the Galactic Senate building where Palpatine is, and I put a doggo there. And I was building that out when I got raided by a pretty big raid, and I was at that point I was super focused as well, and I missed it. And the next week I set up a sound notification for myself, and it's been working great, and I haven't missed any for almost a year. And then I missed you guys tonight, so. But the good news is that I do think that I will be able to fix our issue. I bet there would be, just ask right away. The problem is I don't know what I don't know, so I don't know what to ask. What kind of game is somebody who came over from the raid? What kind of game is Trio God Simulator? Orcs and Gods. Let me see. Oh, Gods. Simulator Orcs and Gods. Free indie game on Steam. Trio God Simulator is a city building god game and is being actively developed. Huh. Looks like this. Well, I am building a city. It's very cool. Carlimi, hello from Belgium. Hello again. I just love the stream. It's extremely chill to listen to and watch in the background. I really appreciate that. Can't have that with a lot of other streams. Yeah, I try not to be like, you know, yelling and stuff like that, although I do get excited sometimes. So the biggest challenge here up is fine. The biggest challenge is actually going to be down here, getting this in down here correctly. At least it was last time. Maybe it's okay. I can find the right spot here. One of the mechanics that I'm sort of abusing to get this to work right is most things in Satisfactory have a hard snap point, but this guy right here, depending on what you use, like a wall. Okay, it doesn't have any hard snap points. It has a smooth slide. And so I can get precisely where I want, you know, height-wise. Middle, it does snap to the middle. See, it snaps this way. So I can get it in the middle, and it's actually in the middle at the bottom. Okay, so it's in the middle at the bottom, and then I picked out this very specific tilt to match the tilt of my walls over here, and in that way, using the middle snap, the vertical slide, and the specific tilt backwards, as we move up, we'll move backwards in the angle that we want. All right, so that's basically what I'm doing, and there we go. Oh no, not there. I have to nudge it over again. There we go. All right, and then we should be able to just zoom these. Rebuild this. Okay. The worst part of this is done. Well, we just have to build it out, and we are trying to copy that other version just on a different angle, and the other version looks like this. So here we go. So I think all I really need to do is just try to get here. Let me get the words out of the way. So I'm trying to get, yeah, so it goes right there and it lights up. And then nudge it over one to get into the center. All right. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream jingle. There. Nudge. Zoop. Oh, maybe the hard thing was setting these bottom painted beams. Maybe that's what it was. Because again, I've already built that one. I built that one last time we played. I just have to build this one because it's got its own angle. And then do we have a full 10 panes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 panes. Yeah, that makes sense. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 more. All right. Take a drink of water here. And then I don't know why my YouTube chat got frozen again. I just reloaded. Oh, for Belgium, okay. I wish the game had a lot more building materials like wood. While I do understand why they don't have wood, right? It's supposed to be more of a sci-fi game than, you know. So that, I mean, although it would be cool if it was wood, kind of like early game, you know, when you first get here. Although I guess the first thing you mine is ore. So you're listening to okay, just had some brunch. How's the glass building going? Madrigal, I ran into an issue. One of my walls is not the same exact tilt as the other ones, and so I'm having to make a new glass piece. I'm listening to you while studying math for an upcoming test. All right. You just gave me an idea. If you place a bunch of walls along a pillar going up, you get a thick slanted wall. True. Or you use internet nudge. True, you can. How did you manage that in your existing blueprint where the windows snap with their upper edge to the middle of the pillars, but here the lower edge automatically does? He wants to do all the builds recreatable by anyone with vanilla tools. Yep. I know this guy. I've seen a lot of spots. It's awesome. Great. I know how difficult it is to finish something big. I just finished a building where singularity cells are made. It took me a month. True. Plus, I'm only playing 1 day a week, the Satisfactory, but not for long. As soon as I finish the Factorial playthrough, we'll be playing Satisfactory every day. How did you manage that in your existing blueprint? The windows snap with the upper edge to the middle of the pillars, but here their lower edge automatically does. Their upper edge. I'm not sure that they do. I'm not sure that they do snap to the upper edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we went with 7, so we're gonna do the same. Lemballer is entering lurk mode. Uber. All right. So this, I think I did something like that. No. Coming back to me. All right, hold on one second, guys. My kid is still awake. I gotta bring out the big guns. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think what I did, I think it went middle to middle. That's what I did. And this is the hard part. I can go here just fine. Where's the break here? Did it there. It's what I snap to down here that's the issue. Okay, because we can't have that. Okay, and you know, I could put, I remember what I did. I used the same slide technique. First time chat. Settlers X. So the skyscrapers in the background are your creation. These? Yeah. These are buildings. You want to go check them out? Let's go check them out. So I may, well, first of all, just really quick, let's start. Well, we are high above the map. Yeah, and just like this, we're in the middle of making this skyscraper. I made these as well. No, the game's backdrop? No, they're not. I made these. This is Nakatomi Plaza from Die Hard. The developers that had a contest for the Christmas event, which we call Fixmas, and I built this and entered it in. We actually find out, I think, next week who's gonna win. It probably won't be me. As cool as this is, people built a lot cooler stuff. But, and then a lot of this was with community, you know, my viewers. Can we turn the light off, please? There we go. A lot of this was with viewers and stuff, suggestions. But we have whatever these snowmen are summoning, which, not 100% sure, but it is what it is. These curves right here are the Fibonacci golden spiral. Okay, and then we got some more candy canes. These are just pipes, by the way, with the Christmas skin on them, and I got them to curve around to look like giant candy canes. By the way, these trees are part of the Fixmas factory, and then I won't go through every floor of Nakatomi Plaza, but I do like how the lobby turned out, and we should be getting some snow. There we go. It's proximity activated, so you have to get really close for it to start snowing. So you kind of have to come up here and look down. So here's the here's that, and then I did make it. Those are hidden behind a wall there. There's a ceiling tile, or a ceiling basically. I hid them so you can't see the snow generators, and then I made a giant snowflake as for the lights, which I also really like. But yeah, this stuff, I like my tree skirt too. I think this turned out well. But yeah, this is Nakatomi Plaza, and I don't think that I'm gonna win. But top 10, they have like 10 runners up or something like that. I think that it would be cool if I got one of those. Like there's like a first place and then 10 runners up. This is the central storage building that I'm going to use, where all items that I'm going to make are going to head through it into this. So I built all this. This is all designed by me. Basically, I want a city with sort of bustling roads, and so I want to use trucks to transfer goods in the game. And these roads are gonna be that method for transportation, and these truck stations are gonna be the input for those. We'll head up to the central storage floor. A lot of this building isn't done on the inside. It's mostly empty. Which side is central storage? Left side. Gotta take the elevator. It's really high up. A lot of this inside of the building doesn't have a lot in it yet. I do have some things in there, but a lot of it's going to be built out as I start building the other buildings and sending items into this building. Because again, this is the central storage building. Curves in this game, if you haven't seen this game before, curves in this game is actually really difficult. There's a couple tricks I use, but the biggest trick that I use is called patience. This game is really designed to be all built in a square. So try to do curves and circles can be taxing. Slimy Mikey gifted a tier 1 sub to Settler X. They've given 5 gift subs in the channel. Mikey gave one to F6 Max Damage. Thank you, Mikey. F6 Max Damage. I think one of the yellow striped corners is in the wrong direction on the bottom floor. Well, I'll check it out as soon as I'll check it out. So I don't have a lot in the central storage yet because this was the first factory. By definition, I wanted to get the storage in place before I built out any of the rest of the factories. And then the Christmas event was happening. And so I do have the Fixmas items in here in the central storage. And it was a good place to test it. But to be honest with you, I'm ready to actually get our items in central storage and start hooking them in, which is what we're working on now. The shard over here is going to be our first factory, our first real factory up here in the city. So I want to do 2 things. Let's drop back down. I want to check on what F6 Max saw and see if I can find what he was talking about. And then I want to show you guys the underground subway system, because we're very high up above the planet or the main player area of the game, and I want to show you how I'm going to get raw materials up here. All right, so you said I think one of the yellow striped corners is in the wrong direction. Right here. I would agree with you, my friend. I don't think I can flip that. Mirrored. Yeah, that'll have to live. But thank you. Nice catch. So by the way, this is a total cheat. I clipped the lights into these, which normally look like this. Oh, I really like how that turned out. I liked it so much, I did it over there too with the orange, and I put it in my road design. Let's just look at one more thing before we kind of get back to the shard. This is the subway system, and this is where all the factories get their supply of items. And as you can see, we're pretty high up the red forest. And again, if you are new to Satisfactory, this red forest is sort of the end game content. It's up on a really high cliff, and a lot of the best end game materials are here. Definitely most of the end game wildlife that wants to kill you is here. This game has combat in it, but it really isn't about the combat. And so we're up above it, and the goal is to make a really awesome cityscape from far away. Hold on one sec. Oh man, due for a haircut. My stupid headphones are bugging the crap out of me. All right, all fixed. We're ready to carry on for the next 4 hours. I usually stream. I stream Saturday. Well, lately I've actually been streaming every night. I don't know how long I can keep that up. Oh, here's this giant spiral before I talk about my stream schedule. So this is a blueprint. It is a blueprint built in vanilla Satisfactory without a blueprint mod, but it was using a loophole that no longer exists. So this is this really can't be built today in the current Satisfactory build. But yeah, I stream Satisfactory on Saturdays, but soon to be, well, I'm making a streaming push. And I've streamed every day for the last week and a half, either Satisfactory, but mostly Factorio. I'm kind of trying to push through, finish my Factorio playthrough, so that I can kind of 100% focus on this Satisfactory playthrough and this city. And so far, so good. The general theme that I'm looking towards, here's the shard in real life. Most of my buildings, well, pretty much all of them, I want to make in a, oh, here's the factory. I want to make akin to a likening of a building in the real world, you know. The exception to that is that center one. It's a little bit different. What was I going to show you? I was going to show you this guy. In general, I'm kind of looking for my cyberpunk city to look something like this. The teal and the purple are going to be the main colors, and that includes the shard. We're gonna outline the edges and the sharp points with probably purple as the main color, and kind of accentuate the lines. But again, we're trying to put in those walls, and I think that we're getting close here. All right, so but yeah, I appreciate the question, man, and I was glad to take a minute to show you around. Can you do copy and paste stuff sort of like blueprints in Factorio? Yeah, very similar. So this is the blueprint designer, and so what we can do is we can build it in a 3D space inside this designer. Now there are 3 levels of designing of designer. This is the level 2. Something's wrong. There we go. The third level I haven't unlocked yet. You know, I could have beat this game a long time ago. I'm doing stuff like building this crazy city and this road network and stuff. But yeah, the Mark III is a higher down the tech tree that I haven't gotten. And you get an extra width, height, and depth of 8 meters. Or one of these foundation squares. So you get an extra, you know, width, depth, and height, which in a volumetric space is a pretty big increase. But you can't like select and copy, but you can build inside the 3D space. Slimy Mikey, thank you for the entertainment kin in chat. I'm off to get some shut-eye. All right, man. Yeah. I said they remove that. I said they'll remove that loophole. People didn't want to believe me. I mean, it's not about believe you or not believe you, eye in the sky. I think To be honest with you, I don't think they removed it on purpose. I think it was an accident because they fixed a bug with the blueprint designer. I mean, it wasn't like a patch note. It wasn't like, we removed a previously used loophole to build blueprints outside of the blueprint designer. It wasn't like that. It was, the patch note was, we fixed a bug that's existed in the blueprint designer since update 8. And then we went to test it and build it, and I think it accidentally fixed the loophole. Or the bug was a result of the loophole, or vice versa, right? So I don't think they purposefully took the time to go kill what has essentially made PopCack's content creation, right? I think it was I think it was collateral damage. All right, so what we're gonna do is, hey, Savage Phoenix, good morning yourself. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use, yeah, I remember what we did. We're gonna use the sliding, probably not here, right? Yeah. More meters over. We're gonna use the ability of the sliding, non-locking this guy to place a window off outside of the grid. So otherwise, if I wanted to do a window, I'd have to place it on one of these thick lines, and then I've locked the ghost basically, and then I can nudge, okay, lengthwise here. I can even half nudge, right, half a meter. But what I want is precision back and forth. And so what I'm doing is I'm looking, I've placed this pillar and I'm looking and I'm sliding it. And what I really want is the same distance that this setup provides. But I can't use that because to do so would have to be building under the ground. So I have to use a different method to try to simulate that. And again, this is really finicky because I'm kind of doing stuff that the game, yeah, not nearly enough, that the game wasn't really designed to do. Like, you guys, I probably won't be building any actual factories or doing any automation for another like week or two, because I'm focused on trying to design architecture in a game not designed to do that, because I'm a masochist apparently. How close is this? Now see, that's not far enough. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at, oh my god, autosave, you're killing me. I'm looking at this edge, this overlap between that piece in the middle, and then I'm looking at the one that I'm trying to recreate that overlap, and I need to go in a little bit more. I'm gonna call that good. Then we're gonna zoop it down. And now you should have a locking point exactly where we need it, right there. Does that look like one whole piece? It does. I can't see the break. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So now let us recreate it. Bottom there to top, and then my beam here is in freeform mode, and that gives us the oh no, yeah, I missed it. It goes in the corner. The whole point, doy. Actually, need to delete these and I'll put them back in a second. Needs to be that one. Now we put this back. Clean as a whistle. But yeah, Savage Phoenix, good morning yourself. How are you doing today? My wife went to I had to call in the big guns with my daughter. I put her to bed, but she wasn't having it. So I sent my wife to go give it a try. And she hasn't come back. She's lost to us apparently. Nope. Are there half-height windows to stagger the tilt in more steps? No. No. Might be a month before you get to trains. First, so Eye in the Sky. Do I need double windows? Because then there would always put parts of them outside the pillars. Well, I'm gonna match this setup because this is the setup that we used on the other half, so I'm not gonna go changing it now. And there are no half-height windows. No, I talked about that earlier. So Al Smokin', so it might be a month before we get to trains. No, I don't think so. I think one more week to, what's the time? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, now that we ran into this problem. We'll see. We'll see if this speeds up and then the next 3 or 4 hours goes well. But I need to get these walls in. If I can accomplish getting these walls in tonight, I think that'll be good. We'll probably need a night for cleaning up this area down here, getting the roads in and out. I have some ideas for some 3D stuff. I might put in that outcrop of a building. If you look at the shard, right, these sort of buildings that come out the side, I think that would be cool, and I think it would work well in Satisfactory. Thank you for the follow, Igmus. See, when I turn my sound notifications on, ironically, that stupid little sound still is there, but I'm just ignoring it. When I turn my sound notifications back on, I know that people follow me and raid me. But yeah, I think I'm going to be building this too. And then I was actually thinking about doing a little bit of a raised road, kind of like this has. Kind kind of break up the monotony of the streets being so flat. You know, give us some little elevation differences. So I don't know, we have that stuff to do. That'll be the next stream. Let me think. Factorio, I mean, I definitely won't be done in a week. I have 2 more planets to do. Maybe a month on Factorio, maybe 3 weeks on Factorio. And then once I'm done with that and that video that I'm trying to edit, I'll focus and I'll be playing Satisfactory every time I stream until this is done. So 5-6 nights a week, probably. They won't all be 12 hours, but I'll get some long ones in here. Having said all that, I don't think it's going to be a month before we are trying to get the train set up for this. I think maybe 2 weeks. All right, next week, maybe 1 more, something like that. And then it may be even less depending on when I finish Factorio and go full time with that. So, or full time with this game. All right, let's see if we can get the other side in. Come on. There we go. This is what we need. Is that? Oh no, that's janky. There we go. Papu of the Hut resubscribed for 1 month at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 2 months. Thank you, man. I have 2 more to do. Easy one first. That looks good to me. Bring in our reference point. Okay, that looks good. And it begins. What begins, Papu? I tell what begins my any new begins for my iced tea. Nope. Come on, bro. Let's get this in. Okay, now we can get rid of these temporary guideposts. We can get rid of those that we used to create the temporary guideposts. Yeah. I think this is gonna be fine there. All right, do we need the centerpiece? I hate to get rid of it. Getting this angle was very difficult. My support and me being here more. I'll take it. With that, gotta rebuild this one. All right, let's get rid of this. Ugh. Right when I got rid of it, I realized I still needed it. Right there, I think. Yeah, right on the money. Okay, looking good. Now I gotta put the crossbars in. So I ended up going 3 and then the bar and then 4. 1, 2, 3. An undo button. Beam on the ground is wrong. Beam on the ground. Yes, it is. See that? Which one is wrong? This one's wrong. Beam on the ground is wrong. Try from back here. Actually, all I gotta do is that. Let's go ahead and save this as shard, wall, tilt. Tilt. Do. Large. Because we're going to make a small version of this as well. Yeah, my wife went to take care of the kid, never came back. Too early for her to be up. One, 2, 3. Again, we want to break this into 8-meter chunks so they're easier for me to delete. When we start building it. Do you think it looks the same? Better? Worse? This is all wrong. How many clicks does it take for Kin to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Oops. Okay. Now it's color time. And we went with chrome. I hit Y. I think chrome. Yep, chrome. So I'm gonna hit Y so that now we will only be not Y, G. So we will only be painting what we are looking at. When I hit G, to limit our collateral damage of painting the wrong thing. Well, I feel good about this. Let's go test it. I don't want to make a small version of this until we need it, because we may have to make a change, and so I don't want to make a small version and then have to change 2 of them. Okay, so in theory, this pillar that this beam right here should lay out exactly everything we need, combined with the tilt of the blueprint that we just made, should be the 3-dimensional tilt that we need. Nudge, nudge. Half nudge. What's the comparison look like over here? So that one's very much more forward. Waiting for the autosave to be done. All right. So let's see if we follow what we're used to. I'll go back through and do the deletes later. Mostly because I want to make sure this works. Ooh. That's where it needs to be. So let's... Also, let's put it on my bar. I think we can get this to where we don't have to use a smaller version of this blueprint. We just have to Clean up the rougher edges. Yeah, I think this works. I do. I have it cranked. I have it set to 0, and then I don't think about it. That's my problem with hotkey setting. Is sometimes my brain doesn't remember that that's a better way to play most games. All right. And then now what I've got to do is, in order for it to be perfectly lined up, I've got to get the white arrow that is facing us, so it doesn't look like an arrow, it looks like a line. It's exactly in the center of these two pillars. And if we did our job right, they all look like that. You know, this makes sense that they're going to be off like that because this is a steeper angle. I don't know how to fix this. Half nudge. It has to be. I think a half nudge. Back. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. I don't think I did. The wall seems too steep. I think it's placement, not angle, is the problem. All right. That's still the same. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't use the wrong blueprint. I think it's okay. Oh, I hope that's gonna work. It's so arbitrary. I'm a dummy, I'm a dummy, I'm a dummy. Well, that's the winner. Oh my gosh. Ugh, that was the last problem to solve. And I don't know why I do that to myself when I dare the universe like that. Okay, that's okay. All right, we got to extend these up. I am confident that we are going to move forward with this design and finish off this wall. Move these all the way up. Okay. How's my streaming going? Ooh, 7 hours. I don't feel like I got much done so far. All right, let's bring these up. Eye in the sky deleting messages. The angle of the beam line up now. If it doesn't line up at the top, it means the angle of the wall would be off, but it seems to be correct. Well, that's the other thing. We're putting in our rise over run we calculated, right? 73 rise over 8 run. And we're putting that to the test. We did a test, but it wasn't the full-blown thing. There we go, stupid autosave. Now remember, we're going to be deleting these. So yeah. Half nudge. I think we just got lucky with the half nudge, to be real honest with you. I mean, it's just I'm not sure, because I don't think I had to do that before. I know the white to yellow is a little hard to read, but in a normal factory building conditions, this setup works great. Okay. Nudgy nudge, nudge, nudge. So the BP is built with the need to nudge backward into it Nice, a flaw that's easily fixed. I'm not sure. I feel like when I was doing these, I didn't have to do any nudging. But it just may be that, I don't know. No, because from an outside perspective, it looks like this, well, that beam is the same. I mean, those are, that looks like one piece. Now, when you get up really close, you can tell that it's not, but yeah. Come on, bro. And finickier and finickier. Oh my god, there's still so much to go. Yeah, y'all know it's there now. No, that's not right either. Oh. Gotta be right. I need to stand up for a quick second, guys. I'm staying the headset on. I just gotta stand up for a second. I'm sitting for way too long. Oh, I can move the mic up here. Oh, maybe I should, do standing streams. I don't want to hear about no standing desk. It's a good idea. Okay. Gonna be the smell of chili in my house in just a couple of hours. And I get it and you don't. Well, maybe you do. Okay, we're sitting. The legs got stretched. We're back to it. Fix the mic here. That actually was really nice. Probably need to do that more often. Okay, half nudge. Oh, I was gonna see how big is this? This is 4 times 7 plus 1. Just wondering if that half nudge, I think the half nudge has more to do with how this blueprint is interacting with The blueprint underneath it. Then it does the angle of the wall, or the tilt of the wall. Maicito was about to recommend that. I know. One of the deals with Factorio, and it is the same with Civilization games, is that the pace is such that on drifting thing, get me in the middle. It's set up in a way where there's really no way for you to take a break, right? You go from one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing, or you have to stop and, oh, we need to yeah, let's do it. Oh no, we're already at the top. Screw it. I'm not gonna make a blueprint for, I was gonna go back and make a skinny version. But anyway, those games are designed so that you have little to no, well, there's no real break. And so, like Satisfactory is a little different, but you know, like I was that way with Satisfactory at the beginning, but over time, you know, it doesn't kind of grab me as much, I guess. Oh, we're not doing this. But since Factorio's a little newer, it's a little easier for me to go so long without thinking about the needs of my body. A walking desk. Why would I want to walk? I don't want a walking desk. I need my desk to stay in my office. Doesn't the window blueprint start to not align anymore? Oh, yeah, let's see how we're doing. Oh, yeah. Damn it. It is probably because of the nudging, don't you think? That sucks. Stupid autosave. Yeah, this window, it's the nudging. Ugh. You have to make it in the way so that it doesn't nudge. Otherwise, we're off. You know, I don't want to go through all this work and we're at least I think it is. Let's try it without nudging. In theory, does the nudge go too far? That's enough. Causes issues. What does this mean? Let me think. What does this mean? It means that the top... Okay. All right. It means that this top bar right here is not placed correctly. That's what it means. Okay. We're gonna fix it. And we can fix it. My number one rule for playing Satisfactory, if you haven't heard it before, is if you don't like it, delete it. Okay, I didn't like it, so it needs to go. It feels maybe disappointing to, or like I'm going backwards, but we're learning as we go, so you know, it's not a bad thing. Hey, guess how many Twitch viewers I have right now? So if you look at that, the answer was 69, by the way. If you look at this compared to this one's centered. That's the problem. This one's not. Problem is, I can't remember how I got this to go. If I put that down, what if we, I'm gonna try to recreate it. How did I do that? I need to figure out how to get this top plate in relatively the same position. No, you're right, Eye in the Sky. Well, it's not the half nudge. So the half nudge, if I don't do anything, it's worse. Okay. The half nudge attempts to fix the issue, but it doesn't fix it completely. I need this to line up perfectly with that. I've solved this problem before. I solved it last week. I just can't remember how. No, the wall in front of the right pillar and behind the left, the reference pillars all the way to the bottom, has the wrong rotation. Yeah, no worries. I agree. I hear what you're saying, Eye in the Sky. There is an underlying issue, not the nudge itself. That's what I meant with the flaw. No, the question was... Yeah, Eye in the Sky, you're always right. I'm always wrong. Every single time, every single game. And I never acknowledge your brilliance. If only I could acknowledge your brilliance, I'd be such a better player of this game. So there was an issue. I thought the nudge fixed it enough, but it didn't. And until we built it to the top, we couldn't know how close it was. I mean, let's look at this one. Okay, we can't tell. Like this is as if it's a continuous beam. Where's the blueprint start and stop? Right here. Look at it. Okay. And so that's why over time it maintains the correct angle. Because the breaks between the blueprints, it acts as a continuous beam. And it does that. Why? Why does it do that? It does that because I was able to get this to place correctly. What if I do what I want to do, and what I'm trying to do over here is try to recreate the spacing so that I can, where I have a point of reference that is correct, and then if I can, I'll be able to somewhere else. No? Oh, let's do that here. Same trick. Not quite. It would be very close though. That's probably the half nudge. How did I get this from... How did I get this from there to there? This widthways. What is this? That's my alarm. I don't have to get off. I don't have to stop streaming. I do have to do a task. Thank you for the follow, Thomas. Tried that. That's no good. This is the question. That difference right there. How did I pull that off? It's not a call. It's the call. I have to do something. It's the same thing I have to do every night, guys. Every night I stream. I missed last night's. I was actually a little irritated. I set the alarm and everything, and then I looked at it and was like, okay, well, I have 30 minutes. Let me work on this Factorio thing. And then I looked up an hour later and was like, oh damn. So but I don't have to leave. I can still chat. I'm gonna stand up though while I do this. My legs are killing me. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. But I can see chat. So ask me if you have any questions or whatever. Now's the time. Yep, still going. Sure, it's muted. I don't want any copyright claims. Stupid. Giant corporation that has ownership of my favorite IP. I'm just on like a 2-3 minute break, guys. A couple of people joined on Twitch, but I'm still talking, and I can still see your chat. Man, I gotta figure out this problem. How did I solve it? I probably solved it naturally. What did I do? Continue the... Did I continue it up and then came back down? I'm almost ready to go back and try to... You know, maybe we go back and scan the old VOD and see if I can find it. I did it last week. I'm gonna do that. We're just gonna do that. I'm gonna pull up last week's VOD and we're gonna find where I did it. And how I got that line in there. And we're gonna see if I can recreate it. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Appreciate your patience. I am more than halfway done. Ken, how do you think I was addressing you when you never said, nah, you were wrong, it's fine? Wouldn't make any sense. I meant, chat, my dude. If I want to troll you, I'll use your name. Know my name? You probably do. I've said it a couple times accidentally in the stream. I don't care. Besides, it's not really about whether it's wrong or right. It's about whether it's right enough that we can move on to the next thing. That's all that matters, you know? And I can't tell whether it's right enough to move on to the next thing unless we extend it all the way up to the top and see how far off we are. Right, so I realized that we didn't have to nudge the other version, and therefore that's a fresh variable, right? We know the other version worked, and so there's some fresh variable, right? I don't like it. Like, I recognize that it's not right, but is the nudge enough of a fix to get us through this so that we can move on? Well, I don't know. That's what's right or wrong. Because we're all making this up and pulling this out of our ass anyway. So there is no right and wrong. It's, am I happy enough with it? By the way, I'm done. Sitting back down. Right? Does it look good enough? And am I happy enough with it? And if it is, we move on. And if not, we have to stop. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have some fun. Let me pull up. Oh, not that. Let me pull it up from this browser. And we're gonna, ooh, that's bright. Sorry. And we are going to pull up the tube. And I'm going to search myself. Yeah. Construction. So every night you say you have to do something like what you do every night, but you never say what you're doing. Is there a reason why you won't tell us? Kind of a joke reason. There's a little bit of a joke reason. I'm playing a mobile game that I wouldn't want to necessarily recommend to people. And if I talk about it, you'll be, you know, people might be interested in it and might start playing. It's kind of a joke. I have talked about it. All right, we're scanning. Wait, is this? Oh, this is the current stream. This is my current live. That's not what I wanted. Let me find last week's stream. There we go. Yeah, let's turn off my current music so we don't confused with last week's music. And let's see if we can find where I did this. So in here, version with the walls and a version without. It's fine. You can do that. Let's change the color. We're really close. That way. Yeah, that's when I figured out how to do that. What was that? Evil Rays rated with a party of 37. Sorry. Okay. I need to find this where I finished the blueprint off. Experimenting. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. See, I'm nudging there. I just nudged. To build this thing if I have to do this. No, look. Ooh, there it is. There it is. See? Right here. So this, you can see it up here. See where the, that piece pokes through? If we go back into the game. See? It's off to the edge. It isn't in the center like I have here. And that is what I need to figure out how I did. The problem is this VOD is so long. What are we at? It's hard to say. Oh, 25:16. Go back to 24:58 here. Okay, this is a minute and a half before. All right, so I don't have it built yet. So why would it? There's no way that the 1 meter lock point is gonna match up. But we're back to needing the slip and slide. Which is a little bit irritating. Okay, slip and slide. How are we gonna use you? Well, I need to lose a meter. I just moved it over a meter. I tried that and that doesn't seem to make sense. Let me see. Let me turn the music back on. I watched what I did. So I had this here. Okay. So what I want to try to do is start with this and end with that. So I built this out. And then I said the slip and slide thing. Probably this. Hey, that's not the right one. Needs to be on angle. Okay, it needs to be on angle. So I started here. Maybe that's the problem. It's here. I need to go from there to there, and that's probably exactly what I did. No, slip inside has to be this way. The height is not correct though. That's what I had before. There. Maybe. It's close. Really close. All right, let's keep looking. It's actually not the blueprint though. It's something that looked very, very similar. And so I stopped to look at it. Let's see if we can find the blueprint. Where I do it in the blueprint. Let me check chat. You built it based on a beam that runs across the top edge of the windows. From there, your typical construction A to B pillars. That's what I just tried to do, and I couldn't quite get it right. I think. We're really close here. Maybe. Is it that simple? Did I do it by accident? I think maybe. This is wrong. We know this is wrong. See how it's already offset? What was that I just deleted? How did I get that? Now we're on. No. Oh no. Deleted the window thing. I will figure this out. Build this thing about to do this. Yeah, it will. And that's our angle. Okay. It's just the original one. Is that not what I have? It's just the original. I've already deleted it. I've already deleted it. I used that for the guide, and I just deleted it tonight. So it was almost accidental the first time. So, do I have to rebuild it so I get the exact right place? I think I do. Because I bet you that's innate to why it snaps so perfectly. It's like an accidental thing that I did. By the way, watching you watch your own stream feels exactly like back when in school when the teacher brought some type of educational VHS. Okay. All right, we know the ratio. It didn't take that long to build. Let's build it. Where do we want? Where did I build it? Right in the middle. I built it right in the middle. Which is here. All right, so 873. There's 8. There's 40. And to make 73, we need 33. Oh, I wasn't in freeform. That's gonna be wrong. Redo it in freeform. That would have sucked. I'm emphasizing it so much, Jingle, just so that you know, letting people know I need a break and I'm not leaving. But yeah, it's a mobile game that I'm not particularly proud of playing, but I've talked about it. This is it. Look. That's it. Oh, it's off a little bit here. I gotta square it up. Fine, no big deal. This is gonna be the winner. At least this is how I recreated it. Maybe there's some additional luck that was into how things went together on that first one. But no matter what we have now, come on, is much closer to what I used on the other walls. And that's a good thing. No matter what, that's a good thing. So we're gonna try this. Something's, oh my god, look at it. Hey, that's outside the blueprint maker, you guys. What is this? I built outside the blueprint maker. Somebody get Popcac. I have no idea how I did that. That should not be there. That should not be possible. Did it again. Can I do it out the side? Has to be. Ella, has to be. I guess it's because you built the beam off of a beam that was in the designer. Well, it's on the precise edge of it for sure. So it's like, maybe it's, you know, the connection that you get by snapping. Buildables in a designer cannot be connected to world buildables. But maybe this snapping mechanic, maybe a self-snapping mechanic has allowed it to remain inside the blueprint designer. I don't know. I don't know. We have other fish to fry tonight, so I can't really explore that, but you know, Popcac, you're not lurking in here right now, are you? He's not. If he was, He'd already be chatting. He does sometimes hang out. All right, let's see if we can get this to lock in, baby. If I build the other one, I can get it to sit right there. Yeah, it goes there, but I can also get it to sit there. I'm having a hard time getting that one to sit like the other one does. Because I'm putting it on the wall. Am I really locking it to the wall? The window? No. This project is a pain in the ass. All right, I got an idea. Hold on. Maybe because it's thicker. Problem I usually have. Because it's steeper. Okay, we don't want it to orient in that direction. This will work. I think I got this. We can do this. No. Build one out here. There. Delete that. I think I need a double row. Yes, that was it. Oh, this is been difficult today. That looks just like the other one. That looks like one continuous beam. It's actually, we actually can check. Watch this. Compare that to that. Does that line up perfectly? So this one was linked to the bottom one, and this one was linked to the top. And if they meet, I mean, that is absolutely a perfect overlap. Okay, it's not absolutely perfect. It's very, very close. I wish I could test the version that I had made before, but I saved it over. I saved over it. And I wish I could run that same test. But this is I think this is a lot better than it was before. A lot better. So we're gonna run this on the wall and we're gonna see what it looks like at the top. My brain is so fried trying to figure that out. Sorry if some of you guys may have found that a little bit slow, but this is kind of a slow stream, not gonna lie. And we are officially at 8 hours. You know what's disgusting? I unironically have this desire to finish my Satisfactory stream at like whenever I finish 10-12 hours and then jump into Factorio for 4 hours. Like, that's how disgustingly, like, overwhelmingly I feel like playing Factorio. It's really the need to get the accomplishment. You know, it's my need to feel. Now, where we lock in on this first one isn't as important. But I would say that we want to go. We can nudge this first one, is my point. Let's try it. There we go. Find a spot we're comfortable with. Let's see what our depth was over here. We're real near the front. So real near the front is fine with me. We were like here. And let's split the difference. Really like to get it right in the middle. It's Sunday, we can take it slow. You're good. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, on that note, the 8 hours notice came. Yeah, I know. My biggest problem on these long streams isn't like, you know, getting saddle ass. It's not my voice. I can talk for 24 hours straight, no problem. A lifetime of opening my big mouth. It isn't even my legs, although those did bother me today. It's my eyes. It's always my eyes. Sometimes the back of my neck too, if I'm not sitting just right, if I have that like nerd neck thing, the hunched over thing, because I'm looking at the screen. My neck can bother me sometimes, but I just had to take a break there to try to wipe up my eyes so I can see. Okay, I feel better. All right, how are we looking? A little bit more to the left. That looks good. All right. Moment of truth. That really is up in the business there. So we'll run with it. All right, here's our spot check. Do we like it? Oh, yeah. So does that look like one beam to you? Now, not so much left to right. That's just me eyeballing it, although that one didn't turn out too bad. Yeah, it's a little bit back, right? It's a little bit back, but it's a lot closer than it was. So the only thing we can do is run this bad boy. That's significantly further back than the one below. I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this. I thought our angle was pretty good. Eight by 73. No, we're out of the line. This isn't gonna work. Way too far to go. Not even nudging. There's no way we're not gonna make it. I mean, this is the first one. It's right there. I also don't like how that's twisted. Maybe that has something to do with it. I know, Mandrigal, you did say that. I did it in diagonal and not freeform or something. I did see you say that. I tested this. It's not right. This one's not right. Why is it not right? All right, what if... that better? You know, did I maybe do it on the inside and then I built these two and that's why it was off? Did I maybe do that? I didn't do that this time. Why is it twisting? The left side is far more of that. The right. Yeah, yeah. Simmerlin, here. Sorry, I'm missing some chat. How did you work out the base footprint of the building? Or did you just allocate the base and build up with the angle of 86 degrees, 85 degrees? It was mostly it was the size. Well, this is how big I wanted to build the building. There was a lot of work for that. What you're talking about, it was not very easy. I wanted to, I actually moved things around a little bit so that the building was as high as I wanted with the correct angle that I wanted and close to the same base area that I wanted. I wanted it to fit in the footprint. That wasn't easy. What you're talking about. Yeah, plot size, but some eyeballing too for sure. Gotcha. That gives the number of meters, no doubt. Then the next question is 1-to-1 scaled for fit a specific plot size. It's a little of both. You know, I did map this out, right? I've showed you guys this map. So I knew how big I wanted this, but I also knew I didn't want it taller than this building. It seems like, you know, when I first started this, somebody told me 85 degrees, but it's more like 86.5 degrees. And that makes a difference. That makes the building taller. So this is actually a little bit short and stumpy shard. If it's 86.5 degrees, that makes a difference. You know, I mean, relatively, you know, visually, this is a sharper. No, it's like mine ends here. You know, but it has the same size base. But I ended up, you know, once somebody gave me the exact rise over run. I think Eye in the Sky gave me the exact rise over run. And so and it came out to like 86 and a half versus 85. But at that point, I knew that it would be taller than I wanted, so I decided to let it go. When you... Okay, eye in the sky. See the problem. When you triple the pillars, they are not in the same plane on both sides. Okay? As the pillars follow their rotation, you put them in side by side. Agreed. That is not in the same plane like the surface you want to create between the left and the right frame. No, I'm with you. So do we ignore that? And maybe what I did, I can't remember. So if that's the case, do we ignore the tripling, do the measurement to the original, and then triple over the top of it after the fact? Will that pull that problem out, or at least minimize that problem? Oh my god. What happens when you don't set it to freeform? You set it to diagonal instead. Freeform. As long as this is correct, I don't really care about that. This is just a, you know, like a cowling or like a trim. This is just trim. This is the foundation, right? The trim just makes things look nice. The foundation is what we're built upon. Well, we got to do this, otherwise we can't line it in. Well, I'm learning stuff. I'm a little frustrated at my lack of progress. What are you gonna do, right? Now, does that mean that those trim, those 3 in, if we do call it trim, does that mean that they're unreliable measurements? If we're losing space or not? Because we still are. This is still poking out in front of everything. You're right, it's based on this twist. Because this was rolled in. Still should... Well, there is one thing we could do. And it would be let's see if it'll work. It'd be repeatable, and I could get this wall done. Let's go ahead and attach. Orient our stuff with those trim pieces. Hey, Patrick. Our height. They're not perfect. Should be okay. I don't think it was perfect over on the other side either. The height. I don't think that's the issue. So now what I'm thinking is, instead of using this again, okay, like we have been, and it's sort of innate, like stacking it on itself, what if we delete this? Spongelet rated with a party of 53 viewers. Welcome, guys. I'm in the middle of a existential crisis. I think this is gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I was thinking of doing another measuring line as I go, but it's not gonna work. How's it going, guys? Crunchy Sunflower, Sponge Raid. What were you playing? Satisfactory. Nice. And there's Spongelet. McGrath Dearman, hey, how's it going? Welcome, guys. So, I'm trying to build the Shard. Right? The building in London. And I'm having some difficulties. These walls came together pretty well because I had to define lean to them, and I was able to get them to get it to work. You know what I think the biggest problem is, Eye in the Sky? I think the biggest problem is that over here and over here, when I built the planes, the bottoms were based off of, and it's really the twists were based on each other. But with this one, I went up and down. And so by the time we get back down here, they're not synced together like they were in the other way that I built them. So I'm beginning to start to consider what's close enough for us. Like, what do I have to maybe let go? It's not like we haven't put in an effort to fix this. But let me take a second. Why don't we do this? Let's take a second. We got some raiders here, and you know, if there's people that haven't seen my city, let's go over and take a look. And that'll give me a chance to sort of think about what I want to do with that other problem. We're very, very close, and very close may have to be good enough. So here's my city. We are trying to add the shard to our skyline right now, and despite how it may seem, especially if you've been watching for the last couple of hours, we're actually really close to getting the hardest parts done. I'm sort of struggling a little bit fixing some of the last issues, but we are pretty close. This is our city. This is my central storage tower, center of the city. This is Nakatomi Plaza, as you can see, and it is my Fixmas factory. This is actually my submission to the Coffee Stain Studios Fixmas Factory contest. I'd like to think that I could win, but the reality is I've seen the craziness of the other people that have posted, and I don't think I can win. There's some pretty good stuff out there, guys. Some pretty good stuff. Having said that, I think it would be really cool if I could get into like the top 10, because I think they had like 10 runner-ups or something. But yeah, we'll see. I guess we're gonna find out this week. But let's take a quick little look out here and inside, and then we'll go over to the other building, and I want to show you guys the subway. So let's turn off the lights. So here we have a circle of snowmen using the power of Fixmas to summon something. The power of Fixmas, power of one, the power of many. I don't know. Whatever it is they're summoning, they've been going at it for a while and nothing's happened. So here we've got, was there just an ad that was running? Or is it running now? Might be running now. I wish there was, I mean, I'm sure there is, and I just don't. Hey, the shard. And I just don't know how to use it. I'm not 100% sure when ads are happening on Twitch. I know when the ads are happening while I'm live on YouTube. Never. Unless I hit the button. Anyway, let's keep going. So this is the Fibonacci spiral. This is actually a Fibonacci spiral right there, and then the reverse one right there. And I like how those turned out. We'll just pop into the lobby really quickly. Snowflake ceiling lights. Vet Gaming, I'll take a look at that, see if I can figure it out. I think it turned out really nice in here. And we have our 2 belt Christmas trees. And then that is pretty much it for the Fixmas Factory. I saw the train, Ruin. I saw the train. Did you see the shops, like, or the Wonderland, like the model train set? That one was ridiculous. Now, it took 5 people to build that one, so you know, maybe there should be a multiple person category, like, I don't know, but still, I'm not like, it's not like I'm not proud of what we did, because I am. So here's our road here. We do have 3 lanes. Most trucks will be headed into the center to unload their goods into the central storage at some point, but we do have a roundabout here. We can also just go up this ramp up into this area if we want to avoid the traffic. But yeah, those are the main parts of the road. Obviously, these big sort of freeway sections chop out the city into 4 quadrants. And then space elevator on the top. And yeah, I think it turned out pretty well. In general, my city, I'm trying to go with something that sort of looks and feels like this. We got the teal and the purple. So far so good. Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna head back to the shard here and see if I can't build this in a way that I'm happy with. I think it's coming down to this. I don't understand why that's poking out. We could try a rotation. Did I do a rotation before? I mean, it could be as simple as this. I don't think I did. I mean, come on, bro. It could be this simple. If I do that, I'm gonna have to do this too. All right, nudge on the first one and no more nudges. I think I was talking about it right when you were talking about it. Twist. What a twist. But basically, so Eye in the Sky, I think the crux of the issue is on the other walls, I built this and this sort of together, and then they went up and they met at the top, right? That's why they're a little scraggly at the top. What I did on this one is I built up like that and then back down. So by the time you get back down, you're twisted and you're kind of not in the same plane as I was on the way up. Okay, this space compared to that space. I mean, that's visibly wider. Trying to think. We tilt. Steeper there. Tilt out. Tilt it in. Okay, what if we bring this in a little bit? Rotate it in, but not the other side. Asking for trouble. Okay. All right. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get it close. We're gonna let it go, and we're gonna move on. Let me read what you said in Discord before I give up completely. Eye in the Sky. I think I know what you're saying. I just wanna make sure that I'm not missing anything, and then we'll move on. Where's my Discord? Where's my Discord tab? There. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Your diagram does make me want to go back to trying this way for the final try, though. Doing it on the inside, because it shouldn't be on the outside. 100%. Absolutely, it should not be on the outside. So we're not going to do it on the outside. We want to go up 40 from... One is here. Yeah, let's just bring him over. We know he's straight. So yeah, that's about where I was trying to get it. Looks right in the middle to me. Switch to freeform, and then right there. All right, let's do a discount double check. That's 39. $39. Yeah, it's about the same as it was before. I think I moved the whole thing up one, but in general, it's the same as it was before. I don't think I put a twist on it. I think that caused more problems than it solved. I mean, this is it. We're gonna lock this one home. Well, I have to do this so I can lock. Speaking of locking. It's been a very interesting problem, but I'm about done with it. Yeah, nope. Move over. Oh, thank you. Who gave the shout out to Spongelet? I forgot to give us Spongelet a shout out. Thank you, Killer. I'm sure it was Killer Rain. Did you do it like I posted on Discord, or is it still based on how it was? I did it on the inside. Did you not see? Yeah, I did it to the inside. I've done it multiple ways. This isn't gonna fix it. I've tried it, and I think it's better for the reasons that you. I mean, hell, maybe it fixes it. Maybe something else was wrong when I tried it this way. But for sure, the one thing I can say for sure is that it's better to do to the outside than it is on the inside for the exact reasons that you said. And I did sort of arrive there while you were doing what you were doing. I was kind of figuring it out, and then you said something, and that helped me, you know, lock it down. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go. And then if I have to at any point, I will do the dreaded half nudge. That actually doesn't seem too bad. That actually... that distance right there, that amount of face showing, right? That surface area showing between the top and the top. very similar to there. This is farther in though. It's bigger on the second one. Storm Saint followed you. Thank you. I assume that you came in from the raid. I appreciate it. It's closer than it was. It is absolutely closer than it was. Yeah, you saw me do it. The messages rolled. Well, and not only is there a YouTube delay, but there's a kin delay as well. They compound on each other. If we can get this wall in. We're at 9 hours, guys. We can get this wall in and clean everything up. That may be it. I don't know if I want to do the other wall. But at the same time, if I do the other walls, A, I'll have a very nice feeling of accomplishment, and B, I won't have to relearn what the hell I did a week from now. Both very important things. But so is sleep, I hear. I don't know. I haven't done any in a while. The good news is, well, kind of. We have to do another blueprint for this wall because it has no tilt at all. Well, up to a certain point. No, that's a miss. That's a bingo. Well, no matter what, we're learning a lot. At least I am. Yeah, look how far apart we are. I mean, that's a twisting problem. Oh, it's so far to go. Here's the deal. In another 6 hours, could I fix this and make it perfect? Possibly. But there's a question of we do the left pillars. It's not a bad idea. Redo the left pillars to line up with the wall. It's not a bad idea. The wall is what it is. The pillars were guideposts. Redo them. Quite literally a guidepost in the strictest sense of the word. gonna be difficult. It's not gonna be as easy as we would like. Well, maybe it will. All right, I like your idea. I like it. They're great. It's very close to the middle there. How do I get I mean, I'm good calling that half in half. The Moonlit Gamer, thank you for the follow. Are the windows slowly tilting, or are they 90 degrees? These no, the windows are on a tilt. Otherwise, none of this would work, for sure. All right, I'm about to set. I think I got a way to set it. We go half. At height, way in between. Right here. Actually. Oh, no. Okay. Yep. Come on. Air. The height issue. Why don't we just... Oh, we can't. We got an angle to work with here. Let me think about this for a second. I gotta use the restroom. I gotta think if I like the idea, eye in the sky. I'm not sure if the execution's worth it. I haven't decided yet. Right back. Okay, I think I've made my decision, and I don't want to redo that line. I think it's gonna introduce a whole host of problems. You might have. I've had some weird stuff going on with my setup. It's like there's a loose wire or something. Not 100% sure. So I'm gonna trim. And we're gonna call it good. And we're gonna fry some new fish. Come on, why couldn't you autosave while I was up and away? Hey Smee, the issues are too many to... The issues are too many. I'll show you in a second. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Ah. So the issue is that as we moved our way up, basically this got out of alignment. All the way down. I don't know if this is gonna work, because I think it's gonna be too aggressive down here. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Too much rotation. If I could find a way to do a much thinner rotation. Run a free form and run a beam pillar down from the top of the existing correct windows down to the bottom. Yeah, but where's the marker on the bottom? You mean the bottom of the windows? From the top of the existing correct windows, yeah. Down to the bottom. The bottom where? Specifically where are you suggesting? Like the bottom here? This is meant to be a plane. I can't fit the windows in. I've been trying to fit the windows in. Yeah. It tilts and points. and is twisted too, right? This whole plane is kicked out, but that's neither here nor there. Corner? Which corner? If you say the corner I look at, there's too much delay. No, the corners where the window's in, can't do that because we have this angle here that has to be accounted for. So I can't do it there. Maybe I could do it. Maybe I could do it here. Maybe I could do it there. So that could be the end point. Where would be the beginning? Be moved in to align with the windows. Be something like it'd be something like right here. Wish. Very close. Probably shouldn't err on that side. It'll make it like wider. Straight across from the right hand side, so then you're same place. Problem is that there's 3 dimensions plus twisting that I'm trying to keep in mind, and a lot of times doing an action to fix one of those things causes a problem in the other one. So I'm trying to keep all 4 things in mind. Right, I have an angle that way. I have an angle this way, and we have an angle this way, right? Or this way, plus we have twisting. All right, I'll try it. I'll try it without deleting. Better redo it because I don't know if I twist. What a twist. All right, can I get there before my parts do? Oh, there they go. I'm gonna leave these pillars in, at least some of them, so that I can reorient. If, or just rebuild them if I don't like what this is. Like if this is worse. Yeah, but the angle on the right side correct. So if you just pick a point on the post in the right column, you'll be aligned on that plane, and then you just the other two angles. I'm not 100% following you, and that is probably on me, not on you. But I have to finish what I've started here to see if this is going to work, because this seems very promising. Seems very, very promising. The other side gets slowly off as well, but it's not nearly as bad as this side. So I don't feel like I don't feel bad about leaving it. It stays tighter, and as we go, it'll diverge more. And by diverge, I mean be where we want. Feral Nightingale raided with you with a party of 3 viewers. Thank you for the raid and welcome. Don't mind me, I'm just over here fiddling. Forever fiddling. But we have a little bit of a double trouble here. Not 100% sure which one's the bad one. The outside one. All right, so this is our safety point right here. I can get us back with that. So I can go ahead and delete all the bad stuff. And then if I have to hit the undo button, we use him to do it. I mean, they're basically merged into one right now. It's crazy how close they are and then how far they become. Okay. I knew I hadn't deleted it all. We're okay, guys. I got it in my head. See, I'm building the one that is aligned with the windows. And I'm deleting the ones that are kicked out because the windows moved in as we went up. So the ones that are further out are the ones that were there before. We're fine. I was gonna leave those to go back to if I needed, and then that's why I did that extra side piece, and I went back and I deleted the ones that I left because that was a better solution. So essentially what we've done is I was trying to make the window panes align with the pillars that we had, but since I failed to do that, we just aligned the pillar to the pane. And this is a better, no matter what, by definition, this looks better than the other way. So I think we're moving ahead with this. Oh, this is bad. It was all aligned to the old set. Nice and sharp. Get rid of you. And get rid of you. And we need you. All right. I'm an artist. And my medium of choice is small metal pillars. Actually, what I am is exhausted. Yeah, I don't like it's kicked out. That twisty stuff sucks. Yeah, well, so exactly. I mean, really what it comes down to is I've done similar stuff in the past. What was I doing? Oh, shortening this. So, I mean, that's actually how I made that, too. I did that with a freeform all the way down, which is the problem, right? Hence the problem. Now though, of course, we have the window already in place, so we can use that. I don't like that. Oh. Where? What? Pussy problem again? Yep. Good. And so I think part of it is I needed a reminder of how that option, you know, for sure. So I appreciate it. This isn't great. It's not great. There. Okay. I think this wall's finally done. Well, I mean, this parts of it. We gotta clean this in our slop. And I try your stuff all the time, you. You're implying that I never tried it before. True, most of the time I can't figure out what the hell you're trying to tell me. But this was a good solution for sure. All right, so we want to get rid of those and those and that, and we can get rid of all of this. Basically, we're just leaving the glass inside. This glass we may have to ditch. We've done that before. Yep, this one you might be able to save. Come on. Nope. But we should be able to save this one now. Boop. There's still a lot of cleanup to do, but once we do, I think this will look really nice and really kind of meet the vision that I had for it. This is turning into the most difficult thing I've done in this game, and I built a freaking superstar destroyer in Satisfactory, and the shard is kicking my ass. I mean, freaking look at the top down. Where is it? Look at this. It's a crazy design. You know, with these walls oriented like that. You know, and then these layered I mean, the Super Star Destroyer is really simple compared to this. And in some ways, I may have gotten closer to the target with this than I did with my Super Star Destroyer, which is crazy. You can watch, hear YouTube, but YouTube. Oh, okay, you're talking to the raid person. Just admit it, you can hardly decipher what we are saying when we're trying to help. It is really difficult. Like it's really difficult for you guys to describe it and for me to understand, like with missing points of reference, as well as, you know, YouTube/Twitch delays. You know, like look over there. Well, over where? Like I have no idea where I was looking, you know, when somebody says that. You know, because by the time I see it, you know what I mean? So, and then say it back to you, and then you say it back to me, you know, it's like major major hilarity ensues. I think we got there. Not exactly. Well, and here's the thing. I can't say like, oh, it was just the final thing we did, because we did so many things that I think in aggregate, yeah, laser pointer, in aggregate is going to end up being the final product, which, you know, I think we'll agree looks good. I don't think if I fix my blueprint, it would be nearly as good, you know, or maybe I never needed to fix the blueprint. It was perfectly fine, and all I had to do was the you know, the cheat we ended up using in the end. You know, it's hard to say, or maybe both of them are true, but I still think it's better with that change, because it makes it more like what we did on the other side. It's looking good. Was it like, you know what it's kind of like? It's kind of like one of those, if you guys seen any of those videos of like people putting those big sheets of like fondant icing on cakes, right? There's like a big sheet and it's sort of malleable, and they put it on the cake and then they kind of press it tight, and then they cut off the excess with like and it's kind of super satisfying to watch the end result after the excess is cut off. That's what I'm doing right here by trimming this stuff, kind of just cutting it off, the excess, so we have a nice clean window pane glass inside of our shard side. Boop. Nope. Didn't make the cut. Still see your butt. There we go. Same thing here. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I have enough juice in me for another wall, you guys. Because we have 3 more walls, and these are actually going to be complicated because they have straight portions. I've also got to create a new blueprint that does not have the tilt to it. And unfortunately, we're at 10 hours already. I wonder if my wife's up. She probably's up. I'll probably... We were gonna have company over today, but he canceled my best friend from high school. I told him, he said he was feeling bad and feeling sick, and he wasn't getting a lot of sleep. I told him to get his ass on my stream so we could hang out. He's like, is your stream better than Star Trek The Next Generation episodes? Because that's your competition right now. And I was like, well, depending on the episode, yeah. Because some of those Star Trek Generation episodes are not very good. but not all of them, no. Greetings from Germany. How's the shard going? We ran into major issues today. Major issues that slowed me down. I did get that inner wall in, and then that one and that one. This one kicked our collective ass until Eye in the Sky provided the final piece to the puzzle. Although we did, I think I was able to make nice improvements along the way. We had to get, no matter what, we had to fix the blueprint because these weren't lining up, and now they are. So that was an additional problem. Looks good, all trimmed out. What's left? Some glass. Half nudge. Oh, that's all you get. What about you over here? Do you get any? I don't think you get any. Yeah, and that's more kicked out than I would like, but nope. Nope. I think we got there. Ground control to Major Kin. Looks like chat wants your attention. This is just an example. What are you doing, Killer Rain? I don't even know. I don't even know you guys. Sometimes I don't believe I know you. Let's get rid of this. This was a measuring stick. And then we gotta chop this. Thank you for the follow, the professor. Is that a Gilligan's Island reference? It's okay, you don't have to chat if you don't want to. You may be a silent lurker. Not anymore. I wanted to get all 8 of these walls in today. We got 4 of them in. So the challenge with these last 3 walls is that they all have a straight component. Looks like that's still leaning. Who's got, there it is. So I'd have to build a, and I will have to build straight wall. Same thing that I have. Not a reference at all, just love history. It's so funny. We were talking about history earlier. I was making a joke that when every man hits 30, they have to decide, you know, what hobby they're gonna get way too into, and you really get to choose one of 3 things at least. You know, you could do all 3 for bonus points. Smoking meats, World War II history, or ancient Roman history. And a shocking amount of people were like, oh yeah, I got 2 out of 3. It's kind of a running joke that I don't know if I heard that from somewhere or me and my friends started saying it. I'm sure I heard it from somewhere. And then you're like talking about history. It's funny. We also have to kind of, we did do this sort of melding of 2 walls. We have to do that for all of them. We have to come up with what we're putting in between to kind of seal these up. Yeah. I will endeavor to not feel disappointed about the lack of progress that was made today, but I'll remember that honestly, I did learn a lot about, you know, I added to the stock of tricks, the stock of building tricks. There we go. Let's get rid of this. All right, and then if you came in recently, there's the rest of my city. And now we have a new member, or very soon to be a new member. That sky looks really good, guys. I think I'm gonna grab my screenshot. Murrow, I'm always surprised what you are conjuring out of the pieces the game gives us to work with. Yeah. I try. All right, what are we gonna do? Can we? If I could turn back time. Oh yeah, a little bit of that J.J. Abrams lens flare action. What are we in 2008? Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot to. So if you right mouse button, you can toggle high res when you go into picture mode. There we go. Simray looking good. Thank you. And I also know some major issues the game provides to us. Yeah, it's true. There are definitely some issues, but yeah. So I'm wrapping up. Anybody hasn't seen the full tour and wants it, I'm totally willing to do it before I end for the evening. Anybody wanna, any questions? Anybody wants the full tour? Now's the time. I will give you guys, a couple minutes to answer. If not, no worries. I don't want to do it for nobody or for people that already know what I've made. But if anybody's new, okay, Obi-Ron says yes, please. And I know you're not new Obi-Ron, but the professor says as well. So that's 2 people. Okay, so let me take a drink of water and we'll walk through it and then we'll call it a night. And I'll also give you guys, anybody who wants to know, a little bit of overview of my channel and my channel plans as well at the end, in case you like what you see. Steve Franco says yes as well. By the way, well, not to you guys because you guys will get the tour, but if there's anything else that anybody feels like they are interested in, always ask, because I'm happy to take a break from whatever I'm doing typically and do something. So obviously, this is Satisfactory 1.0. This is my second full playthrough, although I didn't launch the last space elevator part in update 8. So maybe that wasn't even a full playthrough. I did kind of break my save though. All those VODs and episodes, not all the episodes, but all the VODs are there. I built a Star Wars themed playthrough, Mega Factories. I hit the object limit in 6 months, and then I extended it and played for another 9 months on the same save, and it was basically unplayable. I had like 11 FPS by the time that it was done. I'm really happy with the Superstar Destroyer. I have a video on that. I'll pop that video in chat. I'm actually pretty happy, pretty proud of that video. It sums up my entirety of episode 8. I don't know why I keep saying that. Update 8 playthrough. So I'll pop it into YouTube and Twitch, so you guys can watch that afterwards. or you can go to my channel and just look for what 878 hours of Satisfactory looks like. So that sums up update 8. So when 1.0 hit, even while I was doing the Star Wars, hold on one second. There we go. I accidentally smacked my audio controls, and I wanted to reload the settings. So even while I was completing the Star Wars save, I knew that I wanted to do another big theme. And so what I ended up deciding to go with was a cyberpunk city. And so you know, planning happened over the course of time. Now in this save, when I first started, obviously we didn't start up here. We started down here and we built some factories down here. So my 1.0 playthrough, I go through, there's several factories out here, right? Steel, this is motors, that's Caterium. Over here somewhere, right there, that's our power plant. That build turned out pretty interesting. They're a little bare bones, right? They don't really have any pizzazz to them because I knew that they were all going to be temporary. I did really focus on teaching people how to, you know, design their own factories. And so some of those episodes, you know, you might be interested in, but the goal was really working towards this. And my cyberpunk city, my theme, I found this picture here, and this is kind of the overall style that I'm going with. Teal, purple, big outlines like this. I love the single line, like the taller building on the right that has two purple lines, two vertical purple lines. I really like that. You know, in general, this is what I want my skyline to look like or feel like. And so the first building that I did is this middle building, and we'll do a tour of that building. But this is central storage. This is probably the one building that won't be as directly related to a real world building. That's the other thing. As I started going through the live streams with people, I got a lot of suggestions on buildings that I could use. And so I thought it'd be really cool. Plus, to be honest with you, I'm not going to say that I'm not creative, because I am, but I'm better equipped, or I'm better at kind of taking something that already exists and working with that than sort of pure creation like an artist is, you know. I'm better at adapting than I am at creating, and so it's a lot easier for me to pick out. It's way easier for me to build something, although except for the effing shard, but it's way easier for me to build something than it is for me to create something from scratch, because I just don't know what to do, right? But if I look at something, I go, oh, okay, we can do this, we can do this. And once I'm rolling, I come up with good ideas. And so I decided to base the buildings off of real world buildings. And so the next thing I did is I came up with a floor plan for the city, at least the bottom two quadrants. So we do have the Fixmas factory on the right. That's the Nakatomi Plaza building that we're gonna do a quick tour of in a second. And then we're working on the Basics factory, and that's gonna be the Shard. And so I went through and I decided and worked with everybody in the live stream to come up with, well, first of all, we've planned all these factories. So I use satisfactorytools.com. Okay, so here's the Basics factory. We're really not making a lot of each item, except for wire. We're making 3,700. I'm not doing like mega factories in this playthrough. I'm gonna do what we need, but we've basically already planned it out, you know. And like I said, it's not a ton on its own, but these factories do share with each other. So I'm importing rubber, right? So the plastic and rubber factory is going to need to be imported, and I'll talk about how I'm going to import that and share between the factories in a minute. But what here's the heavy modular frames, and I will say 22.5 heavy modular frames per minute. You know, it's not huge, but it's not tiny, you know. 115 motors per minute, that's decent. That's a decent size, really. Now, then the computer, and then the aluminum factories. I have not planned the phase 4, phase 5 space elevator part factories, nor the Mark 6 belt materials, but those are gonna happen up here. So here's the Mark 6 belt materials, the fix-its and the diamonds, the Toblerones. All right, that's gonna be this building. So that's what I'm planning to build. Right, and then what I'm planning to, you know, make each factory look like, we'll do the computer factory first. So again, the basics factory, if you don't know, it's the one I'm working on right now. That's the Shard. This is in London. I hate this building at the moment. I'm gonna sleep and have nightmares of this building after 10 hours of doing what I just did. It's not that bad, but yeah, this is harder than I thought it was going to be when I picked it out. So this is the one we're working on, and then the computer factory, one of these tabs, this one. So this is called the yes, the John Hancock Tower in Chicago. This is gonna be the computer factory. This is pretty straightforward. There's a slight angle on this wall there, but I think the other one is flat. I'll probably use radar towers for the top two things there. This one's gonna be an easy one. This is gonna be a knock out the park. Simrian, you recall that the Shard was your suggestion? Oh, permit ban. So this one's gonna be pretty straightforward. And then the computer, I want to do this one. This one looks pretty gnarly, but I actually think this one's gonna be relatively straightforward. It is more rectangular shaped in floor plan, and I did plan for that here in the aluminum factory. I also picked out which factories go where based on the size of the factory and kind of what how many machines need to go in. Like for instance, right, the Shard here has very little square footage of floor space, and so the basics factory has the smallest factory, and so it went into there. And then finally, this building, not there. Nope, not there either. This building here, let's see if I can say this right, say the name of this country right. Bahrain. Okay, this building is in Bahrain, and I probably don't have the emphasis on the wrong syllable, but I do think I said the sounds right. This is going to be the steel factory. This may be worse than the Shard, and I don't know why I hate myself, but apparently I do. I still think I can do this. I definitely could have done this fairly easily with the blueprint extensions that existed up until a couple of months ago. When I initially agreed to do this, I was like, oh, I can do that, right? Without that, it's going to be pretty difficult, but I still think I have some ideas to make this happen. I think this actually might be more straightforward than it looks. But anyway, this is going to be the heavy modular frames factory, and that's our biggest factory of these 4, and so I increased its floor plan. So that's the overall plan outside of the game. Inside, we can take a look here. I have roads planned, and that's one of the reasons why I needed the map, so that I could plan out everything to the foundation. So that's what these foundations are for. They're already laid out. You know, we've got 2 sidewalk spaces. The building can start here. And this is where the aluminum factory is going to be. This is where the computer factory is going to be, right? Obviously we have the shard there, and then the big drill bit is going to be over there. I kind of laid out my streets to just get a feel, make sure they fit correctly, hook some lights together. I wanted to make sure that the lamps hit in the right order, so that when I make the garage here, it made sense. So that's kind of why we did this. One of the things I talked about was that the factories are going to share inputs and outputs. I want to make them share it via truck. So I'm really going all in with the roads here, and I really like the street lights and the whole vibe. Again, we're kind of doing a futuristic cyberpunk city. You know, and obviously this is just a skeleton, just to test stuff. I did find that there's extra space between this building and this building, and it sort of came out that way, right? This space right here, right? We only need, you know, this much space for the road. And so if we take that, it's like we have 2 roads, but maybe even more. And so what I'm planning to do with this extra space is to make a gas station. So any trucks that are flitting back and forth between these 4 buildings, like for instance, if we look at the aluminum factory and we go to the item inputs, it needs all these items from the other factories, right? So 10.5 heavy modular frames per minute, 25.5 crystal oscillators, 1,000 rubber per minute. Okay, so these trucks are going to be delivering that, most likely. I also have a drone option, but most likely the majority of the heavy lifting I want to do with trucks, because I want this city to look like a city. I want there to be movement. I want it to be dynamic. I don't want it to be static, right? So and then the big drill bit's gonna go there. So let's talk about this over here is kind of my big highway, my big thoroughfare. I may do something like overpasses, like this main road overpassing and going over into the phase 4 and phase 5 space elevator part area. I haven't 100% made up my mind. It depends on the space that we have available, but I was thinking I want to add some verticality. I don't want this to be a flat city. So if we can add some sort of, you know, if we can include the 3rd dimension with the roads, I want to look for ways to do that. And I think an overpass is a good way to do that. So this is my main freeway. We do have 3 roads here. 3 lanes. So this first lane is, I'll talk about in a second. This one is if you're going in to drop off items into the central storage. And then this one is going around the roundabout. By the way, this curved roundabout, this looks very difficult. It was more difficult than it looks. It was not easier than it looks. It was more difficult. I do like how this road turned out and the paint that we ended up using. But yeah, and we'll talk more about this in a second. I want to get over the Fixmas factory. The top is, there's another roundabout up there, so you can, you know, drive truck to maybe go through the building without having to deal with anybody stopping, that kind of a thing. So the Fixmas factory and this side of the city was planned. Before I show the Fixbus factory, the main rocket fuel power plant and supply of rubber and plastic is going to come from this area. I don't have a building picked out per se because I know how much space it's going to take with all of the fuel generators that we're going to need for the rocket fuel, and just generating rocket fuel the way that I want to make it, which is diluted, using the diluted fuel blender recipe into turbo fuel and then into rocket fuel. It's going to take a lot of space, and so that's why this building here is, I'm kind of calling the power tower. It's more like a big L, and I was kind of thinking of doing something a little bit less cyberpunky and maybe a little bit more dystopian, like at least show like exposed pipes and a little bit more industrial, you know. And then we have the Fixbus factory. Hold on, let me take a drink of water. So if you don't know, Coffee Stain Studios had a Fixbus factory contest, and I went all in with it, really tried to do the best that I could. I don't really expect to win first place, but there is a few runners up, 5 or 10 or something like that. I think there's a possibility I could get one of those. I did make a video on that as well. Killer Rain linked it in the Twitch chat. So this is one of the things that my live stream viewers helped me design, and Snowman have been hard at this for over a month now, and I don't know what they're summoning or what they have already summoned. So Krampus, maybe Jack Frost. Not 100% sure, nor am I 100% sure with what they are summoning with. So, but yeah, no, I think this turned out really well. I like the sort of tree skirt design. I liked it so much, I did the same thing over here, and I did a tricolor for here. This one looks really cool. These trees right here, these are part of the factory. These generate the trees. These are not there for decoration alone. They have Mark 5 lifts to bring the presence down underneath the city. And then these curves right here are Fibonacci golden spiral curves. And that was suggested by Ray in my chat. That was pretty difficult to do. I do like how clean this edge turned out. And I did that by making this a ramp. I used a lot of ramps. Same thing here to get these clean edges. That's not Z fighting because it is, yeah, never dry. Well, I'm gonna not make any snowman jokes. But yeah, I do like how that turned out. And then we do have Candy Cane Lane. And we have the main lobby of Nakatomi Plaza. Let's do the little belt trees first. These turned out really good. Again, I did bigger versions of the sort of tree skirt, as well as made a candy cane center. So we had fun. I'm gonna have to snatch that Mercer sphere pretty soon. In the middle, kind of calling this ugly sweater, you know, an ugly sweater here. This all turned out really good. These are just ramps again. They're just put in a spiral pattern, and then the pattern of the stripes are painted on them. Over here, another similar belt tree building. The ceiling is obviously a giant snowflake, but also the snowflake snows. It is proximity related though, so you have to fly up to kind of set it off. So one sort of sad thing about it. But yeah, I think this turned out really well down here. I don't want to spend a ton of time going over each floor, but we can buzz through it really quickly because I want to get over to the other building. But yeah, basically each building, I did every other floor red, white, so it looked like a candy cane. And then I labeled out what each floor does. And a lot of this I did for the video, the contest submission. I actually edited that video live. So there's a whole VOD of me making the video, including recording, which I think was pretty cool. Again, there's a bunch of floors like this. There's 10 floors like that doing Fixmas Factory shenanigans. What I want to show you guys is the basement. So the subway system that I'm going to use is not just for the Fixmas Factory, but it's for everybody in the city. And that is a train system. And what this train system is going to do is bring up the raw materials from the rest of the world, right? I mean, we need bauxite and copper and water and oil, all that stuff. Oh, purple power slug. One-eyed, one-horn, flying purple power slug. It's okay. So this is where the trains are going to come in, drop off raw materials for each building. So I'm not going to have like a hub of raw materials. Each building is going to get its own subway station. And then to come up, I actually designed this train spiral in my Update 8 Star Wars playthrough. But the amount of distance that I needed to travel vertically was actually pretty low compared to this. This thing, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely pat myself on the back for this. Like, looking at this that I designed, I came up with this in a blueprint, in vanilla, without mods. You know, this makes me feel like a real man. You know? When I'm having feelings of inadequacy due to the fact that I'm over 40 and having a midlife crisis, I just look at this train spiral. And those feelings go away until I look away from the train spiral and they come crashing back. But either way, this did turn out really well. Even though it was designed for a different save and I had different things going on in that train line. The crazy thing is the way that this was designed no longer actually is able to happen in Satisfactory. They patched the trick that I was using to build a blueprint bigger than the blueprint maker. But still. Oh, by the way, Hans Gruber is in here. He's in here somewhere. Your factory is amazing. Well, Glenn, the crazy part is that I haven't really actually made any factories yet. This is all the setup. So now that we're in the main building here, everybody that is going to drop off for final storage is going to drop off using this set of truck stops. All right, we have 12 truck stops here. And again, I actually really do like the paint setups and all this stuff. Sorry, I really like the paint setups and all this stuff. So, and we're going with our theme, the purple and the teal. Inside, we have our stairway. But we also have some elevators, and we're gonna take the elevators because this goes way up. But the idea is that these belts coming out of the truck stations are going to be sushi belts. Hans resembles the late Representative Binks. He does. But unlike the late Representative Binks, he was not thrown from a great height, which is very ironic. Trust me, I tried to kill him, but I just couldn't get him up high enough. I couldn't get him to the top of Nakatomi Plaza. And if I'm not going to throw a doggo off Nakatomi Plaza Tower on Christmas Day, then, you know, I'm just not going to do it. I mean, I have morals after all. So, this is going to be a sushi belt coming out of here, because imagine a truck comes up from the basics factory. It's going to be dropping off. I'm not going to put like, you know, 50 cable per minute in a truck. I'm going to put the cable and the wire and the iron and, you know what I mean? I'm going to put it all in there. And so we've got to deal with, you know, sushi belts. And so that's what a lot sorting and overflowing and sinking, that's what a lot of this factory space has been set aside for. So I have a lot of empty space here, you know, sorting and logistics. I got to the point where I kind of stopped building these floors because I don't 100% know what I need. And I didn't want to have to do stuff twice. But we do have a lot of space for logistics. We also have a lot of space. I'm going to take the elevator up and we're going to skip a bunch of space, but I want to tell you what that space is being used for. I'm also going to be doing a lot of one-off things in here as well. Things like, you know, your gas masks and your ammo and your nobelisks and, you know, things like that. I'm gonna that you don't really need a whole factory for, but you need to be making them somewhere. I figure I might as well make them in the central storage tower, because then the final product has you know, less of a distance to travel. So there's a lot of empty space in this building, but I hope to fill it with things that need doing, and not just have empty space. So let's head up to the drone port. I think it's on this side. It was definitely not. I'm out of iced tea again. All right, you guys ready for the elevator? Going up. This is all blueprinted. I used a lot of materials to make this tower. Lingerie. Okay, so this is our drone port area, and if there's like a bunch of low flow items, you know, that need to be transferred over and it's not as feasible to move with a truck, I wanted to have some options with a drone. And again, we had the space, so I'm already using them here. Well, this was being used for the Fixmas factory stuff, but as soon as the present tree is turned off, these guys aren't moving anything anymore. But I figure I will let them continue to use up rocket fuel in memory of Hans, who didn't die. Here's a drone port setup. I also have, the next floor is my man cannons, so I can launch myself using a hypertube cannon back to my main base, my hub, which is still in the grassy fields. And then this thing here, I don't want to go too much in the weeds on exactly what this does. There's 2 floors of machines that work together. This is a big experiment that it hasn't been tested. Once I test it and I know it works, I'll probably make it its own video, just like I did with the remote item delivery system. But this is basically the newest version of the remote item delivery system post Dimensional Depot. Essentially what this allows one to do is to remotely take advantage of extra dimensional depots to increase throughput. Because the upload speed of the dimensional depots are, in my opinion, their weakest link. And so I wanted to, you know, kind of, I don't know, pool the dimensional depots, or at least some of them. This is actually a 20-to-20 splitter and merger right here, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, here's the extra dimensional depots. So once I have a good idea that that works, I'll probably be making a video on it. But if you see my video on dimensional depot, on my remote item control thing that I came up with, then you're most of the way there on what that does. And this is finally our central storage, the namesake of this building. So if I really had to, I could maybe put a second floor in here, but I don't think I'll need to. I think this should be plenty of space for plenty of items, even if maybe we have to get rid of the Fixmas items. But I don't think we will. I think we should have space for everything. And then I've got a little balcony out here. All right, last thing is to see the roof. These are dimensional depots for the Fixmas stuff because I needed it because I was building Fixmas factories. And here is the roof, space elevator part. And the shard should be, there's Nakatomi Plaza. And there's the shard. Like I said, I wanted this tower that I'm on now to dominate the skyline. So I made it bigger than I thought I needed to. And it still could be bigger. I have 5 DDs in my wire hist factory and 5 my concrete factories. The other concrete factories have 2. I go for parallel upload. Yeah, parallel upload. Exactly. My thoughts with what I'm trying to make is, if you need to shift that parallel upload to different items without having to go back to the base and reroute belts. And yeah, I think it's gonna be work. I think it's gonna work. We have to test it. But I'm excited. But yeah, guys, any last questions? Here, let's jump off here. Oh, let me talk about my plans. So I've started my YouTube journey playing factory games and playing mostly Satisfactory. 95% of my content is Satisfactory content. I'm also currently playing Factorio, which I'll probably be playing tonight or in 14 or 15 hours from now. I'll be playing Factorio. I've got 2 planets done. I have 2 planets to go. I just started working on quality items, rare. I got those rolling pretty well this last week, and I set up a spaceship that I'm actually proud of, rather than those shitty cobbled together things that I used when I first got to the 2 planets. But yeah, tonight I'm hoping to hit Gleba tonight. So if you want to watch some Satisfactory, you can follow me there. I'll be doing a lot of that. I am going to be shifting up the channel a little bit. And there's new people here, and I do try to let people know that we're going to be finishing this city. Okay, we're going to be pushing hard. I'm going to be streaming 5 to 6 nights a week to finish the city. We're going to get in here, we're going to hit it, and we're going to hit it till probably May or June. It may take longer than I think to finish this. No matter what happens, we are going to finish this. Okay. After that, however, I'm going to be playing a different kind of game on the channel. I'm going to be pretty much exclusively streaming my favorite genre of games, even more than factory games, and that is an MMO, and specifically Ashes of Creation. So it's in alpha right now. There's been some drama about it, but hey, Relic, good evening, good morning. The shard seems to be coming together nicely. Well, now we ran into a pretty big problem, but together we fixed it. It should be open skies, I say as I knock on wood, and hopefully we'll be able to get a lot more done visibly next time. But yeah, so I'm gonna be hey, thanks, Banana Mobster. I'm gonna be leading a guild. It's gonna be a channel guild. Everybody who would want to join can. I already have officers from my channel, and some buddies that I've been playing with. My brother and his wife will probably play with me. I want to build a big guild, and it's going to be a lot of different, a bit different content than I've done on the channel. But I'm really excited for it. I'm going to get a face cam as well. I always felt like with Satisfactory, I wanted the build to be front and center, and it not really be about me. But you know, if I'm playing a game that requires, you know, 30 hours of grinding mobs or doing whatever, I'm gonna want a face cam. And not just that, I'm really looking overall in general to really push my channel, push the number of streams and the amount of content that I do, and you know, go for it and see what I can do. I'm actually looking for an editor to help me as well. So I don't make a ton of money right now with the channel, but I do make some. I've been monetized for over a year, which is a big deal, you know. So you know, I really appreciate everybody who has contributed and just watching me. I appreciate it. So that's gonna happen May, June, maybe July, whenever we finish these buildings, whenever I launch that space elevator, whenever we finish editing out the final video showcasing update 8 or update 8 1.0, I'm gonna be hitting that game. And like I said, we already have an in-game guild being run by a friend of mine, and then I'll take it over when I get in there. And so when that happens, I'll be streaming that game every chance I get, 5, 6, maybe even 7 days a week. So I'm gonna go after it. I'm also gonna be talking about MMOs. Ever played EVE Online? No, I wanted to. By the time I sort of wrapped my mind around it, I felt like I was too far behind to start. In the end, I'm kind of glad that I didn't play EVE Online. The MMOs that I played, Star Wars Galaxies #1. That came out when I was 19, and it changed my life. I actually became an economist. I graduated with an economics degree because of that game, right? Figuring out how the economy worked, looking at it from like a bigger perspective than I had used to been thinking about money and economies at 19 is what convinced me to switch from a computer engineering major to an economics major. You know, maybe that was a mistake, but either way, it did change my life. So, but Star Wars Galaxies, #1 favorite MMO, the sandbox nature of being able to do anything I absolutely loved. And then I did play some WoW. I think almost everybody has. And then my next big MMO that I really loved playing was Guild Wars 2. That's when I learned how to become a guild leader. I was a guild leader, a co-guild leader for, I don't know, 4 out of the 6 years that I played that game. And I played a lot of open world PvP, and it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most in Ashes of Creation is big open world PvP, big raids. I want to raid lead. I'm gonna live stream it all. I'm gonna live stream me running a guild. I'm considering doing things like live streaming the guild meetings and stuff like that. Like, and I think I can provide some content that nobody else, you know, that very few people can also provide. You know, kind of the inner workings of a guild and management and I basically just want to play an MMO like I always have, except live stream it and chat with you guys at the same time. So I have a lot of experience raid leading in PvP. That's my jam, and I think I'm pretty good at it, and I'm looking forward to it. So Ashes of Creation, it's in a very long alpha still. We're talking probably 2 years before it's out. It does cost money to test the alpha, to play the game. It is a game that's $15 a month after it launches. It's a subscription game. There's no box price. It's an old school MMO like Star Wars Galaxies and like World of Warcraft. $15 a month. And so if that's not your jam, I totally get it. I'm not asking anybody to come and play with me. Definitely I'm not asking or even recommending anybody come and do that during alpha. There's a lot of bugs still. There's barely a playable game. There is stuff to do, and I'll be live streaming it. You know, and again, by the time I finish Satisfactory, it's going to be another 5-6 months. A lot will have happened. Right, 25% of that 2-year time will be over. So I'm expecting to be able to do a lot in that game. But yeah, that's generally the plan. If you are interested in more information on that, there's all you have to do is go to roles in my Discord, and you can give yourself the Ashes of Creation role, and you can lurk in the Discord channels, the text channels for that game. Just as a side note, it's not a big deal, but if you do want to play that game, if you're thinking about it, when you create your account, by the way, it's not on Steam, and it will never be on Steam. There's a whole story to that. There's a whole backstory. You know, this chat has already been long enough. But if you do create your account, there's a place for a referral code. I do have a referral code. It's in the description of the video. If you guys feel like you want to do that, I would appreciate it. If not, no stress. Definitely don't sign up for that. You need to know what you're doing, like what you're getting into. It's a buggy game, and we're there for testing, a lot of bug reports. I think that's fun, but just know it's not a final game. So I think that's all my disclaimers I have for that. I'm looking forward to it, and honestly, there's no rush. If anybody's on the fence, please feel free to just wait and watch my content about it. Don't rush into it. But yeah, any other last questions? I've been going for 10.5 hours. Ash's creation is constantly changing right now, but as we get closer to the live version, the better it'll be. I think so too. I think they just added, like this week, they added some more dungeons. All the dungeons, there's very little or no instanced play. There's no instanced PvP battlegrounds. There's no instanced dungeons. All the dungeons are open world. All the PvP is open world. So he's really trying to. The whole story about Ashes of Creation is super interesting. I don't want to like get into it right now, but if you like MMOs, you should look into it. The guy's put up $50 million of his own money. He was a rich guy that loved MMOs and was tired of having to play shitty MMOs. So he's like, I'm going to build my own. And he's invested $50 million of his own money, and he's probably going to invest another $50 million. And the dude is like real. Like he went on another streamer's channel to talk about the game and talk about some stuff and some drama, and he's like dropping F-bombs, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy's, I like him. It's a cool thing. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, any last things on Satisfactory? Again, I stream Satisfactory on Saturday nights for now, and then I will be adding more nights, and as soon as I finish the Factorial playthrough. And then no new games, nothing until Satisfactory, this playthrough is over. Once we get into Ashes Creation, I may still play the Crust from time to time. I may do another Factorio playthrough, you know, a year from now or something. Shapes 2 was pretty fun, right? So I'll still dabble in these factory games. I probably won't do a huge ass city build or something that's gonna take me a year to do. But you know, servers are down. Will I fire up Factorio or Shapes 2? Absolutely. So, all right, guys, it's been burped. It's been fun. I really appreciate it. I gotta go. I've been up all night, 7:40 in the morning, and I'm gonna go help my wife make some chili for dinner tonight, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. And I think I'll see you guys in 14 hours. I'll be playing some Factorio. So enough chat. And that's the full tour. It's the full tour of the Satisfactory playthrough, and it's a full tour of my channel and my plans. So don't blame me, you guys asked for it. Cyberpunk theme, VOD 33 complete. Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks, Ken. Yeah, of course. So that's a great thing about streaming for me. You may not have realized this, but I actually really like talking. All right, guys. Murrah losing control. Eye in the sky. All right, Twitch. I always raid. YouTube, if you guys could leave a like on the VOD on the way out, that'd be amazing. If you would like. And then we're gonna find somebody to raid. Twitch. And yeah, night or morning, Vic, Eye in the Sky, Mora losing control, Cimmerian, Obi-Ron, anybody else? Appreciate it. Let's find somebody to raid, shall we? Somebody playing Satisfactory. Who do we got? Anybody that I'm following? Hey, what was that? I'm in the raid screen. Cimmerian resubscribed for 6 months. That's a 6 months resubscribe. Man, thank you, Cimmerian. 6 months in advance. Thank you. You're the man. All right, who we gonna? Okay, there's a Factorio player. Let's do Satisfactory. Pirate Software is playing Balatro. I don't know if you guys want to watch Balatro. That dude has 14,000 viewers. He plays Ashes of Creation too, by the way. Pirate Software does. Okay. Nobody that I'm following is really playing. Let's see. Satisfactory. What do we got? Anybody that speaks English? French. I'm not sure what that is. English. There's one. Let's do Horsey Mart. Horsey Mart's playing. We're gonna like quadruple his views. More than that. We're gonna hit up Horsey Mart. All right, guys. I'm really tired. Been a lot of fun, and we're rating 86 viewers. All right, I'll see you guys in a few hours. 14, 15 hours. I'll let you know in the Discord when I'm going live. Later, guys. Thanks for watching. He's gonna freak out. He's got 18 viewers, and I'm passing 86. All right, guys, I'm out of here.